Service, which is an independent government agency, had hired registered sex offenders as mail carriers. So I investigated to find out how bad this problem was at that agency. To date, the Postal Service has refused to provide a list of names of registered sex offenders. The Postal Service has provided some information about the number of sex offenders working at the Postal Service. On July 7th, 2025, the Postal Service confirmed employed 150 registered sex offenders. The letter said of the 150, 102 had, quote, access to the public, end quote. Of the 102, 77 were mail carriers. News even more alarming in that letter: the Postal Service doesn't track the routes used by employees who are registered sex offenders. We don't even know the locations of where these carriers deliver their mail. The Postal Service also doesn't track the crimes that led to an employee's registration on the sex offender register. On August the 7th, 2025, I wrote the Postal Service requesting additional information. So this is what I want to know about how the Postal Service ensures our communities are safe and what crimes were, and that's just among other questions I have. To date, I've received no response. When it comes to this matter, our communities deserve much better than what they're getting from the Postal Service, and we got to make sure that the Postal Service is as protective of people's safety as any other agency of government. I yield the floor and suggest absent.
No quorum call.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
I recognize the Majority Leader.
are we in a quorum call?
We're not.
Mr. President, before I begin, I want to mention the very welcome news that the first phase of the historic Israel-Gaza peace plan brokered by President Trump and his administration, working with allies and partners in the region, has been agreed to. This will finally mean the release of all remaining hostages, living and dead, who have been held by Hamas since its October 7, 2023 attack. It is vital that Israel, and especially Hamas, implement the terms of this agreement as quickly as possible so that this can truly mark the beginning of an end to the bloodshed. I hope a lasting peace for this most war-torn of regions. In addition to both sides adhering to all agreed upon terms, true peace will also require that there is never again a threat to Israel emanating from Gaza. This means that Hamas must disarm and relinquish any role in governance of the Gaza Strip. And I know the President and Secretary Rubio continue to work relentlessly to pursue peace and to make this a reality. Mr. President, I am grateful for this news, and my prayers today are for the successful release of all hostages, the success of this agreement, and the protection of all innocents in harm's way. Mr. President, we are now 9 days into the Democrats' government shutdown. 9 days in which Democrats have had multiple opportunities to support a clean, nonpartisan CR sitting right here at the Senate desk to reopen the government. Something that's been passed by our colleagues in the House of Representatives that has achieved 55 senators, Senate majority, out of 100 senators, 55 senators support this 24-page resolution sitting at the desk, which could open up the government today, because soon as the Senate passes it, the President will sign it into law. And Mr. President, this is the same nonpartisan measure that, as I said, passed the House 3 weeks ago. No partisan riders, no gimmicks, no partisan policies, Republican policies, anything like that. A simple resolution, 24 pages long, to open up our government and make sure that the federal employees and the American people who depend upon them get paid. Mr. President, the President's ready to sign it. All it takes is a handful of Democrats. There are 3 Democrats who have already supported this clean continuing resolution. Just a handful more, and we can end this shutdown in a matter of hours. 55 senators, a Senate majority, a majority of the 100 United States senators, majority in the House of Representatives. The President of the United States is prepared to sign it. That's how straightforward this proposition is. And we've already seen, Mr. President, plenty of negative impacts from the Democrat shutdown. But a whole new wave of pain begins tomorrow if Democrats don't act. Because if we fail to fund the government by the end of the day today, American service members will begin going without their paychecks starting tomorrow. That's right, Mr. President. If Democrats can't bring themselves to reopen the government by the end of the day, our troops, the people who protect and defend this country, will start missing their paychecks. To say that that's unacceptable is an understatement. Many of our service members are serving in harm's way at this very moment. All of them stand ready to rush into danger at a moment's notice to protect the rest of us. They and their families make numerous sacrifices to serve our country. The very idea, Mr. President, that they won't get a paycheck because Democrats can't bring themselves to accept a clean, nonpartisan CR is beyond the pale. Mr. President, if the government remains shut down after today, instead of getting our troops paid, they're going to have to continue stretching what money they've saved. And unfortunately, Mr. President, sometimes that's not very much. As one advocate for military families put it, and I quote, "This isn't just a financial hardship. It's destabilizing for households and military readiness alike." Military readiness. Many families have already begun to visit food banks near bases. And it's even harder on families with a loved one who's deployed. Amy Palmer, who runs an organization that helps military families in Colorado, said families of the deployed, and I quote, are having to navigate this alone. They're used to getting the paycheck and paying bills on behalf of their entire family. And with that service member deployed and not really having that support system from them, it is really hard, end quote. Well, Mr. President, it's not just our troops who are going to be missing a paycheck. Civilian workers will also be missing part of their pay starting this Friday, including law enforcement officers like the members of our very own Capitol Police. Food banks and other nonprofits around the country are bracing for increased demand from federal employees, especially here in the National Capital Region. I remember when a Democrat leader was a passionate opponent of government shutdowns because of their impact on federal workers. I'm pretty sure that was just about 6 months ago. Other Democrats used to be concerned about the impact on federal workers as well. A few years ago, our Democrat colleague from New Jersey, himself a former career federal worker, had this to say, and I quote, I worked through multiple shutdowns, including, having to work and show up every day without getting paid. I mean, it's just so scary to think of the fact that this is going to hurt people, end quote. Yet Democrats aren't showing the slightest interest in reopening the government to ensure our troops and federal employees get paid. Mr. President, later today, we're going to have another vote on the clean continuing resolution to open up the government. As I said, we are a handful of Democrats away from passing this continuing resolution and reopening the government. A handful of votes away, or are there strategists who tell them that they're, quote, winning the shutdown? Well, based on the reporting this morning, Democrats couldn't care less whether military families miss a paycheck tomorrow. In an interview posted this morning, the Democrat leader said, every day gets better for us. Every day gets better for us. Mr. President, this isn't a political game. Democrats might feel that way, but I don't know of anybody else that does. Mr. President, the longer this goes on, the more the American people realize the Democrats own this shutdown. A Morning Consult poll finds that, and I quote, voters increasingly blame Democrats for the government shutdown, end quote. In the latest Harvard-Harris poll, 65% of voters think Democrats should reopen the government instead of holding out for their partisan demands. But Democrats are apparently being told to hold the line by their far-left base, and so this shutdown drags on. Mr. President, we can solve the issue of troop pay and every other problem we're seeing today, by passing this clean, nonpartisan CR and sending it to the President. He's ready to sign it. If Democrats would only agree, we could reopen the government in just a few hours, literally. Pay our troops, pay our federal workers, and stop this madness and this notion that somehow in this political game, the Democrats believe, according to their leader, that every day gets better for us. That, Mr. President, is not the experience of the American people. It's time to end this shutdown, to reopen this government. Let's pass this CR today. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
I recognize the Democrat leader.
I ask unanimous consent the quorum call be dispensed with.
The senator is recognized.
Mr. President, last night, nearly 2 years to the day of Hamas's vicious attack on October 7th, after nearly 2 long years of devastating war in Gaza, it appears that a ceasefire and hostage agreement has been reached. If this agreement is implemented, then finally, after 2 years of immense suffering, the hostages could soon be free. There could be a ceasefire, and the victims of this painful conflict can start to rebuild their lives. This brings a huge sigh of relief to the hostage families, to all of Israel, and to Palestinians who have suffered for so long in this horrific humanitarian catastrophe. Now we await details and final acceptance and implementation from all parties of the first phase. And we must begin the even harder work of closing negotiations to end the war, to start building the day after in Gaza without Hamas, to surge humanitarian assistance to Palestinians in Gaza, and to build a lasting peace that ensures security and dignity for Israelis and Palestinians alike. This morning, I hope and pray that all of the hostages are released, including the deceased hostages. I will never give up until all the hostages are home, including the remains of my constituents, Omer Nutra and Itai Chen. I've gotten to know their families well over the last 2 years, and I share their desperation to bring them home for proper burial and closure. The work is not over, but any step to end this nightmare is one that should be celebrated and carefully implemented. Now on the shutdown and the Trump administration. The federal government has now been shut down for more than a week, but Donald Trump, Speaker Johnson, and Republicans in Congress are nowhere to be found. Instead of playing with people's lives, Donald Trump and Republican leaders in Congress need to sit down with Democrats and have a serious negotiation to fix health care and reopen the government at once. Workers are starting to miss out on paychecks. Seniors are worried about delays at the Social Security Administration. Small business with government contracts are in the dark. We need to end this shutdown as soon as possible. Every day that Republicans refuse to negotiate to end this shutdown, the worse it gets for Americans, and the clearer it becomes who's fighting for them. Each day our case is stronger and stronger because families are opening their letters, showing how high their premiums will climb if Republicans get their way. They're seeing why this fight matters. It's about protecting their health care, their bank accounts, their futures. But Republicans are absent. The House is literally on vacation. And Donald Trump, meanwhile, continues to play with people's lives and threaten mass layoffs for federal workers. Yesterday, the Wall Street Journal reported that Republican leaders in Congress have been urging the administration not to follow through with their threats of mass layoffs and no back pay for furloughed federal workers. The Journal wrote, quote, that far-reaching government cuts and firings could backfire with the public, and aides have been, quote, warning that such moves could cause voters to blame Republicans for the shutdown. That's the Wall Street Journal. Well, this is spot on. If Donald Trump thinks that punishing federal workers and treating the American public as pawns is going to help him politically, he's making a terrible mistake. Because the American people are smart. They see what Trump and the Republicans are doing. They know Republicans are the ones in charge. They have the presidency, the House, the Senate, not Democrats. We Democrats want to end this shutdown as quickly as we can. But Donald Trump and Republicans need to negotiate with us in a serious way to fix the health care premiums crisis. We can and should do both. It's not either or, like Republicans think. President Trump, meanwhile, is simply not taking this shutdown seriously because as we speak, the Trump administration continues to negotiate a $20 billion bailout for Argentina to prop up a MAGA ally. Apparently, Donald Trump thinks $20 billion for a MAGA-friendly government in Argentina is fine, but fixing health care premiums here at home is not. Meanwhile, thanks to Trump's bungled trade war with China, American soybean farmers have been shut out of foreign markets and are facing mass bankruptcies. With American farmers cut out, farmers in countries like Argentina are taking advantage, selling record number of soybeans to China. But instead of helping American farms now in the middle of a shutdown, Donald Trump wants to send $20 billion to Argentina to help them compete against American farmers. All while hungry Americans face higher grocery prices and the largest cuts ever to nutrition aid, thanks to Donald Trump and the Republicans' big ugly bill. It's utter lunacy. Whose side is Donald Trump on? And the situation is no better here in Congress. In the middle of a shutdown crisis, Speaker Johnson has shut the lights off to the halls of Congress. We Democrats have made clear that Republicans need to engage with us in serious negotiation to end this destructive shutdown and fix health care premiums as soon as we can. But Speaker Johnson has sent the House on vacation. He has sent members home now for 3 weeks, and it sounds like he'll keep them away for at least another week more. The House of Representatives has not held a vote, a single vote, since September 19th, 20 days ago. In fact, Mr. President, would you care to guess how many days the House has been in town since the end of July? 12 days. That's it. Since the summer, the House of Representatives has held votes for only 12 days. If you're someone who works 2 jobs, or works weekends or overtime to make ends meet, what on earth are you supposed to think when House Republicans can't even be bothered to show up to reopen the government? House Republicans are not working and getting paid, and they're asking the American people House Republicans are getting paid and not working, and they're asking federal workers to work and not get paid. If your electricity prices are skyrocketing, if your premiums are going up by thousands of dollars, if you're getting charged more for a cup of coffee or your groceries, and you see Republicans on vacation for 3 weeks straight, that's basically a middle finger to hardworking Americans. And let's be clear, the Speaker's dig in at all costs approach is not sitting well with some members of his own party. Yesterday, Marjorie Taylor Greene said the following, quote, "The House has so much work to do. Why aren't we coming back in session? We could be doing appropriations, passing important bills, and more." Representative Massey of Kentucky tweeted something similar. "The government is shut down, but the House refuses to go back in session. Why are we in recess?" said Republican Massey. "Because the day we go back into session, I have 218 votes for the discharge petition to force a vote on releasing the Epstein files." Representative Kevin Kiley of California, Republican, meanwhile posted this: "The Speaker shouldn't even think about canceling session for a 3rd straight week." So the cracks are showing on the Republican side because they know Speaker Johnson's position of not budging on health care fixes is untenable. And in Louisiana, I would have thought that of all people interested in fixing ACA premiums, it would have been a representative from the state of Louisiana. Yesterday, I read a sobering report from the Times-Picayune saying that, quote, "Louisiana stands to lose the most if the ACA premium tax credits expire." According to that report, 85,000 Louisiana residents will lose health insurance. Many will see their premiums skyrocket. The average 60-year-old Louisiana couple making $85,000 a year would see insurance costs rise from $600 a month to $2,000 a month. Hear that, Mr. Speaker? That's your constituents. Good Americans in your own state will suffer the most if the ACA premiums expire. People will go bankrupt. People will get sick. People will die. All because the Speaker chose to keep the House on vacation rather than come to work and negotiate with Democrats to fix this health care crisis and end their Trump shutdown. Shameful. We urge Republicans to back away from their corner and have serious negotiations with the American people, serious negotiations that the American people deserve and expect before people get sick and go bankrupt. Now, finally, on a different, more somber but grateful note, last month the Senate lost a beloved member of our family, Kevin McDonald. Kevin served as the scheduler for our former colleague, Senator Patrick Leahy, for over 30 years. And I know Patrick would be the first to admit that he wouldn't have had the great career he did without Kevin by his side. I'm sure there were many days when I called Patrick 10 or 20 times, I still remember his phone number, or asked him to rush to my office in the middle of something else, and made Kevin's life hell trying to keep his schedule. But Kevin, the consummate professional he was, always found a way to make it work. He made the hardest days feel easier. He made the busiest days feel smoother. And everyone who knew him, whether you were a senator, a staffer, a parking attendant, a police officer, everyone just loved to be around him. He was the life of every party. He lit up every room he walked into and had an innate ability to turn friends into family. We'll all miss Kevin. We thank him for his service to the Senate, the state of Vermont, and the country. Our prayers are with his family, his friends, and his loved ones. I yield the floor.
I recognize a Majority Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Whip. I come to the floor having just listened to the minority leader talk, and I read in Punch Bowl News this morning the minority leader making a statement to Punch Bowl. So he thinks the Democrats have momentum. His statement is, every day gets better for us. That's what he said in an interview from his office yesterday when he was interviewed by the News. He said, every day gets better for us. I said, who is us? Not better for the American people. Who does he mean by us? Not the military who's not getting paid, not the Border Patrol that's not getting paid, not the air traffic controllers who aren't getting paid. Who is us? He's playing a game. We see it. The Washington Post talked about it just yesterday in their headline and their editorial page. Democrat leaders play dangerous game. That's what we have here. And what does the minority leader say? Every day gets better for us. Who in the world is us? Is it this group that has organized the shutdown? They've talked about having an orchestrated group of the far left wing, the terrorist wing of the Democrat Party, organizing and orchestrating the shutdown, planning for weeks in the minority leader's office, closely coordinated, and it's hurting the American people. But the minority leader has said it's getting better for them. Look, how can they brag about the damage that they're doing to the American people? Whether it's women on infant and children programs needing food, whether it's small businesses applying for loans for the Small Business Administration, our troops, our Border Patrol. But boy, for what I see from the minority leader and where he's trying to lead this country, it's a perfect quote for the shutdown. Gets better for them every day. And I'll tell you, Mr. President, it's rubbish. And it is hurting our country. 13 times we have voted to open the government, keep it open for a continuing resolution in Joe Biden's term, and now they're not going to do it because Donald Trump's in the White House. That's what we have in this country today. A political game being played by the Democrats because they think that every day gets better for them. And this isn't right versus left. This is right versus wrong. That's what we're facing in this country today. There are 1.3 million soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, Coast Guards, Guardians on active duty to protect our nation, protect our freedoms. they're going to miss their paychecks. But Chuck Schumer says getting better for them, for the brave men and women in uniform. One date looms large. It's October 15th. Normally October 15th is payday. This year, under the Schumer shutdown, with it getting better for Schumer every day, it's going to be a day paychecks don't arrive for every one of them. 9 days ago, October 1st, service members of the ranks got their last paycheck. And it's going to be their last paycheck until the dangerous game, the political game that Schumer and the others are playing ends and government reopens. We could do it today with a vote. We're going to have an opportunity to do it. And it's wrong. It's just wrong to do this as a game because it's getting better for them every day, or so they think. This Friday, October 10th, tomorrow, Border Patrol agents and other federal workers will receive only half a paycheck. The Democrat leader says that's getting better for them. 72% of military families say their most pressing concerns is missing a paycheck. 500,000 military families relocate to new duty stations each year. For them, costs can be crushing. Moves cost by the families are average $8,000 out of pocket. Normally this is reimbursed. May not be for a while. Chuck Schumer says getting better for them every day. Under the Schumer shutdown, military families are going to be forced to stretch out the budgets, dip into savings, take out loans. This adds to financial stress and strain. At Fort Hood in Texas, the local food bank is seeing a 34% spike in demand just since the shutdown began. Military families are lining up for food, diapers, baby formula. One employee there said the situation in Fort Worth had never happened ever. Maybe they're just stocking up because they know that for the Democrats, they think it's getting better every day. That's what they're aiming for. What in the heck are they thinking? Well, those people that have planned and organized all of this are thinking that, hey, we got a big rally coming to Washington, a No Kings rally, coming up the 18th, getting better for them every day. Let's just hurt the military more, the Border Patrol more, the women, infants, and children more. Hurt them because it's getting better for them every day. Not hurt. Who is the us? It's the left wing of the Democrat Party. It's not the American people. That's what we're focused on here. I want to focus about opening the government up for the American people. We have offered a clean, continuing resolution at current funding levels, at Biden funding levels, current levels, reopens the government, pays our service members. Mr. President, Republicans want to reopen the government. We have voted to not shut down the government. We want to make sure our troops don't miss the paycheck October 15th. Not the Democrats, because they think it's getting better for them. The date on their calendar is not the 15th, which is the date on the calendar of every military member. Their date is October 18th. That's the date when the most radical left-wing activists are going to descend upon Washington. They're coming to protest President Trump. And the Democrat leader and his leadership team is hoping that they will actually receive cheers from that group because it's getting better for them every day. That's what they say. This shutdown is all about politics. It's what it's all about. Been planned and orchestrated and organized for months. The Washington Post editorial said it best. The Democrats are playing a dangerous game. They are choosing politics over the paychecks of the American working men and women who protect our nation. And this weakness defines today's Democrat Party. They are radical, they are extreme, they are dangerous, they are scary, they are out of touch. But they think it's getting better for those people every day. They're holding our military hostage. Why? Because they want to impress the left-wing activists. It's indefensible. Service members now have to worry about putting food on the table so that the Democrats and Senator Schumer can try to satisfy the far-left liberal wing of the party, who will never be satisfied until this country is destroyed. That's what they want. It's no surprise that 55% of Americans say Democrats are shutting down the government
just to please their radical base. The Senate can reopen the government today, but we need a handful of Democrats to join us. Democrats voted 13 times for a clean continuing resolution under Joe Biden. They know that the Schumer shutdown, it's reckless, it's radical, and it is wrong. The Democrats don't seem to care because, according to Chuck Schumer, every day gets better for us. And as a result, the Democrats are threatening America's safety, our security, and our prosperity. The American people don't want the government closed. Chuck Schumer does, because every day gets better for him. 2 in 3 Americans demand Democrats accept the continuing resolution at current funding levels. It's the right thing to do. It's fair. It's reasonable. It's time Democrats listen to them. Time to open the government so the troops can get paid. That's what this is all about, Mr. President. A political game being played by the radical left. And they believe it's getting better for them each day. And Chuck Schumer, this wasn't some offhanded comment. This is exactly what he said yesterday in a sit-down interview with the press in his office. These were planned words and orchestrated to appeal to the people that he's trying to appeal to them, who are not the average American who just wants to go to work, just wants to get paid a fair wage for a fair full day's work and defend the country. So I know who the us is when he says us. And it's not the American people, it's not the hardworking people of your state or my state who want to get up, go to work, get the kids to school, put food on the table, and live in this greatest country of all times. And that's what we're dealing with, and that's why I came to the floor this morning, Mr. President. Because when I heard this comment by the minority leader, I could not let it stand, and the American people deserve better. Mr. President, on a separate matter, I want to talk about something else. And in July, President Trump signed into law the Working Families Tax Cut. And that legislation stopped a $4 trillion tax increase. It secured our border, it unleashed American energy, and it slashed wasteful Washington spending. I thought one of the most egregious subsidies we eliminated was the electric vehicle tax credit. And under Joe Biden, Washington provided lucrative luxury tax credits to prop up EV sales. The Biden car bribes forced working families to subsidize vehicles that people didn't want, couldn't afford, weren't very practical in my state. And I have fought against these costly EV handouts for years. I introduced bills to repeal them, and I was joined by my Republican colleagues. And I especially want to recognize the senior senator from Ohio, Senator Bernie Moreno. Hardworking families should not be forced to bankroll luxury vehicles for wealthy elites. Republicans in Congress acted decisively. We terminated the EV tax credits. We deliberately chose September 30th as the end date for the subsidies. This quick termination meant significant savings for taxpayers, $200 billion in savings over the next 10 years. But as the saying goes, the price of liberty is eternal vigilance. And in Washington, we have to follow up and fight to protect taxpayers and taxpayer dollars, even when the intent of Congress is clear. And that's where I really want to point out the hard work of Senator Moreno, because that's what the Republicans are doing. In recent weeks, Senator Moreno and I read troubling news. There was a last-ditch effort to game the system in the final days before the cutoff date. And we immediately wrote to Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent to alert him about the issue and to address the problem. Senator Ted Cruz of Texas, who's chairman of the Commerce Committee, also raised his concern with the Treasury Department about the subsidies. Major car companies responded to the letter, and they changed their policies. And I encourage all companies to follow their lead. Republicans are going to continue to protect taxpayers and ensure these subsidies are gone for good. Here's the reality: the subsidies were never needed in the first place. Look at what has happened since Congress ended them. Tesla has actually lowered its prices. They've done it by stripping out luxury features like vegan leather seats and ambient lighting. Hyundai sloshed nearly $10,000 off of their Georgia-built model. This is precisely how fair market competition works. Americans elected Republicans to end Washington wasteful spending. We're keeping our word. So I'm going to continue to work with my Senate colleagues and the Trump administration to keep this loophole closed, to enforce the law, and to protect hardworking taxpayers. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Mississippi.
Mr. President, we're in an unfortunate period of hyperpartisanship. It doesn't look good from this angle, and I know it doesn't look good to the general public. But I have some good bipartisan news that might make us feel better about our national security. As chairman of the Senate Armed Services Committee, I come to the floor this morning and say that we are finally in a position to take up on the floor, vote on, and pass the National Defense Authorization Act. This is a very important act that we manage in times of majority and minority in Democratic, Republican administrations to pass each year for over 6 decades. My partner and colleague, former chairman of the committee, Jack Reed, and now ranking Democrat member, has worked with me, along with our Armed Services Committee members and our capable staffs, and we have built a strong bipartisan National Defense Authorization Act. It started this summer when earlier than usual, the committee approved our bill by an overwhelming majority of 26-1. Let me say that again. In this time when we can't seem to muster a 60-vote majority to keep us in business as a federal government, we were able to pass the National Defense Authorization Act by a vote of 26-1. It is member-driven. It's full of national security priorities from senators across this body on both sides of the aisle. It is designed to make important changes, to make our country stronger, to make our defenses better and more able to defend ourselves, and therefore to prevent armed conflict. Senator Reid and I have worked with majority and minority members then to build a bipartisan package of 49 amendments to be offered on the floor. And we are within moments of a decision point. We can decide to bring this matter to the floor and get unanimous consent to lock in consideration, or we can begin voting, which will take us into the afternoon. And I have to say that based on experience, if we don't get this locked in at this moment, Mr. President, then we will miss an opportunity to consider these amendments on the floor, because we simply are going to run out of time if we don't proceed before the weekend break. The package includes, in the substitute amendment, which we filed back before the August break. Now, since that time, we've worked closely to take the next step. We have 47 amendments for a second manager's package. And this has been agreed upon by the ranking member and by me and by our membership, split evenly between Republicans and Democrats. It contains numerous bipartisan items. We might not take all 17 votes, but we've teed up 17 votes, again, split evenly are split as evenly as possible between Republican bills and Democrat bills. I say to you, Mr. President, and I say to the leadership of the Democratic minority in this Senate, we are ready to vote on the NDAA. We're ready to show on both sides of the aisle that the Senate can act in the interest of national security and get something done on a bipartisan basis. And for heaven's sake, we need to do that at this moment, even more importantly than at other times. We have a great product before us. It makes huge changes, significant changes, and we need to send the signal that we can do this, get it then coordinated with the House version, which has already been passed, and move it to the President of the United States for his early signature. I genuinely thank my partner, Senator Jack Reed, for his tireless work with me to get to this point. I was looking forward to locking in a unanimous consent request at this moment, Mr. President, but I've been told to hold off. It could be coming in just a few minutes. But we have to get that unanimous consent to avoid vote after vote after vote on cloture on these various proposals and amendments. We've got to lock that in. We must do it this morning, in the next hour, perhaps between now and the first vote, which I believe begins in about 30 minutes. We simply cannot delay this process any longer. Let me make it clear. If we do not bring this to the floor today, this matter will not have time for deliberation on the Senate floor, and we'll have to basically pretend that we're having a conference between House and Senate members, and a very small group of senators will have to write this bill and bring it to the floor for final passage. That's not the way this ought to be done, and it can be avoided with a unanimous consent request in just a very few minutes. But the good news is we're ready to proceed. The good news is the committee is united, 26-1, and my ranking member and I are ready to proceed. We simply need a Democrat leader to come down here and agree to unanimous consent. And I yield the floor.
Senator from Alaska.
Mr. President, before I begin my remarks, I would ask unanimous consent that privileges of the floor be granted to my congressional fellows and interns for the remainder of this Congress. They are Mary Horton, Kathleen Song, Valerie Hines, and Michael Noddy.
Without objection.
Mr. President, we've all talked about what the primary goal is right now in the Senate. It is to reopen the federal government, but that's not all we need to reopen right now. As we focus on ending this shutdown, I've come to speak in support of a disapproval resolution that is now pending. This is HJR 106. This is the companion to the resolution that Senator Sullivan and I have introduced to reopen the Central Yukon Resource Management Plan after the BLM finalized it over our objection last fall. So the formal name of this rule is the Central Yukon Record of Decision and Approved Resource Management Plan. The name is big, and it is a really big area encompassing nearly 56 million acres, mostly in northern and interior Alaska, so whole state of Alaska. But it is this central area here that is really quite substantial. And not all of that is federal land. You'll see the different colors here. In fact, most of it is not. This RMP is only supposed to affect 13.3 million acres managed by BLM. Now that is still a lot of land. To kind of put it into perspective, it's more than twice the total acreage of Maryland, Massachusetts, New Jersey, Hampshire, and Vermont. So that's what you're looking at here within this region. So we do need an RMP, a resource management plan, to guide management of the Central Yukon's federal acres. This plan is meant to replace older regimes that were put in place back in 1981, 1986, and 1991, as well as some lands that are unplanned. So this is a big undertaking. It's been going on for a long time, started back in 2013, 12 years ago, costing taxpayers millions of dollars to complete. I didn't want to have to overturn this RMP because I really do respect much of the work that was done, certainly the people who worked really hard to do it. And I also recognize that some Alaskans support pieces of last year's final plan and are concerned that their input could be lost if it is reopened. But the problem that we've got here, and why we're taking this resolution up today, is that the Biden administration, which was in office during the last few years of this 12-year process, really has left us with no choice here. They lost sight of the need for balanced management. They dropped any pretense of it from the final plan. So despite objections from me, from Senator Sullivan, the state of Alaska, many Alaska stakeholders, BLM kind of plowed ahead and they finalized a plan that overwhelmingly prioritizes conservation but fails to reflect the principle of multiple use that is required with our public lands and fails to honor the explicit requirements of federal law. There are some very significant issues within this plan. There are further deficiencies based on what BLM pledged to do and then refused to do. And that combination is what caused us to file this resolution and to seek a more balanced plan going forward. So, going through those problems in a little bit greater detail. I expect that one of the things that you're going to hear today in opposition is that this is unprecedented, that Congress is now overturning 12 years of non-political, legally sound agency work. And Mr. President, if that were true, I wouldn't be standing here in opposition to this. I would be a no on the resolution, but that's not where we are. In December of 2020, in BLM's 8th year of work on this RMP, the agency released a draft plan with a pretty reasonable preferred alternative. This is a proposal that would have protected sensitive areas. It would have upheld subsistence and recreational uses. It would have provided opportunities for resource development and other legal uses on BLM land. And under that proposal, many outdated public land orders, we call them PLOs, would have been lifted, and the majority of BLM's lands would have then be accessible. But just a few years later, we saw a very different preferred alternative emerge from BLM. This was in the middle of the Biden administration. The final record of decision issued last November is 362 pages long. There are multiple appendices that total another 1,428 pages. So it's 1,800 pages. I can't. This is the stack of the maps and the pages of the final record of decision. 1,800 pages showing these various designations and restrictions. This is in no way a user-friendly plan. It's not a printer-friendly plan, that's for sure. But it's also not a BLM employee-friendly plan. It's long, it's complex, and unless you're really super invested in learning what was designated as Visual Resources Management Class 2, as opposed to Class 3 or perhaps Class 4, you're probably not really going to enjoy reading it. The differences between what the BLM proposed in 2020 and what BLM finalized in 2024 show really how this process went off the rails. So giving you a couple examples here. In 2020, BLM proposed one area of critical environmental concern, we call them ACECs, and resource natural area. These are administrative withdrawals for conservation that restrict other uses. And this covered 77,000 acres. Then last year, BLM's final RMP balloons this to include 21 ACECs and RNAs covering 3.6 million acres. This is imposing restrictions on nearly 47 times more land. In 2020, BLM proposed 497,000 acres of special recreation management areas. In 2024, we saw that triple to 1.453 million acres. In 2020, BLM proposed little over 1 million acres of utility and transportation corridors. In 2024, that fell by 2/3 to just 33,000 acres. In 2020, BLM proposed to have almost 7.5 million acres open to fluid mineral leasing, and then in 2024, it leaves just 845,000 acres open. That's 89% less. So you can see the dramatic differences between the plan in 2020 and the plan in 2024. There's a lot more I could go through, but the point is restrictions exploded in the final plan, while opportunities for economic development were severely curtailed. And we saw it over and over in Alaska over the last 4 years. We don't think it was any accident. You've heard my colleague speak on the floor about this a great deal, but it was just really the last administration's goal to reduce and curtail many of these activities. BLM's treatment of public land orders, which have been obsolete in Alaska for decades, also backslid dramatically. And these came to be in the 1970s when Alaska's land ownership was greatly unsettled, but they should have been revoked a long time ago. In 2020, BLM proposed to revoke 5.863 million acres of so-called D1 withdrawals. But then in 2024, BLM zeroes that out. And instead, they've only lifted withdrawals for one narrow purpose. It's an important purpose, but it's very narrow, and that's allotments for eligible Alaska-Vietnam veterans, but no others. In 2020, BLM proposed to lift PLO 5150, reflecting state and native selections around our Trans-Alaska Pipeline Corridor. But then in 2024, BLM reverses course, refused to lift a single acre of PLO 5150 within the RMP process. And the problem is that BLM told us, they told me, they told my team, that they would address PLO 5150 through a separate process. They called it a tiered environmental assessment. And they said that that was going to begin immediately after the finalization of the Central Yukon RMP. But they just had to get to that point, and they just needed us to back off so they could. Guess what never happened? The day after the state of Alaska's consistency review period for the Central Yukon RMP ended, BLM canceled its separate process for PLO 5150. mean, it was an absurd decision. BLM spent years, they spent years telling us that they could only lift public land orders within the RMP process, and then as the Central Yukon RMP nears completion, they then tell us that they could only lift one of the most visible PLOs in Alaska outside of it. And then as soon as we reach that point, they break their promise, immediately pulling the whole thing down. My team was actually on the phone with BLM when this happened. They asked about the process, and they were told everything is on track, everything's going just fine. And right after, probably not even more than 30 minutes after that, BLM calls state officials to tell them it's off and never coming back. If that's not a bait and switch, I don't know what is. But this is where you can start to see how BLM's actions, both what it did and what it refused to do in this RMP, directly contradict multiple federal laws. The first is ANILCA, the Alaska National Interest Lands Conservation Act. That was Alaska's grand bargain. This is where Congress withdrew and conserved tens of millions of acres in our state in exchange for reasonable opportunities for economic development, whether it be within the 1002 area, the Ambler Road, but this was the deal back in 1980. And to confirm that Alaska had done its part for national conservation, ANILCA also includes several what we call no more clauses, reflecting the fact that we were done, no more wilderness needed to be designated in the state of Alaska. It should be pretty apparent that unilateral administrative designation of 3.6 million acres of ACECs, dozens of other restrictions across millions of other acres, and the retention of virtually all land withdrawals, which were supposed to be lifted decades ago, are all directly contrary to ANILCA. The Central Yukon Plan also conflicts with a law that I wrote called the Alaska Land Transfer Acceleration Act. Some people around here are still surprised that Alaska's land ownership is still not settled yet. 66 years after statehood, neither our state nor our native land entitlements have been fulfilled. We've got millions of acres remaining outstanding on both of these, and their settlement hinges on the federal government making available and then transferring selected lands. Congress agreed to enact my Alaska Land Transfer Acceleration Act back in 2004, and we set this goal that our land entitlements would be complete by 2009. That was the 50th anniversary of statehood. Well, that didn't happen, but some good did come from it. BLM surveyed its land withdrawals in Alaska, and then in 2006, there was a report to Congress that recommended that 95% of them, covering 152 million acres, could be lifted consistent with the protection of the public's interest. And the only caveat here was that BLM preferred to lift its orders through its land planning process. So we worked with them. We pushed to make that happen. We've appropriated funding to make it happen. But when BLM undertakes a new RMP and decides that not a single acre of a single PLO can be lifted across 13.3 million acres for any other purpose other than native allotments, you're going to see patience run out. And it turns to frustration, it turns to opposition, and it takes us to where we are today, which is congressional disapproval of a resource management plan. Now, I would also point out that the Central Yukon RMP conflicts with ANCSA, or the Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act. The regional ANC in the Central Yukon area, Doyon, has rightly pointed out that BLM's actions in this RMP would make it difficult, if not impossible, to utilize its lands for the benefit of its people in line with congressional intent. In a letter to Alaska's congressional delegation, Doyon explained how BLM's restrictive land designations will, quote, complicate access to and use of Doyon lands and potentially prevent Doyon from fully realizing the economic and other benefits that Congress intended it would enjoy as a result of ANCSA's settlement of Aboriginal claims. So, Mr. President, I'd ask that unanimous consent that the letter be included as part of the congressional record immediately following my remarks.
Without objection.
And, Mr. President, we also received a letter of support for this resolution from the North Slope Trilateral, which includes the Inupiat community of the Arctic Slope, the North Slope Borough, and the Arctic Slope Regional Corporation, ASRC. And their letter lays out in a series of fundamental flaws within the final Central Yukon Plan, including its failure to account for North Slope priorities, the impact that it would have on native lands, the barriers it creates to cooperative land management, the restrictions it imposes to foreclose the production of rare earth elements and other resources, as well as the lack of consultation with Alaska natives who live on the North Slope during its development. As the trilateral writes, quote, "The result is a plan that ignores congressional intent under both ANCSA and ANILCA, disregards the economic needs of North Slope communities, and creates unnecessary obstacles to infrastructure, energy, and community health across northern Alaska." So again, Mr. President, I would ask unanimous consent that the letter from the North Slope leaders be printed in the congressional record.
Without objection.
So, Mr. President, the sad part is that what these Alaskans are pointing to, restrictions that encumber access to lands and opportunities, was largely the point of BLM's final RMP. And that, again, points to why we're here to disapprove this plan. Now, I should point out that there's a big misunderstanding about the effects of this resolution. There's been some false claims out there. I think there's been some kind of sloppy reporting of them. But when the House passed this resolution, we saw over and over again in different articles that somehow or other that passage of that resolution had approved the Ambler Access Project, which is not the case. That project has been in permitting for a decade, and then just on Monday, President Trump issued a determination reapproving it, which we appreciate, but nothing in this disapproval resolution approves that project. So that's just misinformation out there. But what is true is that over the course of decades, Congress has ceded a lot of authority on federal land management to the executive branch. We trust them to follow the laws that we've made, find a balance between competing uses and priorities. And we know it's not an easy job, especially in a state where you have more than 223 million federal acres. But when the agencies lose sight of that, it's our job here, it's our responsibility to rein them in, and that's what we're doing. We're reminding BLM that these are public lands that are generally available for multiple use, not exclusively conserved lands with layer after layer of administrative restrictions heaped onto them. Before I end here, I'd like to briefly discuss what comes next if we're able to pass this disapproval resolution. It should be very clear. Passage does not invalidate 12 years of agency work. It does not overturn the environmental analysis that's been done or the public comments that have been received. We are simply reopening this plan, and we're telling BLM, return, come back with a new one that is more balanced. And that shouldn't be hard, and it shouldn't take that long because the plan already exists. It was just abandoned once the Biden administration took office. For 8 years, BLM was on the right track in this process. It has a ready-made plan in the form of its preferred alternative from 2020. The record of decision from last year even acknowledges that the 2020 preferred alternative features a, quote, blend of resource protection and resource development. It's an actual balance between the two, and that's what we should be seeking. It's time to go back to that proposal, update it as needed based on the passage of time, and put into place a final Central Yukon plan that maintains access, respects multiple use, and conserves where necessary and appropriate. And it's entirely possible to serve the varied interests of this region. And through this resolution, that's exactly what we're telling BLM to do. And when they do, we'll have a final Central Yukon resource management plan that Alaska's delegation, the state of Alaska, the largest landowner in the region, Doyon, and a wide range of Alaskan stakeholders can support. So I would urge my colleagues to support this resolution. I yield the floor to my colleague from Alaska who has worked very, very hard on this resolution, and appreciate his leadership of the same.
Mr. President.
The other senator from Alaska.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent to speak for up to 15 minutes prior to the scheduled roll call vote.
Without
I ask
objection.
unanimous consent to waive the mandatory quorum calls with respect to cloture on the motions to proceed to calendar 167, Senate 2882, and calendar 168, HR 5371.
Without objection. Senator from Alaska.
I want to thank my colleague, Senator Murkowski, on her remarks on the vote that we're getting ready to take on the CRA, dealing with the Central Yukon Plan. And I'm going to be a little bit briefer since she covered a lot of material and did a great job doing it. But I want to give my colleagues just a little sense of, these are the elements of why this plan, quote, plan, needs to be repealed by the U.S. Senate in part of a CRA. By the way, Mr. President, this is going to continue in the vein of what we did with your great state, Montana, and North Dakota, the last 2 days on the Senate floor with these CRAs. And what's going on here? Well, we all know what's going on here, both with regard to Montana and with regard to North Dakota, and of course with regard to Alaska. The previous administration came in and said, even though it's probably illegal, we're going to try and lock up these states because we don't want resource development on these states. Now imagine, Mr. President, Senator Murkowski mentioned the Central Yukon Plan that the Biden administration issued. We didn't want it. Nobody really wanted it in Alaska. It's almost 56 million acres, okay? That's the size of Virginia, Maryland, and Pennsylvania combined. Just that one plan. Gives you a sense of how big my state is. But can you imagine a president of the United States, if you're a Republican, telling the people of Virginia, Maryland, and Pennsylvania that they're going to be saddled with a plan they didn't want to large up large swaths of their land, destroying thousands of jobs, which is what this plan would do? Nobody would accept that. This plan scheme of the Biden administration disregards local voices, ignores protections guaranteed under federal law, ANCSA and ANILCA, and undermines the ability of Alaska Native corporations who did not want it to access and responsibly develop their lands, which Congress gave them in the Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act in 1971. So these are the key elements of why it's a problem, Mr. President, and it's also part of a long pattern with the Biden administration that I never tire of reminding people. This is the chart we call the last frontier lockup. The last administration issued 70 executive orders and executive actions singularly focused on Alaska. 7-0. I confronted President Biden in the Oval Office respectfully when we were at 48. Here's the list of them, by the way, Mr. President, of the 70. That's each one, 7-0, only against Alaska. And I said, Mr. President, why are you doing this? Why are you going to war with my people? Working families, Americans. You're sanctioning Alaska more than you sanction Iran and Venezuela, and they're terrorist regimes. You know, he didn't know. I don't think he knew what was going on, but it was wrong. In this, by the way, Mr. President, this Central Yukon Management Plan was one of the 70 that we didn't want, that the vast majority of the Native people didn't want. Certainly that the Native Corporation Doyon, most of their land, they didn't want it. So, Mr. President, what we need to do instead, as opposed to locking up Alaska, as I said to President Biden, it's not good for Alaska, sir, but it's also not good for America, is we need to do this. Unleash Alaska's extraordinary resource potential. And by the way, thank you, President Trump. This is a day one executive order, one of the first executive order President Trump issued when he came into office in January and said, we're not going to lock up Alaska, we're going to unleash it. So, in his executive order, we also have essentially getting rid of this Central Yukon Management Plan from the Biden administration. So thank you, Mr. President. Now my colleagues, I'm asking all of them, and I'm particularly asking my Democratic colleagues, because I want you guys to show that you're not so anti-Alaska. The Democratic Party at the national level has become the anti-Alaska party, an anti-Alaska Native party. So many things that we care about in my state, in the interest of the Native people, all my colleagues on the other side of the aisle make it a point to try to crush us in our opportunity and cancel Native voices. Yes, Indigenous voices. You're always working to cancel them. Here's your opportunity, Democrat colleagues, to vote yes on this CRA. Listen to me and Senator Murkowski, the people who represent the people in the great state of Alaska. Listen to President Trump. So that's what we want. And I'm going to just mention one final thing, Mr. President, why this is so important, why I get really animated about this with all my colleagues. A lot of people have seen this chart, but I like showing it because it's a really important issue. This is a chart from the American Medical Association from 1980 to 2014, and it had life expectancy in America, okay? So the places that are blue, darker blue, purple, if you look at the chart, these people are living longer. Purple is 13 years. So in 24 years, certain parts of America, the life expectancy of Americans increased by 13 years. Now, unfortunately, in our great nation, look at the yellow, orange, and red on this chart. That's actually life expectancy decreases. We, of course, nobody wants that. A lot of that was the opioid epidemic and things. But guess which state had the greatest increase in life expectancy of any place in America from 1980 to 2014? According to the American Medical Association, Alaska, especially the North Slope region, interior Alaska, Aleutian Island area, southeast Alaska. So what happened 1980 to 2014 in that part of Alaska? I'll tell you what happened. Responsible resource development happened. And people started living longer. They got jobs. They got water and sewer, flush toilets, gymnasiums, health clinics, things that the lower 48 just takes for granted that we didn't have in a lot of our state because we had responsible resource development, mining, oil and gas on the North Slope, fishing out on the Aleutian Island chains, all because of laws that we made here in the Congress. The people of Alaska, particularly the Native people, started living longer. Living longer. I've asked my colleagues, I've used this chart a lot, give me an indicator of policy success more important than the people you represent are living longer. There isn't one. That's the most important. The people you represent are living longer. Why? Because of responsible resource development. There's no doubt. Here's the chart. Alaskans are living up to 13 years longer. Now, Native people in my state, unfortunately, started at a real low level, some of the lowest levels of life expectancy, but because we're developing our resources responsibly, my constituents are living longer. So when you have these groups, and you have the Biden administration, and no offense, you have a lot of my Senate Democrat colleagues, try to shut down my state, which they always do, you know what you're doing? You're actually impacting people's lives and how long they live. So, Mr. President, this is really important for me and the people I represent. This is a good opportunity to tell the Biden administration, hey, you're not going to do this. You're not going to do it to Montana. You're not going to do it to North Dakota. And you're certainly not going to do it to Alaska because you're going to negatively impact people's lives. So I really hope my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, and I really hope at least one or two Democrats have the courage to come and say, you know what, Dan, you've been talking about this for 10 years. I agree with you. I'm going to vote to rescind this Biden CRA or this Biden Yukon management plan that nobody wanted to help your state and help America. One more thing, Mr. President. In this part of the state where that Central Yukon management plan is, like I said, 56 million acres, 51 of the 56 critical minerals that our country needs are in this area. You know, I was in an armed services hearing recently, and everybody, including a lot of my Democrat colleagues, like, gosh, we're so reliant on China for critical minerals. What can we do? I can tell you what you can do. Quit shutting down my state. Let us develop critical minerals in Alaska as opposed to relying on them from China. So that's another reason this is important for national security of our country. And with that, I ask all my colleagues to support this CRA, and I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
Senator from Mississippi.
I ask unanimous consent that at a time to be determined by the majority leader in consultation with the Democratic leader, and notwithstanding Rule 22, it be in order to call up the following amendments to Calendar 115 S 2296. Paul, number 3761. Cruz, number 3274. Scott of Florida, number 3535. Marshall, number 3213. Moran, number 3814. Curtis, number 3697. Lee Duckworth, number 3288. Cotton Gillibrand, number 3759. Cornyn Cortez Masto, number 3926. Haggerty Peters, number 3841. Schumer, number 3109. Van Hollen, number 3872. Duckworth, number 3210. Warnock, number 3010. Kane, number 3337. Sanders, number 3853. Merkley, number 3927. Further, that with respect to the amendments listed above, at a time to be determined by the majority leader in consultation with the Democratic leader, the Senate vote on the amendments in the order listed, with no further amendments or motions in order, and with 60 affirmative votes required for adoption, and that there be 2 minutes equally divided prior to each vote. Further, that upon disposition of the Merkley Amendment 3927, the following amendments be called up and made pending en bloc, and that they be the only remaining amendments in order to S 2296. Scott of South Carolina, 3340. Hassan, 2928. Grassley, 3355. Warnock, 2952. McCormick, 3376. Ossoff, 2971. Cornyn, 3405. Kane, 3039. Capito, 3435. Gallego, 3136. Langford, 3439. Duckworth, 3156. Blackburn, 3489. Shaheen, 3351. Kennedy, 3703. Booker, 3530. Daines, 3732. Slotkin, 3557. Ricketts, 3788. Peters, 3570. Hawley, 3799. Hickenlooper, 3601. Rounds, 3810. Coons, 3712. Tillis, 3811. Cortez Masto, 3724. Moran, 3813. Klobuchar, 3751. Grassley, 3823. Klobuchar, 3818. Kennedy, 3702. Durbin, 3825, Fisher, 3842, Padilla, 3834, Cruz, 3890, Hirono, 2979, Grassley, Durbin, 3272, Cruz, Cantwell, 3742, Scott of South Carolina, Warren, 3901, Rish Shaheen, 3819, Graham, 3899, Sullivan, Whitehouse, 3888, Collins, 3880, Hirono, 3015, Peters, 3753, Shaheen Rish, 3826, Coons, 3728, Gallego, 3928. That the Senate vote on the amendments en bloc, that upon disposition of the amendments, the pending Thune amendments and motions be withdrawn. The Ernst Amendment 3427 be agreed to. The Wicker-Reed substitute amendment 3748 as modified and as amended be agreed to. The bill as amended be considered read a third time, and that the Senate vote on passage of the bill as amended with 60 affirmative votes required for passage, and if passed, the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there objection? Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. President,
Senator from Mississippi.
on behalf of the leader, I ask unanimous consent that it be in order for the two leaders to enter motions to reconsider without being on the prevailing side with respect to the cloture votes on the motion to proceed to S 2882 and HR 5371.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President.
The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close the debate on the motion to proceed to counter number 167 S2882, a bill making continuing appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2026, and for other purposes, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debated on the motion to proceed to S2882, a bill making continuing appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2026, and for other purposes, shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Deans, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Ms. Cortez Masto. Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Cantwell, Cortez Masto, Kane, Kelly, Merkley, Padilla, Reed, and Shaheen. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Capito, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kennedy, Sheehy, Sullivan, and Wicker. Mr. Ricketts, no. Mr. Lujan, aye. Mrs. Fisher, no. Ms. Ernst, no. Mrs. Britt, no. Mr. Banks, no. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, no. Ms. Lummis, no. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Wyden, aye. Mr. Haggerty, no. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. McCormick, no. Mr. Marino, no. Mr. Justice, no. Mr. Langford, no. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Marshall, no. Mr. Daines, no. Mr. Rounds, no. Mr. Kramer, no. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Crapo, no. Mr. Booker. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schatz, aye. Ms. Hassan. Ms. Hassan, aye. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Paul. Mr. Paul, no. Ms. Klobuchar. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Hoven, Mr. Hoven, no. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, no. Mr. Tillis, no. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Young, no. Mrs. Blackburn, no. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. Graham, no. Mr. Bozeman, no. Ms. Slotkin, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mr. Husted, no. Mr. Moran, Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Budd, no. Mrs. Moody, no. Mr. Mullen, no. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. McConnell, no. Mrs. Murray, aye. Ms. Warren, aye. Mr. Gallego, aye. Ms. Rosen, aye. Ms. Alsobrooks, aye. Mr. Schiff, aye. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Peters, aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Kim, aye. Mr. Curtis, Mr. Curtis, no. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Welch, aye. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Ms. Smith, aye. Mr. Tuberville, no.
On the vote, the yeas are 47, the nays are 50. 3/5 of the Senate duly chosen and sworn not having voted in the affirmative, this motion is not agreed to. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the motion to proceed to Calendar 168, H.R. 5371, an act making continuing appropriations and extensions for fiscal year 2026 and for other purposes, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the motion to proceed to H.R. 5371, an act making continuing appropriations and extensions for fiscal year 2026 and for other purposes, shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Mr. McCormick? Blackburn? Gotcha. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Yeah. Thank you. Ms. Blunt-Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Ms. Collins. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. I got you. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Thanks. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justice. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McCormick. Mr. Merkley. Mrs. Moody. Mr. Moran. Mr. Marino. Mr. Mullen. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Mr. Reed. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Risch. Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Schatz. good idea? Thank you. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Sheehy. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Smith. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warnock. Ms. Warren. Mr. Welch. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Curtis, Daines, Graham, Haggerty, Hawley, Husted, King, Lankford, Lee, Marshall, McCormick, Marino, Mullen, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Scott of South Carolina, and Tillis. Senators voting in the negative: Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Hassan, Heinrich, Kane, Kim, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Paul, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Smith, Warner, Welch, and Whitehouse. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Booker, no. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Schumer, no. Good. Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Padilla, no. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Wyden, no. Ms. Serrano, no. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Gallego, no. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Ms. Baldwin, no. Ms. Warren, no. Ms. Alsobrooks, no. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Markey? No. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Schiff? No. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Kelly? No. Ms. Slotkin? No. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mrs. Moody, aye. Ms. Lummis, aye. Is that it for you guys? That's fine. Fine. Thank you.
I can tell you it's been different each time. I've had the other night we did not.
On this vote, the yeas are 54, the nays are 45, 3/5 of the Senate duly chosen and sworn, having not voted in the affirmative, means the motion is not agreed to.
Mr. President.
The Leader.
Mr. President, I enter a motion to reconsider.
The motion is entered.
Mr. President.
The Minority Leader.
I enter a motion to reconsider the failed cloture vote on the motion to proceed to calendar 167-2882.
The motion is entered.
Mr. President, I suggest the absence of quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Mr. President?
Senator from Alaska is recognized.
Mr. President, I move to vitiate the quorum call.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to HJ Res 106.
The question is on the motion.
As for the yeas and nays,
Is there a sufficient second? It appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto.
Yes.
Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Badia,
Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Blackburn, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cornyn, Cotton, Crapo, Daines, Ernst, Graham, Haggerty, Hoeven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Kennedy, Lee, Marshall, Moran, Marino, Mullen, Ricketts, Rounds, Schmidt, Sullivan, and Young. Senators voting in the negative: Alsobrooks, Booker, Cantwell, Durbin, Fetterman, Hassan, Hirono, Kelly, Kim, Murray, Padilla, Rosen, Schatz, Schiff, Schumer, Smith, Warner, Warnock, Warren, and Wyden. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Ms. Blunt-Rochester, no. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Lujan, no. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Langford, aye. Mrs. Moody, aye. Ms. Baldwin, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Kramer, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Grassley, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Barrasso, aye.
And I agreed to go in with it.
Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Coons, no. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. King, no. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Ossoff, No. Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sanders, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Kane, no. Ms. Klobuchar, Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Gallego, Mr. Gallego, no. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Reed, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 50, the nays are 47. The vote is agreed to. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report.
HJ Res 106, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 and so forth.
Mr. President.
Recognize the senator from Kansas.
Thank you, Mr. President. We're now 9 days into the government shutdown, and the disruption of the shutdown is being felt by many Americans, and particularly in what I want to talk about is the many Americans who are traveling or working in the aviation industry. Government shutdowns are detrimental to some of our most basic functions of government, and our already fragile air traffic control system is facing strain from this occurrence. We're reminded how fragile our air system is by the facts of what occurred on January the 29th, when a flight from Kansas to Washington, D.C. claimed 67 lives. Mr. President, I ask for order. Thank you, Mr. President. We're reminded how fragile our air system is, how fragile our air safety system is, by what happened on January the 29th when a flight from Wichita, Kansas did not land safely at Washington Reagan, and it claimed the lives of 67 people. Over the time that I've been in Congress, we've had a number of shutdowns, and in many instances, even Kansans told me, shut her down, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter to me. I've never found the value in a government shutdown. That accident that I just mentioned forced Congress and our nation to reckon with an issue that's plagued us for decades. Why have we not effectively modernized our airspace system? Since that crash, steps have been taken to train more controllers and enhance the aviation system, including $12.5 billion investment in modernizing our airspace. But those efforts become much more difficult while Congress fails to keep government operating, and the shutdown is in place. The Wall Street Journal just this week aptly summed up the current crisis, stating, we quote, have a system under pressure and now just another 100 pounds of weight on it. The failure to pass a continuing resolution is slowing, and it's slowly crushing our aviation system. Our system is too fragile and the stakes are too high for us to continue operating the national aviation system in the manner we are doing so. We will reach a breaking point, and this could result in the closing of our airspace or portions of it. The consequences of the shutdown on our aviation system aren't isolated to major cities and large airports. The viability of the Essential Air Service program is also now put at risk. This program incentivizes airlines to provide commercial flights to rural communities that normally wouldn't be able to attract business from major airlines on their own. In Kansas, there are 5 such airports who use this program to provide flights to their communities. These flights allow my constituents to fly to larger cities for business, to see the family, to make doctor's appointments, and so many other things. Several of these airports have seen and continue to see record levels of passenger growth. All these factors are chipping away at the sustainability and safety of our nation's aviation system. In the previous Congress, I introduced the Aviation Funding Stability Act, which allows the FAA to draw from Airport and Airway Trust Fund to make certain that critical operations can continue when there's an appropriation lapse. In March of this year, I reintroduced this bill as we face this threat of a shutdown. And this legislation is still important. But the fact is, the only real solution here is to pass the continuing resolution. We set out earlier this year in a bipartisan manner to transform our aviation system and to make it safer for everyone, but that work is now significantly hindered without an open and functioning government. The Senate Appropriations Subcommittee, on which I'm a member, the Transportation, Housing, and Urban Development Subcommittee, has done its job. I join my colleagues in advancing the FY 2026 funding bill for the Department of Transportation, but including all the aviation matters at the FAA and otherwise. We did that in July. It included more than $22 billion for the FAA, the Federal Aviation Administration, with $5 billion for the FAA's Facilities and Equipment account, critically funding modernizing outdated equipment in our national airspace. This legislation also included funding to hire 2,500 air traffic controllers to close the gap in our workforce. Every day we remain in a shutdown, the air traffic controller shortage gets worse and the strain on the aviation system intensifies. Our system has a breaking point, and I hope that this dysfunction that we are undergoing, I hope it stops before we see dramatic and damaging consequences. Mr. President, my point is that the continuing resolution is standing in the way of the appropriations process. We have a majority leader who is willing to bring appropriation bills to the floor. They deserve the Senate consideration of those appropriation bills. The challenge we faced was getting them done by the end of the fiscal year, and therefore we put in place a continuing resolution till a date in later November. This is a straightforward continuing resolution to give us the time to complete the appropriations process, including the money for the Transportation Department and the safety components that are included therein. My second point is that a continuing resolution is necessary to avoid a shutdown. And that point is that the shutdown is damaging it to us in many ways, to our nation. It's broadly damaging to us because it allows those who are our critics, those who are adversaries, to realize that we're not as capable of functioning as we should be. And even our allies wonder what's going on in the United States. The point I want to make, there are consequences to the position we are allowed ourselves to get in, and it affects the safety of Americans every day. And having experienced the loss of life from the flight on January 29th from Wichita, Kansas to Washington, D.C., we should be doing everything we can to make certain that our air traffic system and the necessary components are in place to make sure that the traveling American citizens and the citizens of the world who use our airline system have a safe and secure flight when they board a plane in the United States. And the silliness of where we are today is impeding our ability to make that true. I don't know when a shutdown makes sense, but the consequences of this one, a short-term clean CR for a few more weeks to complete our appropriation works, a shutdown makes absolutely no sense for the benefit of America. I urge my Democratic colleagues to act now to pass this short-term continuing resolution so we can alleviate the pressures on our aviation system, return to doing our jobs and appropriating government funding, and provide much-needed certainty and stability for our nation. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Recognize the senator from Washington State.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we are just over a week into Republicans' shutdown and just over 3 weeks from open enrollment, when massive premium hikes become a stone-cold reality for our families. And yet Republican leaders refuse to sit down and talk with us about addressing both of those challenges. President Trump and Russ Vought are just gleefully plotting how we can make this shutdown as painful as possible. House Republicans are not even here for the third week in a row, and Leader Thune has refused to do anything other than vote on the same failed partisan CR over and over and over. The clock is ticking. Republicans would rather sit on their hands than sit down at the table. When we asked to talk about health care, the only word that the Republican leader seems to know is later. Excuse me, but why shouldn't we address this challenge any earlier? The Republican leader bent over backwards to shovel new tax cuts at billionaires earlier this year. He did not tell CEOs to wait when it came to Republican tax breaks that expire at the end of this year. Why is he telling families now to wait, when rates are being set now, when price announcements will be in the mail any day now, and when open enrollment is right around the corner? Why do Republicans want to wait until higher rates are locked in and families are priced out of health care? We have to tackle this before those rates are locked. I have been warning for months about what this will mean for Washington State and for our country. Maybe the Republican leader needs to hear about what this means for his constituents. In South Dakota, there are 50,000 people who rely on the health care tax credits to get their health coverage. On average, those South Dakota families will see their premiums more than triple if Republicans refuse to save the tax credits. These are hardworking families, including many farmers. And that's not just a challenge in South Dakota. Over a quarter of farmers in our country are covered through those exchanges. Do any of my colleagues think we should do nothing while farmers lose their health care? Do any of my colleagues want to stand by while families across the country see their premiums double? You know, we have common ground here, but that doesn't do any good when Republicans outright refuse, to come to the table and negotiate. It doesn't do a lot of good when House Republicans are out on vacation for the third week in a row. You know, this clock has been ticking all year long, and the time to avoid those massive premiums is just about up. There is no waiting, there is no later. You can either start talking with us now to reopen the government and act to stop premium hikes before the open enrollment, or you can talk to your constituents about why you decided to sit on your hands and do diddly squat as their premiums went through the roof. The choice is yours. Democrats are here. We are still at the table. We have always been here. We have never left, and we are ready today, to work out a serious deal to address the health care crisis and reopen the government. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alston-Brooks.
President.
Recognize the senator from Hawaii.
Mr. President, right now Republicans control.
We're in a quorum call.
Pardon, we're in a quorum
Quorum
call. I ask unanimous consent to vitiate the quorum call.
Without objection.
Okay. Mr. President, right now Republicans control the White House, the House, and the Senate. In other words, Republicans control the federal government. Since day one of the Trump regime, they have used that control to sow chaos and attack programs and services that the American people rely upon. Here are but two examples. Earlier this year, Trump tried to shut down Social Security offices across the country, making it much harder for recipients of Social Security benefits to call Social Security, find out the information they needed, and to access their benefits. So Social Security reversed course on this, I call it lame brain idea, to close some of the offices when they responded to the huge hue and cry from people who said that that is not something that should be happening to the Social Security recipients. Another example, this regime slashed the Department of Education, firing more than half of the federal education department's staff as part of an all-out assault on the federal support for public education in our country. Now, if President Trump had his way, he would just get rid of the Federal Department of Education altogether, but since only Congress can do that, they did things like firing half of the staff. So now they're coming after programs millions of Americans rely on for their health care. Republicans created this health care crisis when they passed their big, ugly bill, which guts Medicare, Medicaid, SNAP, among other programs. At the same time, Donald Trump zeroed out funding for research into diseases such as cancer. And when you're talking about research on children's cancer, you know, to cut out funding for that kind of research is more than mean. So he also cut out funding for research in diabetes and Alzheimer's. So halting studies that could unlock major breakthroughs and literally save lives. Unsurprisingly, the majorities of Americans oppose what this regime is doing regarding health care. So Republicans know their position is indefensible, which is why they're resorting to lies and excuses, lies that get more desperate by the day. They're lying because they don't want the American people to know the truth. And what is that truth? The truth is that Republicans are happy to make permanent massive tax cuts for billionaires in their big, ugly bill, but refused to make permanent tax credits hardworking families rely on to get their health care. Misplaced priorities are nothing new for Republicans. I was in the House when we passed the Affordable Care Act, the ACA, which expanded health care to more than 20 million Americans who up to that point did not even have health care. I was also here in the Senate as Republicans tried over and over again to repeal the ACA and kick those millions of Americans off their health care. It's rich that these same Republicans who crusaded for years to get rid of the ACA now stand before the American people talking about how much they care about their health care. Why should the American people believe these lies as they are, even as we speak, getting notices of the huge increases in their health care costs? American people don't believe the Republican lies. They see right through them. So meanwhile, the Republicans, unwilling to do what the American people want, now claim that, well, expanding these credits isn't urgent, that we can do this a few months from now. We don't have to do it now. There is no sense of urgency. Another lie. Mr. President, time is of the essence. Open enrollment under the ACA starts in just a few weeks, and because of Republicans' refusal to act, I repeat, people across the country are getting notices saying, here's what your ACA premiums are going to cost you. And the figures are astounding. Without an extension of these credits, average out-of-pocket premium costs for a family of 4 in Hawaii are expected to increase from $10,000 to more than $16,000 a year, an increase of more than $6,000 or $500 a month. Well, maybe in Trump's world, $500 isn't much, but to everybody else, that is a lot. You know, billionaires may not care that millions of people in our country are getting these notices about their increase in health care, but the rest of us do. And for so many families, these huge increases could well break the bank. Let's face it, this is not a red state or blue state issue. Hardworking Americans in every state across the country rely on the ACA for health care coverage. And they're all about to see their costs skyrocket. In Speaker Johnson's home state of Louisiana, where nearly 300,000 people, his constituents, get their health care through the ACA, a family of 4 in Louisiana can expect to see their premiums increase by more than $9,000 a year. In South Dakota, Senate Leader Thune's home state, out-of-pocket costs for a family of 4 will increase by more than $13,000 a year. Think about that. Without action, Leader Thune's constituents will be paying $13,000 more than last year for the very same coverage and same benefits. Nationwide, it is estimated that healthcare premiums will more than double for hardworking families. Make no mistake, plenty of families won't be able to afford these significant hikes and will be forced to go without healthcare, all because Republicans refuse to act. Working families are awakening to this healthcare crisis because, and I repeat, they are getting their increased notices even as we speak. And they know who's responsible. It's the Republicans with their big, ugly bill. Mr. President, Trump returned to office promising to lower costs on day one. Yet another lie. Not happening. More than 250 days later, Americans are facing the fallout from this regime's reckless economic policies, including the disastrous tariffs that are decimating small businesses. So instead of actually doing anything to lower costs for our hardworking families, the Republicans have shut down the government because they really don't care that families have to pay so much more for health care, and many of them, millions of them, are going to drop health care because they will not be able to afford these increases. So under the Trump regime, Americans are poor because notice that costs are not going down, and they are about to get sicker when they no longer can afford the health care that was provided through the ACA tax credits. Democrats, on the other hand, know that the health and welfare and well-being of the American people are worth fighting for, that keeping the government running shouldn't come at the cost of Americans' health care. I mean, talk about what I would call a completely stupid choice. It's not even a choice. We should keep government running, but if the Republicans are so intent on giving permanent tax breaks to the billionaires, they should give the permanent tax credits to the millions of Americans who need and deserve this health care. So frankly, Republicans can end the government shutdown today if they agree to restore health care to the American people. And until then, Democrats are going to keep fighting to protect Americans' health care, reopen the government, and hold this regime accountable for the harm that they are inflicting on this country every single day. Mr. President, I yield back.
The senator from Illinois.
Mr. President, one of the proudest moments of my life was the first time I ever laced up my boots, put on my uniform, and raised my right hand to swear my oath to the Constitution as a member of the Illinois Army National Guard. And I cherished every day that I got to wake up and call myself a soldier. And it's because I love our military so deeply that I refuse to let a 5-time draft-dodging coward abuse it for his own personal gain. At Quantico last week, Trump told our top military leaders that he wants American service members to train against the same citizens they swear an oath to protect. Last month, he essentially declared war on Chicago, one of the largest cities in the country that he leads, with a meme from a Vietnam War movie about the loss of humanity when military action is unchecked by ethics or the laws of war. And this week, he made good on his threats, forcing hundreds of National Guardsmen into our city against the will of the people of Illinois or its legally elected representatives. For months, Trump has fabricated claims of chaos and crime on American streets to justify false claims that there is a need to deploy troops into our cities against local officials' wishes. First to LA, then DC, and he isn't stopping there. He's also attempting to deploy troops to Portland, though a federal judge he appointed blocked his efforts there twice because in his own handpicked appointee's words, Trump's claims about why they are needed were untethered to facts. Another way to put that is that he is lying. In the last few weeks in Chicago, we've seen Trump's agents detain innocent Americans, deny citizens their right to legal representation, point weapons at civilians, zip-tie children, arrest elected officials, ransack apartment buildings, injure journalists, and shoot a priest in the head with pepper balls for the so-called crime of peacefully praying for nonviolence. They've even shot 2 people, leaving one, a father of 2 young children, dead, making dubious and unsubstantiated claims in their attempt to justify their use of lethal force. It's obvious what Trump is doing. He's targeting and punishing the cities who dare push back against his abuse of power. And while he's currently targeting blue cities with his lies, if these deployments are not stopped, there will be nothing to stop him or any future president from doing this to anyone, anywhere, for any made-up reason that is also untethered to reality. So let's be clear. Ordering our troops to intimidate Americans in their own communities doesn't make our nation safer. Policing Americans in their own communities is not the National Guard's job. They can't make arrests, and they're not adequately trained to carry out police duties in urban environments. These deployments are yet another Trump move straight out of the Authoritarian 101 textbook. They further jeopardize civil rights while distracting our troops from executing their core mission of keeping Americans safe from the real adversaries who wish us harm. We know that Trump's actions are not about law and order, because if he cared about law and order, he wouldn't gleefully refuse to coordinate with state and local officials. He wouldn't have literally defunded our police by freezing and slashing federal dollars that help hire, train, and equip law enforcement. He wouldn't be diverting federal resources and agents away from operations that investigate drug cartels and gun traffickers, from missions that identify and disrupt foreign terrorist plots, and from actions that protect our families from cyber attacks to do it. But he is. And instead of supporting and expanding proven violence crime prevention strategies, he's wasting millions of taxpayer dollars to terrorize law-abiding citizens who are exercising their First Amendment rights. Trump is taking our troops away from their missions just to do his personal bidding, forcing them to confront peacefully protesting Americans instead of using their time preparing to protect our nation in case of future conflicts with America's adversaries around the world. Our troops didn't sign up for this. They signed up to defend Americans' rights to free speech, not to intimidate Americans from exercising that right. Our troops were willing to die to defend this country, not to defend one man's ego. Los Angeles did not ask for this. Washington, D.C. did not ask for this. Portland did not ask for this. Chicago did not ask for this. Our service members do not deserve this. I'm relieved to announce that just moments ago, I secured a Senate hearing in the coming weeks with witnesses from the Trump administration where I will ask tough questions and demand answers on these unjustifiable actions. Because I refuse to stay silent as our military and our service members' sacrifices are disrespected and abused by a man who was never brave enough to serve himself. I cannot let him keep giving our troops the middle finger while eroding the hard-won trust and confidence they've earned from the American public over generations of military service. These days, I may no longer be wearing my Army uniform, but it still hangs proudly in my Senate office. And now I spend a lot of my time seated on the Senate floor rather than beneath my Blackhawks main rotors. But my core mission is still the same as when I was in the National Guard, to keep America as strong and as safe as she should be, if only Donald Trump cared about doing the same. With that, I yield the floor and recognize my colleague, the senior senator from the great state of Illinois.
Mr. President,
Democrat Whip.
I want to thank my colleague from Illinois, Senator Duckworth, for inviting me to join her on the floor to discuss what's happening in our state. And before I do, I want to make sure it is well known for those who are following this debate to explain how she became my Senate colleague. There was a day some 20 years ago when I was given 2 tickets to the presidential State of the Union address. And my staff asked me if there was any particular guest I'd like to invite. I said, no, why don't you call out to Walter Reed Military Hospital and see if there's an Illinois veteran who can come and join us. They told me shortly after that they'd found someone who was coming. I didn't know that person. Her name was Tammy Duckworth. She was in full dress uniform when she came into my office. It had been merely a few weeks since her helicopter had been shot down over Iraq, and she had gone through some terrible surgeries and recovery. But she came into my office with a large smile on her face and her husband, Brian, pushing her wheelchair. That was how we met. She was my guest at the State of the Union address. We became friends. I became the ombudsman for Walter Reed. She had soldiers calling me from all over the United States asking for help, and I didn't regret it one bit. It was an honor to do it. So I worked up the courage to ask her if she would consider running for Congress, and she said to me, I'd have to talk it over with Brian. And I thought, I've got a live one here. She sounds like she's interested, and she was. Her first try for office was not successful for Congress, but she later became head of the Veterans Administration for the state of Illinois, and then ran successfully to serve with me in Congress as a member of the House. When there was a vacancy available for the U.S. Senate seat, I not only encouraged her, but endorsed her and did everything I could to help. I'm honored to have her as my colleague. She's an extraordinary person, has more bravery than any 10 people I know. And she has shown her devotion to this country by serving in the Guard for over 20 years, 23 years? 23 years in the Guard. So when it comes to issues involving the Guard, there's no better expert who's ever served in the United States Senate. Illinois is lucky, America's lucky to have Tammy Duckworth, and I'm lucky to be able to join her today. We're proud of our heritage in the state of Illinois. We call it the land of Lincoln, and I recall an incident that's worth repeating. In 1858, Abraham Lincoln gave a speech in Edwardsville, Illinois. That's downstate near St. Louis. In this speech, he asked, quote, "What constitutes the bulwark of our liberty and independence?" Lincoln emphasized that it was not America's army or the power of our weapons. The founder of the Republican Party, Abraham Lincoln, said that it is, quote, "the preservation of the spirit which prizes liberty as the heritage of all men in all lands everywhere." This is what is responsible for the maintenance of our freedoms. How the Republican Party has changed from those early days. Yesterday, President Trump deployed 500 National Guard troops to our state of Illinois. The president ignored the pleas from elected officials across Illinois that these deployments were unnecessary, unwanted, and a dangerous escalation of a situation the president himself has created. Leaders of the Chamber of Commerce and businesses in our state held a press conference and begged the president, don't send in the troops. You're peddling a message which is not true. It is not unsafe in Illinois. People there are proud to be part of that state. We know we're not perfect. Like every other place, we can be better and safer. But the use of Guard troops from Illinois or even from Texas is totally unnecessary and creates the wrong impression. That message was clear from the business leaders in my state, but President Donald Trump didn't care what they had to say. He wanted to deploy our nation's military to Illinois to spread fear and sow chaos. And in both those efforts, sad to say, he's succeeding. The president has no legal basis for deploying federal troops to Illinois against the wishes of the Illinois governor. There is no rebellion or insurrection happening in our state. Americans have the right under the First Amendment to protest this administration's cruel and misguided immigration policy. There is no room for violence whatsoever in this exchange of information and points of view, but it is part of our constitutional guarantee. And there is no argument, as some of my colleagues claimed during our Judiciary Committee markup meeting this morning, that this is anything like the civil rights era of uses of National Guard by multiple presidents to enforce desegregation laws when segregationist governors in the South were defying federal law and court orders. President Dwight David Eisenhower, a general himself, federalized the Arkansas National Guard after the governor outright refused to comply with the law and was preventing the Little Rock Nine from entering previously all-white Central High School, following the Supreme Court's ruling in Brown versus Board of Education. There is no argument, no evidence whatsoever that the governor of Illinois is disobeying any federal law or court order. There is no historical analogy between the situation in the 1970s, 60s rather, and the situation in Illinois today. In fact, the current administration has sued Illinois to attempt to commandeer state law and force Illinois to implement this administration's immigration policies. Courts have repeatedly found that Illinois does not have a responsibility to implement federal immigration laws. There is no statute or provision of the Constitution that allows the president to use the National Guard as props in his political theater or to suppress constitutionally protected dissent against his inhumane immigration crackdown. In addition, the Trump administration has recklessly surged hundreds of federal law enforcement officers who are employing increasingly aggressive tactics against immigrants and their families and those suspected of being immigrants. They have said quite boldly, we are looking for people who look like they're subject to our jurisdiction. They have pulled FBI, DEA, and ATF agents from their assignments to carry out the president's immigration agenda, taking them away from their mission to combat crimes like terrorism, gun violence, human trafficking, and drug smuggling. How does this make America safer? We all know the litany that Donald Trump has repeated over and over again at political rallies and meetings since he was reelected as president. He is trying to stop murderers, rapists, terrorists, criminally insane people, and sexual predators from coming into this country. Look what's happening with this mass deportation effort that he's authored. Over 70% of those who have been detained by ICE so far, over 70%, have no criminal record whatsoever, none whatsoever. This is not about stopping crime. This is about going after immigrants. If the Trump administration truly wanted to help my city of Chicago and our state of Illinois, it wouldn't defy Illinois elected leaders. It would work with us. It would restore the millions of dollars it suspended in crime prevention and public safety grants. How can this president say with a straight face that he wants to reduce crime in our state and cut back the very programs that law enforcement counts on to train and be prepared and be effective in the field in reducing crime? He's chosen to put boots and guns on our street and to call in the military from Texas. At the end of the day, these deployments are about President Trump and Stephen Miller's personal agenda to send troops primarily into blue cities and to deport immigrants without any criminal history at the expense of national security and public safety. Nearly a quarter of all FBI agents, a quarter of them, 1 out of 4, are now focused on immigration. How can this possibly make America safer? And the tactics that are being used by ICE and others in support of the president's mission are outrageous. On Tuesday, September 30th, there was a raid in the middle of the night on an apartment house in South Shore in the city of Chicago. 300 ICE agents flew in Black Hawk helicopters and rappelled down to the roof of an apartment building. It was a scene made for the movies, and that's exactly what it was. They ransacked the apartments of the people living there, crashed down their doors and pulled them out of bed, lined them up in the street. They bound the children with ties, plastic ties like handcuffs, and they decided to make it all a movie production for television and video. It was supposedly to stop drug activities by gangs. No evidence whatsoever has been produced to that. It was a horrible scene. I'm sure these children will never forget as long as they live. Being pulled out of bed in the middle of the night and watching your parents being interrogated, arrested, and detained. That is the idea of this administration of enforcing the law. It just goes too far. Steve Miller, the president's domestic advisor, is the architect of this travesty. For any of you who think that these deployments may not affect you, it's just Illinois' problem, you're wrong. The very act undermines our Constitution and the belief in liberty above all. As President Lincoln warned us in that same speech in Edwardsville, destroy this spirit of liberty and you planted the seeds of despotism at your own doors. While the Guard is in Illinois now, it could be in your state next. It could be your family taken from their homes and their beds in the middle of the night in an indiscriminate raid. Does it sound preposterous? 2200 South Shore apartment building people can tell you it's not preposterous. It's actually what happened. They have tear gas and guns pointed at you for speaking out. Congress must act and speak out against this increasingly authoritarian administration. We are a co-equal branch of government, and it's time we acted like one. I implore my Republican colleagues, I know their loyalty to President Trump, but I implore them to join Senator Duckworth and myself and describe these deployments for what they are: an illegal, immoral power grab by a president determined to consolidate his power and stifle any dissent. If we here in this Senate chamber, fortunate enough to represent the people of this country, will not stand up, then who will? Mr. President, once again, I want to thank my colleague, Senator Duckworth, for calling us down to the Senate floor to raise this issue. She and I are hoping that if the Senate schedule allows, we'll be able to get back to Illinois this weekend and have an opportunity to learn even more about this grave situation. In the meantime, I ask people involved to show courage, to understand that the odds are against them, and the people who are trying to harass them are well armed and can be very serious in what they do. But America's values will prevail over this president and over this situation. And my state of Illinois will return to a situation where it's not being invaded by the Guard of other states. Incidentally, let me close by saying this. I have no animus against the members of the Guard, either in Illinois or in Texas. They are good men and women who put their hands in the air and swore an oath to our Constitution and to serve our country. They are in a situation where they are being used, unfortunately, for a bad circumstance for this president. But we need them, and I continue to look forward to working with them in the future. I yield the floor.
President.
Senator from Connecticut.
Mr. President, last year I was privileged to lead a bipartisan delegation of 20 of our colleagues to Normandy, celebrating the 80th anniversary of the historic landing there, where American boys, and they were boys, 17 and 18 years old, stormed the beaches of France to liberate Europe. It was one of the most moving experiences of my lifetime, and I believe the presiding officer was there. We were part of a bipartisan group, evenly divided, 10 Republicans and 10 Democrats. And what we heard and saw, I think, will stay with us for a lifetime, particularly from the veterans who remembered that day. They're in their 100-year-old ages of their lives. And after speaking to them, we heard speeches from the President of the United States, of France, leaders of Europe, but what stuck with me was what I heard from the veterans, and one of them said to me, "This was our moment. This was our moment." We walked through the American cemetery, those silent rows of white grave markers, down to the beach, Omaha Beach, where I thought of those 18 and 20-year-old boys jumping out of landing craft with 80 pounds on their backs into 8 feet of water under a hail of machine gun bullets and mortar fire, onto a beach 3 football fields long. 3 football fields long, without any cover. There are no trees, there are no dunes, and the hail of gunfire and mortars kept coming. I think 90% died in the first wave, maybe 80% in the second. They kept going. A third and a fourth wave, storming the cliffs, taking back Europe, and saving democracy. And I kept thinking as I walked on that bleak beach, windswept, waves crashing, that was our moment. I kept thinking about the veteran who said that to me. It was an American moment. And our reason for going to Normandy was to honor those young men who saved democracy. Mr. President, this is our moment. This is our moment to save democracy. I know it sounds like an exaggeration to say that our democracy is now under attack, but it is from adversaries and enemies abroad, China, Russia, Iran, North Korea. But we also have to make sure that we safeguard our liberties at home against attack and efforts to undermine them, even if some may feel they are well-meaning. And one of them, and only one of them, is the illegal and unconstitutional use of our military and the deployment of National Guard into American cities to do what local law enforcement, our police, and others, state and local law enforcement, are supposed to do under our scheme of government, where our military protects us from adversaries abroad. And the FBI, the DEA, our state and local police make sure that we are safe at home. For 250 years, the military has defended our great republic without fail. It is the bulwark of our freedom for this nation. It is the hope for millions and millions around the world who yearn for freedom. It is non-political. It remains one of the few institutions the American people still revere. Americans have faith in the military because it is non-political. So what the president is risking by using our military, whether it's the National Guard or active duty Marines or another branch of service, is not only a threat to the individual liberties of people in those cities, but also the credibility and reverence that the American people have for this venerable institution that has protected us from aggression and threats abroad. By pursuing political goals with our young men and women in uniform, he risks recruitment for the military. He risks the respect that our constituents have that enables us to work for full funding and support for our military, embodied by the National Defense Authorization Act that we will consider hopefully just within a few hours. When the Armed Services Committee considers the National Defense Authorization Act, the votes at the end are almost always near unanimous. In fact, in my 15 years on that committee, they have been near unanimous every year, and we vote on it in a timely way to make sure that we show support for this necessary institution. The risk to our military, as well as to our individual rights and liberties, are what prompted me to introduce the Insurrection Act of 2024. We all know that the Insurrection Act has a long history. It was written over 200 years ago in the aftermath of the Whiskey Rebellion and the Battle of Wabash. In those instances, probably not at the tip of the tongue of most of us, the forces of law enforcement were limited and poorly equipped. They were barely existent. Local police, virtually no state had its own police. And so there was a need for potential use of the military in those instances. But even then, use of the military was limited under the original Insurrection Act because Americans feared a permanent standing police doing local law enforcement. I drafted this legislation in an effort to amend that outdated law, which gives the president enormous, unchecked powers to deploy the military to quell domestic rebellion. Now, the lack of defining terms, the absence of real accountability, the vagueness of that statute are the reason why we now need reform. Limits were imposed, but the limits are filled with loopholes, practical gaps that fail to check the president's power. The problems the act was designed to address are no longer commensurate with the dangers it now is creating. I reintroduced this legislation for this Congress, and I thank my colleagues for supporting this effort. The President's actions over the last 8 months demonstrate the need for these urgent reforms and increased congressional oversight. Earlier this week, the President suggested he would invoke the Insurrection Act to deploy more guardsmen in major cities if the courts or governors delayed deployments. So I stand here with my colleagues from Oregon, Illinois, and California, whose constituents are living through this threat. It is now a reality as much as a threat. I warned this body 2 years ago of this reality: unchecked power deployed unconsciously. And I should say that this kind of use of the military poses a tremendous threat to all of our civil liberties, even if we are not from California or Oregon or Illinois. It could happen in Connecticut. And the lack of a factual basis for it is well documented in the district court decision issued by a federal judge days ago, citing the absence of any real need on the ground in real time, with evidence before her court, statements from ICE officers that there was no need. And her findings, which are airtight and persuasive, are the reason why I am here to say the National Guard should not be deployed there. Reliance should be placed on local and state police, and there should be challenges to any deployment in Illinois or California to test whether it is actually needed to preserve order. The National Guard has always been a symbol of hope for communities. We've seen it in Connecticut when disaster has struck, when there are weather catastrophes. The National Guard is in our neighborhoods to help remove downed trees or provide access to homes and to preserve order when local police couldn't do it. But now they are being used to turn the military into the president's personal army. The founders warned of threats to liberty that a standing army would create. It was one of their biggest fears because they had lived through a time when the British had standing army in their neighborhoods, in fact, went into their homes and, without permission, used their homes and shelters and food. Through the years, through great force of effort at times, the military has remained politically independent. It is under the commander-in-chief, but it is non-political. My bill would protect not only American citizens from executive overreach, but also the military from becoming pawns in any kind of political game. This legislation would create checks and balances, limit the scope of these deployments, authorize extensions via joint resolution, and create a judicial review process. These common sense solutions would amend an outdated law that no longer fully serves the interests of this nation. For the sake of our military and the constituents we represent, I hope my colleagues will support this effort, because this use of the military is part of a larger effort to shift the focus of our national defense to policing the homeland rather than protecting us from threats abroad. We need to provide strong, vibrant, vigorous law enforcement and support local and state or federal policing function. And that is why I've been so upset and angry that this administration has cut funding, hundreds of millions of dollars that aid and train local police, that increase their numbers and provide aid for victims. The programs have been decimated in the Department of Justice and Homeland Security. We need to put our money where our mouth is. This administration needs to support our state and local police, not just in rhetoric, but in reality. And the reality is that there must be reform in the Insurrection Act, not just to protect our citizens and our liberties at this moment, this is our moment, but also the well-being and strength of the American military. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor. Suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
President.
Chair recognizes the senator from Oregon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I join my colleagues today in standing up for Americans' basic constitutional rights. Donald Trump has again deployed agents and troops to my... Ask unanimous consent to vacate the quorum call.
Without objection.
Mr. President, Donald Trump has again deployed agents and troops to my hometown of Portland, Oregon, and to other American cities. He announced this authoritarian occupation with orders for federal agents to use, and I quote, full force. Since then, he's deployed federal law enforcement from the Department of Homeland Security, and he's activated 200 Oregon National Guard members over the objection of the governor of Oregon, local leaders in Portland, and local law enforcement. He has tried to deploy an additional 300 troops from California, the National Guard there, and 400 troops from the Texas National Guard, all to my hometown. Colleagues, during this government shutdown, our Guard members will not even be paid for this unnecessary, unwanted deployment. Activating the Oregon National Guard alone is going to cost $10 million and will pull Guard members away from much more important work. If Donald Trump truly wanted to help Oregon or Illinois or California, the money would be better spent cracking down on fentanyl traffickers, ending his tariffs that are gutting small businesses, and holding down health costs. Instead, Donald Trump says U.S. cities like Portland ought to be used as training grounds for the military. I'd say to the Senate, let that one sink in. The President of the United States thinks it's acceptable to use American cities as training grounds for the military. In my view, that's unconscionable. My hometown is a vibrant and peaceful city. It doesn't require any deployment of federal troops or additional federal agents to keep our communities safe. In fact, the federal judge who was appointed by Donald Trump himself has ruled repeatedly against the troop deployment. She said there was no showing that military help is necessary to protect law enforcement or the one federal building for ICE. Portland's police department has said there's no need.
for federal agents in our city as well, and that the administration's deployment of ICE agents is making it actually harder for them to do their jobs and keep our city safe. The notion that my hometown is somehow a war zone in need of saving is a fantasy made up by Donald Trump and far-right trolls. Oregonians have taken to social media to show that my community is really peaceful. You see it in our gardens and our vegetable stands. You see it in musicians playing on the sidewalks. My constituents have long engaged in peaceful First Amendment activity. The governor and the mayor of Portland have the appropriate resources to maintain peace and order in our communities. My view is this Trump unilateral action is an abuse of executive authority. He is clearly hoping that he can incite violence and undermine the constitutional balance of power between the federal government and our states. In addition to the judicial ruling in Oregon last month, a federal judge in California ruled that the Trump administration actually violated black-letter law through the deployment of troops to Los Angeles. His Los Angeles deployment violated the Posse Comitatus Act. That explicitly limits the power of the federal government to use the military for domestic purposes. Unfortunately, Mr. President, none of this is new to my hometown. 5 years ago, Portland experienced the consequences of an unnecessary and outrageous federal deployment under Donald Trump's first presidency. In the summer of 2020, the White House unleashed federal agents on Portland. It was like an occupying army, complete with military-grade equipment and violent tactics that were totally unacceptable on American soil. Federal agents shot at Portland residents, tear-gassed families, drove in unmarked vehicles, and grabbed people off the street without an explanation. Federal agents didn't identify themselves. They didn't wear uniforms. They beat up on those who asked them basic questions about their actions. There is no question in my mind that another deployment by this administration is going to result in similar abuses, similar violations of Americans' constitutional rights. Inciting violence is clearly Donald Trump's intent. And I want to make it clear, as Oregon's senior senator, I'm going to continue doing everything to work with my colleagues to fight back against Trump's federal occupation and show America from coast to coast the beauty and the strength of my hometown. I yield the floor, and I note my partner in the Oregon congressional delegation, Mr. President. He and I have teamed up every step of the way and will continue to do so, and I yield the floor.
Many times to me in my public career, and certainly in my home state. In 1969, 56 years ago, former Chicago Mayor Richard J. Daley proposed extending the red line of the Chicago Transit Authority. And yet still to this day, residents of the far south side of Chicago don't have that transit option, at least not as they should. And transportation can make or break not only employment, but attending school, even making it to a doctor's appointment. For decades, residents of the far south side view this extension as just politicians talking. That changed this past January when the Federal Transit Administration officially obligated $1.9 billion in federal funding for this crucial extension. After waiting over 50 years, it was finally going to be a reality. This project will expand transit access to 100,000 people. It will be an economic boost for the city and create tens of thousands of jobs for working families. However, guess what? Today, a news flash from the Trump administration. We received news that the OMB director, Russell Vought, and the U.S. Department of Transportation have decided to illegally freeze $2 billion in grants for Chicago, including the obligated grant for the extension and risk decades of worth of effort. This is in addition to the $7.5 billion in Department of Energy grants Director Vaught canceled yesterday, including 33 projects totaling almost $700 million in Illinois. So why would this administration decide to target thousands of working families when it comes to their electric bills and when it comes to transportation? Because President Donald Trump wants to punish states like Illinois and the people who live there because they didn't vote for him in the last election. This is petty, it's unfair, it's wrong. These vindictive actions will cost Illinoisans jobs. Many of them will lose their employment, and it's going to raise the cost of electricity across the country. Freezing funds for these projects is a blatant abuse of power by a president and an administration that would rather settle petty personal scores than actually help people. OMB should immediately release any freeze on these funds, and I'll do everything I can with Senator Duckworth to hold this administration accountable for its decisions, which continue to hurt working families. Mr. President, on a separate subject, the upcoming vote on more than 100 nominees is actually what I feared would happen when Senate Republicans violated Senate rules to fast-track nominees. This has opened the door to rushing through more extreme nominees who have one qualification for office. They are blindly loyal to President Trump. That extends to a man named Stanley Woodward, the nominee to be the #3 official at the Department of Justice. Let me make this clear. Mr. Woodward is not even close to qualified. He has never worked at the Justice Department before this administration. What he has done is show his loyalty to Donald Trump by representing Trump associates for their roles in thwarting investigations into the president. As Associate Attorney General, Mr. Woodward would oversee some of DOJ's most critical programs, including the Office of Justice Programs and the Civil Rights Division. As a senior advisor to Attorney General Bondi, Mr. Woodward has already been involved in gutting these offices. The Trump administration has terminated hundreds of millions of dollars in grants administered by the Office of Justice Programs that support state and local law enforcement. The Trump administration also has gutted Civil Rights Division, which is known for years as the crown jewel of the Justice Department. About 70% of the division's attorneys have been forced out, 70%, and many remaining staff have been diverted away from crucial efforts to protect the civil rights of all Americans so long as they sign up for the mass deportation program of the president. Mr. Woodward also overruled antitrust officials to personally negotiate a settlement with lobbyists in DOJ's challenge to Hewlett-Packard's $14 billion acquisition of Juniper Networks. The acquisition resulted in two firms controlling more than 70% of the wireless network market, a market duopoly. Trump administration political appointees in the antitrust division who objected to this settlement, what happened to them? They were forced out of office. One of them said the settlement, quote, corrupt lobbyists with no relevant expertise are perverting actual law enforcement through money, power, relationships, and influence. Stanley Woodward perverted justice and acted inconsistent with the rule of law in this deal. I asked Attorney General Bondi about Mr. Woodward's involvement in this scandal. Crickets, no response, nothing to say. It is wrong to fast-track unqualified and unfit nominees whose only goal is to advance a political agenda at the expense of the American people. Previous Associate Attorney General nominees have received roll call votes on the floor of the Senate and the committee, of course. Take President Biden's nominee for this position, Vanita Gupta. In 2021, Republicans tried to filibuster her nomination in committee and then tried to shut down the committee business before we voted. On the floor, Republicans forced extra procedural votes to slow down her confirmation. Despite my frustration at the time with Republican colleagues for obstructing a highly qualified and experienced nominee to serve as Associate Attorney General, I never sought to short-circuit the constitutional responsibility of members of the Senate of advice and consent. Now, when the shoe is on the other foot, Republicans are intent on taking away yet another core duty of the Senate in deference to President Trump. I hope they remember this moment when they resume their minority positions in the future. I urge my colleagues to vote no on these nominations, and I yield the floor.
Three of the Trump shutdown, and the government remains closed because Donald Trump and Republicans insist on raising Americans' health care premiums and kicking millions off their insurance, sending premiums skyrocketing as Republicans insist, is fundamentally unsustainable. The American people overwhelmingly support affordable health care. 70% of Americans support extending the ACA premium tax credit, according to a poll released yesterday by the Washington Post. And another poll by KFF yesterday found that nearly 80% support an extension. Guess what? Even a majority of Trump supporters support an extension. Even a majority of Trump supporters, by nearly 60%, support an extension. You don't need the polls. Just go into a barbershop. Just go into a diner. Just go into a supermarket and ask people. People are learning about this issue, and they're aghast that their premiums could go up so much. They're aghast that our Republican colleagues don't even want to fix it when it affects so many tens of millions of people, and the amount that it goes up is so high, so high. It's not difficult. We know Americans want this, and we know many of my Republican colleagues want this as well. But failure to act would be devastating. And Republicans know it. Even Donald Trump knows it. He talked about it a little bit with us in the White House when we went a few days back. If we don't act now, then at least 22 million people will see their health care premiums double on average. But for many people, it's even worse than that. If these ACA premium tax credits aren't extended, the average 55-year-old couple making $85,000 a year would see their premiums not just double, but triple. $25,000 a year. How is a senior citizen, even one that has a little bit of savings and a little bit of a cushion, afford $25,000 a year? So that is all Democrats want to fix. We are on the side of the people. The people know it and want it and need it. It's not complicated. Americans want it. Republican voters want it. Democrats remain ready and willing to work with the other side. We're ready to work on a path forward to lower health care costs for the American people and fund the federal government. I yield the floor.
Resolution to keep the government open. The shutdown could have been avoided well before it began. But because Democrats have not budged from their partisan demands, the shutdown is now entering its third day. Now, Mr. President, there's a lot that we could be doing right now. We could be considering bipartisan appropriations bills through regular order, going to conference on the 3 appropriations bills we passed in August, or passing the bipartisan annual defense bill. But instead, we're stuck in a shutdown mess of Democrats' making. And the American people are suffering as a result. Mr. President, Republicans remain united around a clean, nonpartisan funding extension. It's passed the House of Representatives, and it's currently sitting right here in the Senate, ready to be voted on. It has no new Republican policies, no partisan policy riders. It's straightforward, simple, and clean. All it does is reopen the government through November the 21st to give us more time to pass appropriations bills here on the floor. We have a number of bipartisan bills waiting for floor consideration right now. The only thing standing in the way of reopening the government and getting back to doing the important work is Democrats' $1.5 trillion in partisan spending demands. That's right, $1.5 trillion. Their partisan proposal demands more money, think about this, more money than our entire defense budget just to keep the government open for 4 weeks. That's not a credible proposal. It's a far left wish list. And it's not how we're going to do things around here. Mr. President, we can end this shutdown in just a few hours. We need to take one roll call vote, just one roll call vote on the House-passed clean continuing resolution. The President of the United States says that he's ready to sign it. We just need a handful of Democrats to agree. Now, once we get the government back open, then we can talk about the issues that Democrats are raising. But we can't do that while they're holding the federal government hostage to their partisan demands. Mr. President, whatever Democrats are saying publicly, I think privately they are all well aware of the problems with their current position. The senior senator from Massachusetts has said, and I quote, "Hostage tactics are the last resort for those who can't win their fights through elections, can't win their fights in Congress, can't win their fights for the presidency, and can't win their fights in the courts," end quote. The Democrat leader called shutdowns, and I quote, "a politics of idiocy, of confrontation, of paralysis," end quote. Mr. President, this shutdown needs to end sooner rather than later. And there's only one way out of it. Democrats need to vote for the clean, nonpartisan, continuing resolution sitting right there. All it takes is one roll call vote. The government's back open. And Mr. President, we need to get this government back open, which we can do very, very quickly. And then we can talk about whatever we need to talk about. Just a few years ago, the Democrat leader had this to say, and I quote again, "We're allowed to come here and disagree over policy. In fact, our system of government was designed to allow for progress, despite our large and sometimes raucous differences. But when one side throws a temper tantrum and uses the basic functioning of our government as leverage in a policy argument, our system of government breaks down," end quote. Well, Mr. President, let's hope the Democrat leader decides to heed his own words and the Democrats' temper tantrum ends sooner rather than later. Mr. President, later today, a couple hours, Democrats will have another opportunity to vote for the clean continuing resolution. And we'll see if they're still committed to their shutdown politics. Republicans remain ready to reopen the government and to get back to doing the American people's business. How much longer this shutdown lasts depends entirely on Democrats. The choice is theirs. Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Open up, and we in Congress would find a solution to keep government open. That'll help the 750,000 executive branch employees that are on furlough without pay. That'll help the congressional staff that's working without pay. Help the economy. It's something we should be doing. You've heard me say several times of how ridiculous it is to shut the government down because it costs money to shut the government down, it costs money to open the government up. Government's supposed to be a service to the American people, and you can't serve the American people if government is not functioning properly. So again, for the third time this week, I want to talk about the agricultural situation. This week, I've been talking much about the dire situation in real America, where corn farmers are facing the worst corn to fertilizer ratios in American history. Now, you may not have heard about those ratios. Probably that's something that's been developed within the last 2 decades, but it puts the input cost of farmers to grow a crop against the price that they receive for that crop. And it's the worst ever. And I mentioned the real America because we that are serving here in Washington, D.C. work in an island surrounded by reality. And I want to make sure that the entire country knows what's going on in flyover country. Last Congress, that'd be in December last year, passed a $10 billion in ad hoc appropriations for crop farmers to weather the economic storm. While this helped some farmers get through one more year, the economic situation on the family farm has only gotten worse. Any farmer will tell you that they want to sell into the market and not harvest government checks. Although those checks may be necessary again this year, we need to address the root cause of this issue by giving farmers more markets. So one very important decision that Congress can make is to have permanent year-round nationwide E15, and that would do just that, giving farmers more markets, particularly for corn. Now, people would say, well, you better wake up because you've had nationwide year-round markets for 6 years through presidential waiver. But we need to have this by legislation because we need more certainty than what an individual president might think about this issue. And you need that certainty because it's going to take a lot of investment of infrastructure at retailers selling gasoline to invest in the equipment that it takes to have E15 nationwide. Some retailers are already doing that, but not enough to have all the sales from E15 that we could have. Now, according to research, E15 would add $25.8 billion to the U.S. economy, and $13.8 billion would be from corn demand. Of course, ethanol production helps keep good jobs in rural communities. 43,000 jobs in Iowa alone. Not only would it create markets for farmers, but Congress could pass year-round E15 and actually save $3 to $4 billion for the American taxpayer. This is a win-win for the real America, and it'd be a real win for where we work here in Washington, D.C., that island surrounded by reality. Any legislation with ad hoc payments to farmers should include allowing year-round nationwide E15, bring certainty to the market, get that investment in infrastructure that's so very, very important to get the most massive benefits out of E15 year-round. These ad hoc payments are nothing but a Band-Aid. We've got to stop what's causing the bleeding. I yield the floor and suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
cybersecurity protections that have safeguarded our economy, our infrastructure, and our government for over a decade have now expired. For the past 10 years, these safeguards defended against increasingly aggressive and sophisticated cybersecurity attacks. Without them, there is no question our nation is at greater risk of a major cybersecurity breach than ever before. Mr. President, we didn't have to reach this point. Back in April, Senator Rounds and I introduced a clean, bipartisan 10-year extension of these critical, absolutely critical security authorities. The Trump administration fully supports this effort. They fully support a 10-year extension. Businesses and stakeholders across industries who count on this law want to see a clean 10-year extension. Over the past few months, we have heard from more than 100 of them, urging us to pass legislation that will give them the long-term certainty of these protections. And that's a key point, long-term certainty for these protections so that they can defend their systems and protect their customers. Every single day we delay reauthorizing this law, we leave our hospitals, our power grids, our financial systems, and more increasingly vulnerable to cyber attacks. We must pass this legislation without delay to restore these vital defenses and protect our nation. So I urge my colleagues to immediately address this serious national security risk and pass this clean, long-term extension today. Mr. President, as if in legislative session and notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs be discharged from further consideration of S-1377 and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration, that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Is there objection?
Mr. President.
The senator from Kentucky.
It's good to see that fake outrage is alive and well in the Senate. We've got Democrats coming to the floor worried about the government being shut down, although they're the ones that have shut the government down. Ironically, every Democrat in this body voted for the exact same spending levels that are in this continuing resolution. Last December, these Biden spending levels were put forward by Democrats. Now you have every Democrat that voted for the spending levels now voting against without any rhyme or reason or explanation. So really, to come to the floor and complain about the government shutting down a program when the senator has every ability to vote in a few minutes to open the government back up is quite fake outrage. I object.
Mr. President.
Objection is heard.
Mr. President. Let's be really clear. This has absolutely nothing to do with annual appropriations whatsoever. Doesn't have to do with the shutdown. This is a law that expired at the end of the fiscal year to protect our cybersecurity across the country. It's about restoring a law that's been in place for 10 years. It's not about the appropriations process. This is simply about national security. So to use that as an excuse and to put our country at risk is simply unconscionable, given the broad, bipartisan, bicameral support you have in the Senate and in the House, and including the strong support from the Trump administration. This is simply irresponsible, and I think you'll find is basically one person standing in the way of providing critical protection for cybersecurity for the entire country. That's not the way this process is supposed to work, and I would hope folks would come to their senses and we can provide this essential protection before it's too late.
Mr. President.
The senator from Hawaii.
Mr. President, Donald Trump is sending $20 billion not to Americans, to Argentina. Donald Trump is sending $20 billion to Argentina to bail out their economy, and he wants to spend $50 billion to clean up the mess that he made by starting a trade war that crushed American soybean producers. And let's be clear about what happened. It's not that that market is temporarily suspended. That market, in some cases, is gone. And during this period of time of $20 billion for the country of Argentina and $50 billion for a tariff bailout, Americans are paying more for absolutely everything. Healthcare premiums for tens of millions of people are going to go up by a lot. Not 10%, not 20%, not 50%, 114%. 24 million Americans, 114%. Now, the bailout for Argentina is particularly absurd. Argentina is not a key security or economic partner. It is an economy that is in such dire shape that there's no guarantee that we will ever get our money back. It is a terrible investment any way you look at it, under any circumstances, but certainly in the context of Americans seeing their healthcare premiums increase by 114% right now. You then have a separate bailout for American soybean producers totaling close to $50 billion. And why? Because of the tariffs. Because in one fell swoop, they wiped out half of the export market for American soybeans in China. And there's no way you can plug that gap. You can't come up with, like, I don't know what it would be, 112 individual deals to kind of add up to the market buying power of the PRC. When you lose a buyer that also happens to be the biggest country of the world, you don't have a lot of options. At best, it's going to take you months or years to cut dozens of smaller deals, and it's not going to add up. So just to recap, Trump is at the exact same time incinerating $70 billion of taxpayer money, but what's the one thing that there's not enough money for? You. There's not enough money for you. There's enough money for a $50 billion tariff bailout. There's enough money for Argentina, but there's not enough money for you. They don't have enough money to help a family of four that's going to have to pay $300 more per month to keep their health care plan. They have the money to cover for Trump's economic incompetence, but apparently they don't have the money to prevent a small business owner or a taxi driver or an early retiree from losing their health care. This is not complicated at all. Donald Trump's economy is already hard as it is because of his choices to create shortages of electricity, of lumber, of food, of health care. Electricity prices are going up at twice the rate of inflation. Vegetables are up nearly 40%. Grocery prices are at their highest in 3 years. And now people are supposed to find hundreds, if not thousands of dollars to spare every single month or give up their health care coverage and hope they don't get sick. We could end this shutdown right now if Republicans sat down and worked with us to protect people's health care. By the way, the people who are being particularly hurt by these health care premium increases live in Republican states. Now, that shouldn't matter, but we are in politics. And just understand, we are standing here fighting for your constituents. If we were a little more cynical, we would let you stew in the most unpopular major legislation that has been passed in generations. But we want to solve this problem for not just the 24 million people on the so-called exchange, but for everybody who's about to see their premiums spike. Let's sit down and fix this. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Kentucky.
Mr. President, my position on government shutdowns is pretty well known. There's absolutely nothing to gain in taking basic government functions hostage for 11th hour partisan demands. And I hope our Democratic colleagues will relearn that lesson in short order. Because the American people have plenty to lose from freezing important functions of the federal government. Here in the Senate, Democrats' shutdown is taking time we ought to be spending on important outstanding business, beginning with our obligation to provide for the common defense. In particular, our work to deliver full-year defense appropriations is not finished. So I'd like to talk briefly about what must come next after interim government funding is extended and what's at stake for our national security. The U.S. military is not immune from the disruptive short-term consequences of a government shutdown. But the long-term consequences of going without robust full-year defense appropriations are far, far graver. I offered this warning in the spring when, for the first time, Washington told America's men and women in uniform to conduct today's operations and prepare for tomorrow's threats using yesterday's dollars. We put the national defense on a full-year continuing resolution and forced the military services to function for another year on the anemic defense budget signed into law by President Biden. A full-year CR is the enemy of readiness, modernization, and efficiency. The armed services want to make their budgets simpler, more efficient, and more flexible by consolidating budget lines. But they can't do that under a full-year CR. Punting new appropriations directly contradicts the Pentagon's stated goal of building a resilient, surge-ready munitions enterprise. The prohibitions on new program starts under a CR effectively put high priority on service modernization efforts literally on ice. The administration says it wants flexible and efficient investments. Well, Mr. President, there's nothing flexible, efficient, resilient, or lethal about running the national defense enterprise on a full-year CR. Nor will a CR send the consistent signal industry and investors need to pour private capital into the long overdue expansion of our defense industrial base. If you want to increase our nation's capacity to produce munitions more quickly and in larger volumes, full-year CRs just might be the worst way to go about it. I don't mean to sound overly alarmed. God willing, the House-passed short-term funding extension will give Congress enough time to deliver full-year appropriations and release our military from the constraints of the Biden fiscal year 24 budget.
But I want our colleagues to understand what's at stake this fall. The President has set some ambitious, important, and overdue priorities for America's national security. And none of them come cheap. Golden Dome for America, an America shipbuilding renaissance, sixth-generation stealth fighter aircraft, the long overdue modernization of our nuclear force. Reconciliation isn't enough to support these major efforts, and neither is a perpetual freeze at the Biden fiscal 24 level. Reviving the warrior ethos, rebuilding the military, reestablishing deterrence, these are priorities we hear about all the time from the President's advisors. I certainly have no problem with rowing in that direction. I'm all for high standards of physical fitness, but push-ups alone aren't going to stop Chinese hypersonic missiles. The next major conflict will likely be a test of lethality at very long distances. That's why I've spent years urging successive administrations to rebuild our global power projection and long-range fires. It's why I criticize the Biden administration for talking about China as the pacing threat, but turning in defense budget requests that didn't even keep pace with inflation. The administration cannot afford to make this same mistake. So this week, I was encouraged to hear Secretary Hegseth proclaim a Trump buildup in the mold of the Reagan buildup that helped end the Cold War. For the record, my fellow defense appropriators and I have been ready to deliver such a buildup since day one. And our bipartisan bill speaks for itself, putting money where our mouth is. But here's the rub. We can only make it happen if the administration moves from words to action. And an important step in that process is the National Defense Strategy. Historically, the National Defense Strategy is what administrations use to define threats, identify objectives, and propose coherent plans for aligning resources to actually meet them. But this time around, the stakes are a lot higher. A short-sighted NDS that doesn't align with the President's vision of American greatness and peace through strength could wind up as the pretext to extend Biden-era constraints on our military indefinitely. Unfortunately, early reports suggest that this risk may be real and that the NDS may turn out eerily similar to the rhetoric of Obama-era officials who viewed their remit as managing America's decline amid a transition to a multipolar world. If the NDS ignores the importance of maintaining American primacy, fails to account for the global nature of competition with China, or discounts the value of supporting and integrating allies and partners, it would risk further sabotaging the President's efforts to restore peace through strength. So I'll be interested to read how the Department is applying the lessons and dividends of security cooperation with allies and partners to looming challenges, how it plans to address critical munitions shortages even as its fiscal 26 request and reconciliation investment fails to maximize existing production capacity. And how it accounts for the increased likelihood of simultaneous conflict in multiple theaters. If the administration means what it says about restoring deterrence, it would recognize how plans to reduce security cooperation with frontline NATO allies invite more brazen Russian incursions into the alliance's territory and airspace. It would recognize how China is watching closely for signs of weakening American commitments to European allies, to Ukraine, or to AUKUS partners. Of course, responsible senior officials who understand the dividends of security cooperation would not have tried to run around the president to freeze assistance to Ukraine. They certainly would have appreciated that cutting off intelligence sharing to the world's foremost experts in drone warfare might make it harder for the U.S. military to achieve drone dominance. On that count, I was encouraged earlier this week that the president himself greenlit an expansion of the intelligence cooperation that members of his administration had actually wanted to end. As our colleagues will recall, the president observed last month that Ukraine can win. The president said Ukraine can win. And unlike some of his advisors, the American people are indicating in clear majorities that they think we ought to help. By one recent poll, more than 6 in 10 Americans support sending more arms and military supplies to help Ukraine win. That includes, listen to this, a clear majority of Republicans support helping Ukraine. And the recent voting history of the House of Representatives indicates that poll isn't a fluke. Last month, House Republicans voted overwhelmingly to reject an amendment to the NDAA that would have barred further assistance to Ukraine. So listen to this. 72% of House Republicans, including House leadership, said continuing to arm Ukraine's defense was a good idea. So the public is behind it. Republicans in Congress are behind it. We know it's the right thing to do. Ultimately, the president knows that money talks. He understands that valuable things are expensive. What's true in property development is also true in military procurement. There's no way around it. Take Golden Dome, for example. Building anything close to a continental missile defense shield will, by reasonable estimates, cost several times more than was allocated this year in one-off reconciliation spending every year for decades to come. If the Pentagon isn't even planning to max out its budget request for procuring critical munitions in the short term, why on earth should our adversaries take any talk of long-term missile defense seriously? Likewise, why should they take American air power seriously if we're only willing to develop 6th-generation stealth fighters for the Air Force, but not for the Navy? What good are multi-billion-dollar aircraft carriers if we're not prepared to equip them with aircraft that can survive modern warfare? At home and abroad, I'm concerned that too many of the President's advisors are unwilling to acknowledge the gap between his stated priorities and what they're prepared to invest to achieve them. If you ask me, the name on the front door at the Pentagon matters a great deal less than whether the services inside are equipped and prepared to deter and win wars. And we're facing real, glaring gaps in critical capabilities. The ink was barely dry on the one big, beautiful bill when senior Pentagon officials began to report to my colleagues and I on the Appropriations Committee that they still face significant funding shortfalls. Given the high pace of operations in the Middle East and in the Western Hemisphere, it's safe to assume these costs are only going to continue to rise. So, Mr. President, there's a lot going on around this building. But soon, I hope our colleagues will have an opportunity to go on record in favor of investing in peace through strength. We'll have a chance to put our money where our mouth is on reestablishing deterrence and rebuilding the force required to back it up. Our investments in the common defense are a signal of our national resolve. When the American people spoke last November, I don't think they meant for their leaders to mail in a third year of anemic Biden-era top lines. I don't think the President assembled his policy and budget advisors with a mind to punt in the face of looming threats. When he hired civilian Pentagon leaders to restore deterrence, I think he meant more than just threatening adversaries with a catchy line on camera. I think he meant building the force that threatens them with its very existence. So the administration wants a Trump buildup, then let's build one. And once Democrat shutdown is over, let's start with serious, increased, full-year investments in our national defense.
Madam President.
Majority Whip.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, America is now in the middle of the Schumer shutdown. 2 in 3 Americans oppose it. Democrats are holding the American people hostage. They're demanding $1.5 trillion in new spending, and that's just to keep the government open for 4 short weeks. Well, that amounts to $48 billion a day. Here's what the Democrats are demanding. They're demanding more taxpayer-funded health care for illegal immigrants. At the same time, they're taking away money from vulnerable hospitals in rural communities in my state and in yours. Under Joe Biden, Democrats opened our borders. 10 million illegal immigrants flooded across. Under Chuck Schumer, Democrats have now closed the government. They did it to give free health care to illegal immigrants. Meanwhile, Democrats are demanding the repeal of the $50 billion of rural hospital funds. This has been set aside as a lifesaver for our small community hospitals. That's who this fund has been set up to help, like the one I was at last week in Pinedale, Wyoming. It's our first hospital in the county ever. The closest hospital is 85 miles away. This is a needed, vital resource in rural Wyoming. In addition, Democrats are demanding $350 billion in permanent new spending for Biden's bonus COVID payments. They created these payments in 2021. They promised they would be temporary. They said they're there for the COVID emergency only. They extended them once so they would end at the end of this year. Clearly, COVID is over. And now they want these Biden bonus COVID payments to become permanent, to go on forever. These payments are riddled with waste, fraud, abuse, and corruption. We have seen it. We have documented evidence. Unlike most insurance, there are no premiums, there are no deductibles, and Democrats also removed the income limit. The money goes straight from the government to the insurance companies. The bill goes directly to the hardworking American taxpayers. The Democrats' price to reopen the government are all of those things I've mentioned, plus more. What we are doing as Republicans is proposing to reopen the government for 7 weeks at the current funding levels. The House has already passed it. Republicans and Democrats have voted for it in the House and in the Senate. President Trump is ready to sign it. It takes 60 votes in the Senate to reopen the government. We have voted repeatedly over the past several days. Each time, a few level-headed Democrats have joined Republicans in the vote. It is time for more Democrats to join us today. There's only one person standing in the way, and that's the minority leader. He's holding the American people hostage. He fears retribution from the radical socialist left. Easy to see why. The radical socialist left, including Senator Sanders, Senator Warren, AOC, they have become the Democrat leaders in this shutdown. They're the ones running the party. While the government is stuck in this Schumer shutdown, the people paying the price are the American families. Veterans will face longer wait times for appointments. Members of the military and border patrol agents, they'll continue to protect our nation. They'll do it without pay. Some wildfire prevention, which is critical this time of year, will stop. Wildland firefighters will remain on the job unpaid. Mothers will lose access to vital programs that help feed their children. Sick patients on Medicare and Medicaid may lose home health care services. Small business owners will not receive new federal loans because the Small Business Administration is unable during a shutdown to process them. The American people all across this country are feeling the pain of the Schumer shutdown. Their request is simple. They're asking Senate Democrats to do what they've done 13 times under Joe Biden, to vote for a clean, continuing resolution that will reopen the government. All it takes are a few more Democrats, people who are willing to put the country first. We're about to vote today on another clean, continuing resolution, like the Democrats did 13 times when Joe Biden was in the White House, and that's the one to reopen the government. Republicans are going to vote for it. Democrats have the opportunity today, in just a few short minutes, to do the right thing for the American people. Let's see if they do. Thank you, Madam President. I yield the floor. It's the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
states receive those grants and which states don't. I feel a driving sense of urgency that we must support our police officers. They are facing greater and newer challenges in this country. I feel a deep urgency to support mental health issues in particular, because I lost one of my dear childhood friends who died by suicide in uniform. I want to make a simple adjustment to this legislation. Very simple, and what it would do is basically say that when this body has approved these grant programs, the president can't undermine the founder's intention that we hold the purse strings, that the president can't undermine that, and these grants have to go out as Congress intended them. That's all I'm asking from my colleague across the aisle. It's all I'm asking from this body, is that we together say we need to get resources for police officers in all of our country. We shouldn't be picking out some departments and not others. This is just simply making sure that this is a bipartisan effort to fund local police officers. And so I ask my colleagues to pass these bills as I amend them, so that we can refocus on the urgent work of reopening the government and then providing all law enforcement agencies with the resources they need, ensuring every law enforcement agency has a fair opportunity to secure funding to support their work, to support the men and women, to support their sacred and noble duties. We should work in a bipartisan way. And so I ask that the consent be modified such that my amendments to S-180, S-419, S-539, S-1316, and S-1563, which are at the desk, also be agreed to with all the other provisions that my colleague is asking for remain intact, so that we can fund all of police and stop our president's attempt to defund police departments in blue states.
Is there objection to the modification?
Mr. President.
Senator from Missouri.
Reserving the right to object. Mr. President, let's be clear about what this provision does for my friend from New Jersey. It's an attempt to throw a lifeline to these sanctuary cities that are openly defying the law. In order to receive federal grant dollars, you can't withhold information from federal law enforcement. That's what they're doing. That's what it means to be a sanctuary city. What you're saying is, we're not going to work with ICE or any other federal agency because we want to protect illegal immigrants in our cities. That's what's happening. That's deeply unpopular with the American people. And that's why the president has taken his action to try to get these cities to come along and be part of the program with the rest of the country, to say, we're all going to work together to keep our communities safe. This provision is a direct attempt to undermine the Trump administration to do that, and their renewed enforcement of our immigration laws. I know some people got used to the last 4 years where 20 million people came here illegally, and federal law enforcement was handcuffed by the Biden administration to actually enforce our immigration laws. So much so that the rhetoric that had been exhibited for that time now is carried over. And you see fire bombings, you see attacks on ICE officials, attempts to dox them, to destroy their families and their reputations, their finances, because they've been led to believe by many with the loudest microphones that somehow everyone's entitled to be here for as long as they want, that our laws don't matter, that borders are arbitrary lines on a map, and we're all global citizens. And the white papers from the 60s and the 70s found their way into the halls of the highest offices in government. In the Biden administration, these Ivy League grads who wrote these white papers or read these white papers or indoctrinated by these white papers were suddenly in charge. Well, there's a new sheriff in town who actually believes in law and order. And so I would hope that city leaders who defy our federal laws shouldn't be entitled to federal tax dollars. Federal grant dollars are not entitlements. They're not unconditional welfare for the far left activists. If you want federal funds, you have to comply with federal law. Sanctuary cities are an open defiance of federal law. They actively prohibit their officials from cooperating with federal immigration officers. They release violent offenders, suppress gang databases, and do everything in their power to prevent the men and women of law enforcement from enforcing our laws. That's what they're doing in sanctuary cities right now. Every one of the Police Week bills that I've offered for unanimous consent, and my friend from New Jersey is indeed a co-sponsor of, are very, very bipartisan. I can't actually believe we're in a place that we're going to be holding up that kind of bipartisan legislation when you see the violence against law enforcement officers in our country every single day. This is a lifeline to them, the help that they need, not just to do their jobs, but to be able to seek the services so they can be healthy physically and mentally. So let's be clear about what's happening. And my friend has, a few moments here to reconsider this. These are common sense. And if anything from last November we could take away, is that the American people voted for a return to common sense. And with that, Mr. President, I object.
Objection is heard.
Mr. President.
Is there objection to the original request? Senator from New Jersey.
Yeah, I have so much respect for my colleague. I want to respond to some of the things he said because, again, I just want to affirm that he is right on the urgency to help our police officers. He is right that states should abide by federal law that passes from this body. But what we have now is a president in his first term that didn't ever try something like this, which is undermining the will of Congress. This is really unprecedented. That has never happened. Republican president, Democratic president, including Donald Trump's first term, where he suddenly said, I'm going to turn off the spigot of support to local law enforcement agencies because I don't agree with your policies. I think that's a threat to the independence of our branch of government. I think that is in so many ways violative of our shared values on both sides of the aisle. But let me go further than that. What the president is doing is saying, not only am I going to stop funding from going to the state of New Jersey, I'm going to go to red counties in New Jersey, red counties in California. I actually went out and talked to people, Republican legislatures in states, Republican police officers, Republican union leader told me this as well, and says that this is ridiculous. Said this is insane. That we would hold grants back from the entire state. He goes, I don't agree with Democrats' policies, but we're out here putting our lives on the line, and Republicans in Congress want to stop resources coming to our police departments? One of the union leaders says to me that my guys are out there sacrificing their lives, and we can't get help that both sides of the aisle agree on? And so, yeah, my colleague and I disagree on domestic immigration policies. But one thing I don't agree on, because I was a mayor of a city that basically said, in order to keep my city safe, we're going to cooperate with the police department, because it was an overbroad generalization that was made on the Senate floor that we're not supporting ICE and immigration activities, because I know this up and down the state of New Jersey. Not only do we support them, but we detail officers with federal immigration enforcement. I did it when I was mayor. You want to talk about cooperation, anybody who knows local government, from the FBI to the ATF to ICE, all over New Jersey, we are cooperating with federal authorities. What we have simply said, if we're responsible for local law enforcement, we're not going to do things that create such fear in our communities that immigrant communities are afraid to come to local police to report crimes. And that somehow, not in the first term, Trump's first term, but somehow in this term of office, that's a bridge too far. Well, let me tell you right now, the way that immigration is being pursued in our neighborhoods, where masked agents are coming out of unmarked cars, are going to court appearances and schools and hospitals, my local police officers are telling me how much more dangerous this administration is making communities, because people who are victims of crime now are afraid to go to local police officers and report those crimes. And again, this is not coming from politicians in New Jersey. This is coming from law enforcement officers that have said that we've created such a climate of fear in our country that just solving crimes is getting harder and harder because people are afraid to come to the police. So yes, we have policies that say there are certain things we won't do to maintain a community of trust within our communities. So I understand there is a lot of rhetoric. I can turn on shock news and all of that, but when you talk to the law enforcement officers in many of the most Republican parts of my community, they're outraged about what's happening right now. So again, we can debate policy on immigration, but to me, for a senator to allow a president to undermine the power of the purse relegated by the Constitution to this body is outrageous. It's never been done before. Not in Trump's first term, not by Bush, not by Reagan, not by Clinton, not by Obama. We are in new territory here in our country where we see a president encroaching upon our powers, and I can't be complicit in that. Everybody in this body, I would never question any of my colleagues on either side of the aisle. We all want our local police departments to not only be able to do their job, we all actually want to have more equipment and more resources. That's why these bills are bipartisan. But how could we allow bipartisan bills passed out of the Senate to then be stopped in a partisan way by a president who is then going to choose red states and hurt blue states, even though my state has millions of Republicans who deserve to have their communities safe as well? I'm standing today just to say, let's use common sense and help our police officers together get this resource is desperately needed out to our communities now, and not let this fall victim to something that wasn't even an issue in Donald Trump's first term. And so I object. I object. I object.
Objection is heard.
Madam President, here we go again. 3 days ago, Democrats voted against a stopgap spending bill that would keep government open for the benefit of 320 million American citizens. But because they voted against it, we're now in a government shutdown, something that should be of profound embarrassment to them, as it is to the rest of us who believe we were sent here to govern, not to shut down the government and deny our own constituents access to the services that government necessarily provides in some cases. Now, if you listen to the media, not all the media, but some of the media, particularly the sympathetic left-wing media, you might think otherwise. But make no mistake about it, the blame for this government shutdown lies squarely on the Senate Democrats' shoulders. 3 Democrats voted to reopen the government the last time we voted, and other Democrats, we need 5 more, will have a chance to vote here in just a few minutes to reopen the government and to stop this charade. But the facts of the matter are pretty straightforward. The reason we're in a government shutdown is because Senate Democrats refused to vote for what's known around here as a clean continuing resolution, a clean CR. As I mentioned, this is a stopgap procedure, so we can then finish the work of the appropriations bills by November and hopefully pass bipartisan funding bills that will last for the remainder of the fiscal year, while we're doing other important work as well, hopefully a national defense authorization bill, hopefully other important legislation. So why hold 320 Americans hostage by denying them the benefits that their government is providing by shutting down the government. Why in the world would you do that? Well, I think primarily what this is because our friends on the other side of the aisle are afraid of their base supporters. We know last time the Democratic leader, Senator Schumer, the senator from New York, agreed to a short-term CR, as we did 13 previous times, because it's a stopgap spending bill. The last time he agreed to a continuing resolution, he was pummeled by his Democratic base. And he's worried that if he does that again without shutting down the government, without showing some fight, that he will be ousted out of his position as a Democratic leader and maybe even defeated in his next primary election by Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, AOC. But let's consider the consequences of the shutdown for some of the most vulnerable Americans, our seniors who rely on the Medicare Hospital at Home program and telehealth. Because of the government shutdown, CMS no longer has the authority to reimburse certain telehealth services. Now, most of us were not particularly acquainted with telehealth before COVID, but Congress decided to reimburse healthcare providers for providing virtual visits with your doctors. And in some cases, that's all people needed access to. So it's an important adjunct or supplement to our healthcare delivery system. But that's no longer available because of the shutdown. This will have particularly severe impact on patients without access to reliable transportation, who will not be able to see their doctor unless they can get access to telehealth. Additionally, providers who participated in the Medicare Hospital at Home program no longer have the authority to deliver inpatient-level care in patients' homes. I know we're all concerned about the cost of health care, but if you can treat people in their homes, it's obviously a better place for the patient and it's less costly health care. But that authority expired with the shutdown of the federal government. This means some of our most vulnerable Americans, sick and bedridden seniors, have been left without care or were unexpectedly forced to be transported to overcrowded hospitals when it may not be in their best interest to actually engage in that transport. But that's just an example of the real-life consequences of this unnecessary shutdown imposed on the American people by Senate Democrats, holding the American people hostage for their partisan political demands, which I'll get to in a moment. Democrats want America to believe that this is about health care. Well, they know that the particular health care benefits that they are most concerned about is a COVID-era plus-up of the Affordable Care Act's subsidies that were started back during the Biden administration. So even if these plussed-up benefits were to expire, people would not be denied access to the Affordable Care Act if they happen to have a policy using that particular program. So there's no imminent threat to these people or anyone else if we don't address it in the context of this shutdown. So it's a made-up crisis. We know that these provisions expire at the end of this calendar year, and there will be time, and we will take the time to deal with those as we should. But based on many of the stories of waste, fraud, and abuse associated with these plussed-up COVID-era Biden subsidies for the Affordable Care Act, there's an important reason why we should take our time and look at these and reform them where necessary. And that's what we intend to do. If Senate Democrats really cared about ensuring the most vulnerable patients in America got access to health care, they would never have shut down the government. This shutdown is obviously not about health care, if they're actually making health care worse by shutting down the government. It is simply a way for the Democratic leader to posture at length for his far-left progressive base. It's unconscionable, if you think about it, that Democrats are holding the American people hostage, and some of the very people they claim to be helping get access to health care. Yet they are framing it as though somehow Republicans are forcing partisan demands. But the House has already passed a continuing resolution. The only thing stopping this from making its way to President Trump's desk is a vote in the Senate. And we need 60 votes in the Senate under Senate rules. And right now, 3 Democrats have joined with virtually all Republicans to vote for this continuing resolution, which only will take us to November the 20th to give us time to do the other appropriations bills that I mentioned a moment ago. But the reason why I call the Democrats' demand a partisan wish list is because they're asking for the sun and the moon. First of all, starting with their proposal. Anybody listening is reminded of the fact that we just recently passed the One Big Beautiful Bill, since rebranded to the Working Families Tax Cut Act. But the proposal made by the Democrats in their alternative continuing resolution says they want to repeal it. They want to repeal the One Big Beautiful Bill, which cut taxes for every American, doubled the child tax credit, provided innumerable benefits to the American people, primarily by avoiding about a $3,000 tax increase per family. They want to repeal it. One of the provisions we made in that bill was to limit illegal aliens' access to Medicaid, because some states were gaming the Medicaid program. Not to get bogged down in the details too much, but this is a state-federal program, and under the Affordable Care Act, the federal government pays 90% of the Medicaid. Now, Democrats say, well, it's illegal to provide free health care to illegal aliens under existing law, and it is. But what Democrats were doing in places like California, they were using that 10% state share to fund health care services for illegal aliens. And the One Big Beautiful Bill, the Working Family Tax Cuts Act, put an end to that. So Democrats want to repeal that bill. They also want to repeal the $50 billion Rural Health Care Stabilization Fund. Texas is a big state. We got urban areas, we got suburbs, and we got rural areas. And we need to make sure that people living in rural areas, or certainly outside of urban and suburban areas, get access to health care. And one of the things we did in the One Big Beautiful Bill is provide a $50 billion stabilization fund to make sure they could get access to health care. But Democrats want to give that away. They want to repeal that bill in its entirety. Well, I've heard Democrats on TV and on social media say, we don't want to provide free health care to illegal aliens. But again, this is the provision that they want to change. They want to repeal this provision, alien Medicaid eligibility, which limited the ability to game the Medicaid program the state contribution to a state-federal share program to fund health care for illegal aliens. Now, we know that there's a lot of reasons why people come to the country, our country, illegally. Many are drawn because they want to work. We understand they want a better life. We understand that, but the right way to do that is through legal channels, not through illegal channels. But one of the magnets that draws people to come to the country is access to taxpayer-provided free benefits, like free health care. But the states like California that game the Medicaid system are the worst offenders when it comes to providing free access to health care using this Medicaid program. But this is a provision that Democrats now want to repeal. The prohibition we passed in the One Big Beautiful Bill, the Working Family Tax Cuts Act. What's more, Democrats are asking us to spend billions of dollars in new spending because they won't vote for a stopgap spending measure. So we know that the Affordable Care Act subsidies, in other words, Obamacare, is enormously expensive. I won't spend much time here talking about the false promises upon which Obamacare was sold. If you like your policy, you can keep it. If you like your doctor, you can keep your doctor. And actually, the claim that it will lower health care expenditures, none of that was true. And Democrats want to put those subsidies on steroids through the Biden-era COVID supercharged subsidy program. And they want to do it not just temporarily, they want to do it for the next 10 years, which will result in hundreds of billions, even $1 trillion plus of new spending. Now, one of the things that we did in the One Big Beautiful Bill was we passed $400 billion in deficit reduction. Why is that important? Because our country now owes roughly $37 trillion. We're $37 trillion in debt. And if we don't do something about that, we're going to be in deep trouble in the not too distant future. Right now, we pay more money on interest on the national debt than we do on defense in a very dangerous world. That is unsustainable, and that is dangerous. But the Democrats want to forget all that and spend hundreds of billions of dollars in new spending on a short-term, 9-week stopgap spending measure. And they say, if you won't agree with us, we're going to shut down the government. The kind of spending Democrats have asked for would effectively erase all the savings we achieved through the common sense spending reforms in the One Big Beautiful Bill. It is unconscionable that Senate Democrats are hurting the American people because they want more spending for their pet programs. And yet they're framing it as though Republicans are the ones forcing partisan demands. That's false. All we're asking them to do is to keep the government open and pass a short-term continuing resolution that's already been passed by the House of Representatives. The Democratic leader said 2 days ago on the floor, he said, Republicans have tried to stick us with a partisan CR that fails to protect American health care. 3 days ago, the vice chair of the Appropriations Bill said, instead of talking with us about addressing health care, Republicans decided to pass a partisan continuing resolution. Again, that's false. They said they don't want to fund illegal aliens. They said it's a partisan continuing resolution we insist on. Both of those are false. The continuing resolution proposed by Republicans has already passed the House of Representatives. It does not include partisan demands. If Democrats do not want to pass a clean continuing resolution, what are they proposing? Well, a partisan continuing resolution, and I've talked about some of the provisions. The alternative continuing resolution that Democrats are proposing would not only repeal the one big beautiful bill effectively, but they make other partisan demands on top of that. The Democratic CR would eliminate provisions of the one big beautiful bill that are critical to putting our fiscal condition back on track, as I mentioned a moment ago. In the Medicaid program, we tightened eligibility. We added work requirements for able-bodied adults. We required stricter eligibility reporting and ensured that illegal immigrants do not get free health care benefits. The One Big Beautiful Bill was a critical step toward ensuring that Medicaid is there for the people who truly need it, the elderly, children, the disabled, not able-bodied adults. Democrats have claimed over and over again they're not attempting to fund health care for illegal aliens, but as I've demonstrated, that's not true. Their proposed continuing resolution repeals the exact provisions of the One Big Beautiful Bill that prevented illegal aliens from receiving those benefits. Just for those who want to read it for themselves, this is Section 2141 of the Democrats' proposed continuing resolution. It strikes Section 71109 of the One Big Beautiful Bill. This is a provision that limits the eligibility requirement and federal payments to states that allow medical assistance for illegal aliens. Medicaid has always been intended to be a lifeline to the most vulnerable Americans when it comes to their health insurance. But over the last decades, it's become bloated with waste, fraud, and abuse. We cannot continue to serve the most vulnerable Americans for whom Medicaid was originally designed if we're going to be subsidizing other people like able-bodied adults who should be capable of contributing themselves. Further, extending these subsidies without reform will continue contributing to the ballooning costs of health care, now roughly 18% of our entire economy. This is the same problem we've had with ballooning costs in higher education. The more the government subsidizes, the more bloated that industry becomes, and consequently, the providers raise prices and those services become less affordable to ordinary middle-class Americans who would not otherwise rely on government benefits. The Republican reforms to Medicaid in the One Big Beautiful Bill put the most vulnerable Americans first. But Democrats have refused to vote for a clean continuing resolution and instead demanded that Republicans repeal these monumental reforms before allowing the lights to stay on. Democrats are also demanding to extend the Enhanced Affordable Care Act subsidies, which is really Obamacare on steroids, which don't even expire until the end of this year. We will get to that, believe me, before the end of the year. But to hold this short-term stopgap spending bill hostage is really unconscionable. To anyone who says that Republicans are proposing a partisan continuing resolution while Democrats are doing everything they can to keep the government open, I hope I've made it clear that the reality is just the opposite. Republicans do not want a shutdown. Shutdowns don't benefit anybody. And the same problem that caused the government to shut down is there staring you in the face when government is reopened. I think we've learned that from hard experience. A poison pill-packed continuing resolution is simply not the solution. So I hope we can get 5 more Democrats to join 3 other Democrats who've already voted to keep the government open, to vote this afternoon in just a few minutes and reopen the government for the benefit of all Americans. Yield the floor.
Senator from Alaska.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent to speak up to 10 minutes prior to the scheduled roll call vote.
Without objection.
Madam President, I'm here on the floor today to ask for unanimous consent to pass a very important resolution that I try to move forward every year. It's my Choose Respect Day resolution. I want to thank Senator Schiff for being my lead co-sponsor on the other side of the aisle. And it's to kick off also Domestic Violence Awareness Month. Now, Madam President, as a former AG, like myself, this is really important to me, my state. I come down on the floor a lot to brag about the great state of Alaska in so many different areas. But this is one area where I don't like to brag about Alaska because there's not much to brag about. We have some of the highest rates of domestic violence, of sexual assault of any place in the country. Really bad. So when I was Attorney General a number of years ago, the governor and I launched this big initiative called the Choose Respect Initiative. We changed the laws. We made perpetrators really pay if they were going to commit these heinous crimes in Alaska. We got funding for lawyers and resources. We got different services, and we had ads all over TV in Alaska about choosing respect. Real Alaska men choose respect. They don't commit these heinous acts. They don't hit their girlfriend. They don't do any of that kind of horrible stuff. And started to work in my state, Madam President, to change the culture, which wasn't a good culture up in Alaska. We're still doing that, so when I came to the Senate, I really wanted to continue this work. Really important work. It's been bipartisan to try to change the culture in our country. We have very, very high rates, too high rates of domestic violence and sexual assault in many places in America. And we should all be focused on making sure the next generation of young men don't do that. So one of the ways in which we've done that, Madam President, is my POWER Act, which has been to get pro bono legal services for domestic violence survivors and victims. This is an innovative idea that we started in Alaska, brought here to the Senate. The POWER Act now has had over 61,000 attorneys across America provide pro bono legal assistance to survivors. 61,000. That was from a bill here we had on the Senate floor. These are the kind of things we can do in the Senate, in the Congress, to address this very significant challenge in my state, but across the country. So this resolution, Madam President, builds on what we're doing across the board on many of the different Choose Respect initiatives that I've brought to the Congress in a bipartisan way over the years. It calls upon all of us to mark Choose Respect Day by teaching our youth about healthy relationships, supporting survivors, honoring those we've lost, and recommitting ourselves to the fundamental truth that every person deserves to live in freedom from violence and fear. The call to choose respect is simple but powerful. If we live by it, not just on October 1st, as the resolution calls for, we can break the cycle of abuse, strengthen families, and build a safer, more respectful country. And I think at this point, right now in our nation's history, we could all use that. So I urge my colleagues to join me in passing this resolution. Together, let's honor survivors, remember victims, and choose respect in all we do. Madam President, as if in legislative session and notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the consideration of Senate Res 431, which is at the desk.
The clerk will report.
Senate Resolution 431, supporting the goals and objectives of Choose Respect Day.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed to the measure.
I ask unanimous consent that the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Is there objection? Without objection.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I ask that my next comments be listed in the congressional record in a different place from my previous comments?
Without objection.
Madam President, I'm very hopeful that my colleagues here will move forward on this bipartisan, clean, continuing resolution so we can get our government open again. I do want to just explain to the American people and maybe some of our friends in the media a little dirty secret that's going on down here on the Senate floor. A lot of my Democratic colleagues are getting frustrated. Not with us. Not with us. We've had 3 already cross over and vote with us. There's a lot more who want to do it, Madam President. They're frustrated because they know we got to reopen the government. They know this is the way to do it. A simple, bipartisan, clean, continuing resolution. We've been doing this all the time here in the Senate. We've done it over 10 times during the Biden administration on the Republican side, but there's frustration. And I'll give you my sense of why there's frustration on the Democratic side, Madam President. Usually in this place, when you run for leader, Democrat leader, Republican leader, and you're in leadership, there's kind of a unwritten rule that the leader will protect the broader membership and broader members. On votes and different things, that's kind of what leadership is about. This is the first time I've seen in my entire time here in the U.S. Senate where on the Democrat side, the broader membership seems to be protecting just the leader. We all know why. He's worried about his left flank, worried about getting primaried, so that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are getting frustrated. Not with us. They know this is the right way to do it. They're getting frustrated because they think they're having to protect their leader, which isn't the way it works, it's supposed to work here. The minority leader previously called blocking a clean bipartisan CR to get bigger demands from their side, quote, political idiocy. Well, Madam President, what we're viewing right now is a lot of political idiocy coming from the other side, and my colleagues on the Democratic side are really starting to get frustrated. Not with us, but with their own leader. So I'm hoping on this vote in the next hour or so, for the American people, for the institution of the U.S. Senate, we have a couple more Democrat senators who have the courage to break with the political idiocy that we're seeing right now on their side. Vote with us, reopen the government. They know it's the right thing to do. I hope that happens. I yield the floor.
Under the previous order, all post-cloture time is expired. The question occurs on adoption of the resolution. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt-Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn.
That's okay. That's okay. We'll take care of it.
Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines.
Sure. Happy to.
Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Blackburn, Capito, Cotton, Kramer, Curtis, Daines, Fisher, Hyde-Smith, Kennedy, Langford, Marshall, McCormick, Moody, Ricketts, Scott of Florida, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Young. Senators voting in the negative: Lujan, Shaheen. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Grassley, aye. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Risch, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Ms. Lummis, aye. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Reed, no. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Moreno, aye. Mr. Kelly, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Welch, no. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Sanders, no. Ms. Also Brooks, no. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Wyden, no. Miss Warren, no. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Paul, Aye. Mr. Durbin? No. Ms. Slotkin? No. Mr. Tuberville? Aye. Mr. King? Mr. King, no. Mr. Murphy? Mr. Murphy? No. Mr. Van Hollen? Mr. Van Hollen? No. Ms. Baldwin? Ms. Baldwin? No. Ms. Duckworth? Ms. Duckworth? No. Mr. Schatz? No. Ms. Hirono? No. Ms. Ernst? Ms. Ernst? Aye. Mr. Gallego? Mr. Gallego? No. Mr. Ossoff? Mr. Ossoff? No. Mr. Bozeman? Mr. Bozeman? Aye. Mr. McConnell? Mr. McConnell? Aye. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Kim, no. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Mullen, aye. Mr. Banks, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mrs. Brett, aye. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Justice, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye.
The yeas are 51, the nays are 46. The resolution is agreed to.
Madam President,
Democratic Leader.
I move to proceed to
The Senate will be in order.
Thank you, Madam President. I move to proceed to the motion to reconsider the vote on the motion to invoke cloture on the motion to proceed to S2882.
The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
I move to reconsider the vote on the motion to invoke cloture on the motion to proceed to S2882.
The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
Yield the floor. No.
The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the motion to proceed to calendar number 167, S2882, a bill making continuing appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2026, and for other purposes, signed by 17 senators.
Under the previous order, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the motion to proceed to S2882, a bill making continuing appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2026, and for other purposes shall be brought to a close upon reconsideration? Yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks, Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Lotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Bennett, Blount-Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Fetterman, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, King, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Schumer, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, and Wyden. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Haggerty, Hawley, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Langford, Lummis, Marshall, McCormick, Moody, Marino, Paul, Rounds, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, and Wicker. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Ms. Collins, no. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Markey. Ms. Also Brooks, aye. Mr. Banks, no. Mrs. Blackburn, no. Mr. Tuberville, no. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Kim, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Ms. Rosen, aye. Mr. Kane, aye. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Lee, no. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Lujan, aye. Mr. Curtis, no. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Grassley, no. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Ricketts, no. Mr. Schmidt, no. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Mullen, no. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mr. Kennedy, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 46, the nays are 52. 3/5 of the senators duly chosen and sworn not having voted in the affirmative. The motion upon reconsideration is not agreed to.
Madam President,
Majority Leader.
I move to proceed to the motion to reconsider the cloture vote on the motion to proceed to H.R. 5371.
Question is on the motion. All in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
Madam President, I move to reconsider the cloture vote on the motion to proceed to H.R. 5371.
Question is on the motion. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. Under the previous order, the clerk will report the motion. I'm sorry. To invoke.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the motion to proceed to Calendar 168, H.R. 5371, an act making continuing appropriations and so forth and for other purposes, signed by 17 senators.
Under the previous order, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the motion to proceed to H.R. 5371, an act making continuing appropriations and extensions for fiscal year 2026 and for other purposes shall be brought to a close upon reconsideration? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin. Okay, you guys can go. No.
I'm a no.
You're a no, thank you.
You got Bennett.
I did get you, thank you. Thank you, I got you. Ms. Cantwell. Oh, no, I'm yes.
Okay, Scott.
You got Bennett, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso. Blumenthal. Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, thank you, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo,
Got it.
Yep.
Marshall.
Thank you. Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Height-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters. Mr. Reed. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds. Mr. Sanders. Thank you. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cortez Masto, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, King, Lankford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, Moody, Marino, Mullen, Murkowski, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker, and Young. Senators voting in the negative: Alsobrooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt-Rochester, Cantwell, Durbin, Hassan, Kane, Kelly, Klobuchar, Merkley, Murray, Padilla, Paul, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schiff, Schumer, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Markey? No. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. Hoeven, aye. Mr. Gallego, no. Mr. Hickenlooper? No. Ms. Hirono? No. Mr. Kim? No. Mrs. Gillibrand? No. I didn't mean. That's all right. Mr. Warnock? No. Ms. Duckworth? No. Mr. Lujan? No. Mr. McCormick? Aye. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Schatz, no. Mrs. Shaheen? No.
On this vote, the yeas are 54 and the nays are 44. 3/5 of the Senate duly chosen and sworn not having voted in the affirmative. The motion upon reconsideration is not agreed to.
Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate resume legislative session being a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
Okay.
Mr. President.
The Democratic Leader.
I move to proceed to calendar number 167, S2882.
The clerk will report.
Motion to proceed to calendar number 167, S2882, a bill making appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30, 2026, and for other purposes.
I send the cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the motion to proceed to calendar 167, S2882, a bill making continuing appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30, 2026, and for other purposes, signed by 17 senators as follows.
I ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
I withdraw my motion to proceed.
The senator has that right. The motion is withdrawn.
Yield the floor.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to calendar number 168, H.R. 5371.
Clerk will report.
Motion to proceed to calendar 168, H.R. 5371, an act making appropriations and extensions for fiscal year 2026 and for other purposes.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report the cloture motion.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the motion to proceed to calendar 168, H.R. 5371, an act making continuing appropriations and extensions for fiscal year 2026 and for other purposes, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Mr. President, I ask consent to read and the names be waived.
Without objection.
And I move to proceed to executive session to consider the in-block nominations listed in SRS 412.
The question is on the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nominations on block.
Day 6 of the Democrats' government shutdown. Day 6. And I'm wondering just what exactly Democrats think they're gaining from all of this. I guess they're getting points from the far-left interest groups that they've been coordinating their shutdown strategy with. But I highly doubt that they're earning a lot of points with everyday, hardworking Americans, like the voters that they lost in the last election. Mr. President, a Reuters headline from Thursday noted, and I quote, U.S. government shutdown threatens food aid program for low-income Americans. Let me just read that again, Mr. President. U.S. government shutdown threatens food aid program for low-income Americans. The article noted that while the Trump Agriculture Department is doing its best to continue administering the Special Supplemental Nutrition Program for Women, Infants, and Children, more commonly known as WIC, the program is, quote, critically low on funds. And it won't get new funds until Democrats agree to reopen the government. Mr. President, Democrats own this. They own any lapse in funding for critical food aid programs, just as they own every other negative effect of the shutdown. Because let's remember, Mr. President, the only reason the government is shut down is because Democrats refuse to accept a clean, nonpartisan funding extension. A clean, nonpartisan funding extension. We didn't ask Democrats to swallow any new Republican policies. We didn't ask them to swallow any partisan riders. We simply asked them to agree to a clean, nonpartisan bill. The same kind of bill, Mr. President, I might add, that they voted for 13 times. 13 times during the Biden administration. The Democrats said no. And I should note, Mr. President, that you don't have to take my word for it on the facts of the bill. Republicans aren't the only ones pointing out that this is a clean CR. Here's what the president of the Teamsters Union had to say the other day, and I quote, "A shutdown will hurt working people, period. Senators should pass the House-passed clean, short-term funding bill," end quote. Senators should pass the House-passed clean, short-term funding bill, end quote. Again, that from the president of the Teamsters Union. Or you could take the word of a mainstream journalist who recently noted, and I quote, "In a vacuum, this CR would get almost every Democrat vote." It just would. This is a clean CR that has no partisan riders, extends a bunch of programs that are Democrat priorities. It's clean. It's clean, Mr. President. So to summarize, Democrats have shut down the government because they refuse to accept a clean, nonpartisan bill. And why are they refusing to accept it? After all, as I mentioned, they supported similar bills 13 times during the Biden administration. The reason that they refuse to accept it is that Democrats still cannot get over the fact that the American people elected President Trump. And when their far-left base demanded a showdown with the president, Democrats fell in line. And now it's the American people who are suffering the consequences. I quote again, U.S. government shutdown threatens food aid program for low-income Americans. Threatens food aid program for low-income Americans. Mr. President, 3 Democrats have rejected their party's shutdown politics and voted with Republicans to reopen the government. All Democrats will get another chance to vote to reopen the government later today. And for the sake of the American people, I hope at least a few more Democrats will join us to pass this clean, nonpartisan CR and let the Senate get back to work. Mr. President, I move to proceed to executive session to consider calendar number 459.
Questions on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. Clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, the judiciary, Jennifer Lee Mascott of Delaware, to be United States Circuit Judge for the Third Circuit.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
Clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Jennifer Lee Mascott of Delaware to be United States Circuit Judge for the Third Circuit, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Mr. President, I ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
And I moved to proceed to legislative session.
Questions on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion's agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I suggest the absence of quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Is the sixth day of Donald Trump's government shutdown. Senate Democrats returned to Washington ready to negotiate. We're ready to work with Republicans to reopen the government and end the health care crisis that faces tens of millions of Americans. But it takes two sides to have a negotiation. We need the Senate Republicans and the House Republicans and the President to come to the table. And meanwhile, Donald Trump and Speaker Johnson seem to be on another planet. Instead of trying to solve this shutdown crisis, Donald Trump spent the weekend golfing and posting memes and deep fakes on the internet. He seems to think this shutdown is some big joke. He's wrong. People will lose their paychecks. Seniors will see Social Security support services slow down. There will be chaos for travelers. This shutdown is all on Donald Trump's shoulders, and Americans agree, according to the polls. Poll after poll after poll, from CBS to the Washington Post to Marist to Morning Consult and many others, consistently show that the public sees the president as most responsible for the shutdown. He's in charge. His party holds majorities across the government. So Americans naturally and correctly believe the burden is on him to fix this mess. Speaker Johnson, meanwhile, has canceled yet another week of session for the House. Why? Because the Speaker knows House Republicans are bitterly divided on health care. He knows a large chunk of his conference doesn't want to fix people's premiums at all. The right-wing MAGA folks. Meanwhile, some of his less extreme members feel a necessity to fix this mess. The Speaker knows these divisions in his conference are serious and deep. So what does the Speaker do with these divisions in his conference, almost irreconcilable? He ducks. He chooses the politically expedient way out. He keeps the Congress out of session for weeks at a time, passes to the Senate a partisan bill with no Democratic input. That's not leadership. That's derelict. Even today, the Speaker said that we can deal with the ACA crisis sometime later. He said, wait, kick the can down the road, to postpone any negotiation until the very last minute. Speaker Johnson, I ask him the question, why the wait? Why not solve this crisis now? If you're not ready to solve it now, how do we know you're going to solve it 45 days from now? When you won't even do it now, and the same reasons that hold you back now will exist then. Insurers are waiting around to set rates for next year. They're doing it right now, not 3 months from now. Delay has always been Speaker Johnson's MO. Speaker Johnson has survived by kicking the can down the road on every major issue under his speakership, promising everyone that the thing they wanted is just around the corner. He did it repeatedly with the Freedom Caucus, for instance. And he's doing the same thing now with health care. If Speaker Johnson is serious about lowering costs and protecting the health care of the American people, why wait? Most of America, when Johnson says later, they know he means never. Democrats want to deal with the health care problem now. A recent poll by KFF shows that 80% of Americans want to extend the ACA tax credits, including 60% of MAGA Republicans. That's where the people are. A CBS poll also found that 75% of Americans don't think the administration is focused enough on lowering costs. Well, lowering health care premiums would be one of the very best ways to lower costs, because those costs are going through the roof. Many estimates show the average American would pay $1,000 more for health care. Listen to this. If you're a couple, 55-year-old couple who makes $80,000 a year, your premiums could go up $25,000 a year. How is anyone going to deal with that issue? Why is Johnson waiting? But yet again, Speaker Johnson and MAGA Republicans continue to lie and change the subject. Donald Trump does the same thing. The Speaker today once again lied that Democrats' proposal would provide health care benefits to undocumented immigrants. He even cited a page number and section within our proposal he says supposedly proves the point. Of course our proposal doesn't say that. As the Sunday show talk commentators Johnson sent down with this weekend pointed out, and he had no real rebuttal. Saying that Democrats' proposal provides health insurance to undocumented immigrants is plain and simple, a blatant lie. It was a lie yesterday, it's a lie today, it'll be a lie tomorrow. Nothing in our proposal, not even the page the Speaker keeps citing as changes that, as fact checkers have repeatedly pointed out, independent fact checkers, not Democrats, not Republicans, just experts. Undocumented immigrants are not eligible for Medicaid, Medicare, or ACA credits under current law or under the Democratic continuing resolution proposal. It's been the law for decades. Instead, here's what Democrats want to do. We want to reverse the devastating cuts to American health care that Republicans passed in their big ugly bill. We want to extend the ACA tax credits that lower costs for eligible Americans. These are the plain facts. But Speaker Johnson and Republicans don't want to deal with the facts. They don't want to talk about health care because they know the American people are appalled by their health care policies. So instead, they lie, change the subject. And Speaker Johnson and the House Republicans would rather duck out of town than come into session and do their jobs. You know, when Leader Jeffries and I met with the President, he, of all people, seemed at least to somewhat appreciate the immense harm of letting these ACA credits expire. Of course, we had to walk the President through it first because it seemed he had no clue of the crisis before our meeting. But frankly, what should happen now is this. The President should lean on Speaker Johnson to relent on his extreme refusal to negotiate. It's not a sustainable position for the Speaker to literally shut the entire House down and not do anything to solve this crisis. Again, why wait? Democrats are ready to solve this now. We urge Donald Trump to get Speaker Johnson and our Republican colleagues to come to the table with Senator Jeffries and I, negotiate and address this problem and fix it once and for all. I yield the floor.
Even their media allies are turning against them. Here's an editorial from today's Washington Post. The headline is, "The Shutdown Conversation No One Wants." The Washington Post editorial board today wrote this, quote, "Democrats have demanded that Republicans agree to extend the COVID-era insurance subsidies without proposing any way to pay for it." They go on to say the Congressional Budget Office estimates that it would cost $350 billion over the next decade. Now, that's the Washington Post talking, not Republicans. So it's no surprise that Democrats are avoiding this conversation. Obamacare is broken, Obamacare is a failure, and now Democrats are holding the American people hostage to prop it up. The Biden bonus COVID payments are a bait and switch. Democrats created them in 2021. They did it as a temporary COVID program. They extended them temporarily to 2022. They set an end date from this year when they extended them once again. Now these same Democrats are demanding that they become permanent at a cost of $350 billion. It's unacceptable. This is a system that is riddled with waste, with fraud, abuse, and corruption. Big insurance companies are rewarded with direct payments from the federal government to the insurance companies. Hardworking taxpayers are left holding the bill. Many of these policies, there are no premiums, no deductibles, no income limit, no accountability. Even families making $500,000 a year, they still qualify for these Biden bonus COVID payments. This is reckless, permanent new spending. The American people can't afford it. The American people know it. And even the Washington Post knows it and has reported on it today. Democrats lost the election, they've lost their media allies, and now they have lost the argument. Mr. President, on a related matter, here we are, day 6 of the Schumer shutdown. Senate Democrats have now voted 4 separate times to keep our government closed. Radical Democrats are shutting down the government with an outlandish list of demands, and you've seen them, Mr. President. Included in that list is giving free health care to illegal immigrants. When the interests of Americans and illegal immigrants collide, Democrats always seek to benefit the latter at the expense of the former. Think back to the last Democrat primary for president back in June of 2019 when they were having a big debate on live television. There were so many candidates that they actually had to do it 2 separate nights to get them all on the stage. Every running candidate for president was asked in that one debate if their platform would give free health care to illegal immigrants. Every single Democrat candidate on the debate stage that night raised their hand and said yes. Every one of them promised to give free health care to illegal immigrants. Senator Bernie Sanders was on the stage that night. He raised his hand. Senator Kristen Gillibrand of New York was on the stage that night. She raised her hand. Yes, free health care to illegal immigrants. Those are current members of the United States Senate who voted to shut the government down. They voted 4 times in the last 6 days. And it's more than talk. When Democrats get power, it's exactly what they're going to do. Look at California. In 2024, Governor Gavin Newsom expanded state-sponsored health care to illegal immigrants. He actually bragged about it. So there's no hiding from this. 1 year later, the Los Angeles Times reported that by doing this, costs had tripled. There was a headline dated March 13th of this year. It says, "Cost of undocumented health care in California is billions over estimates." They go on to say, pressuring Democrats to consider cuts. Instead of $3 billion a year, in the California health care system costs taxpayers $9.5 billion by providing health care to illegal immigrants. California financed its health care for illegal immigrants through a money laundering scheme aimed at the federal government. They used it to increase the state's Medicaid payments from the federal government directly to the state of California. This is money vacuumed away from hardworking Americans and from the vulnerable people in this country, our friends and neighbors who need Medicaid the most. What California do with it? They used it for illegal immigrants, not for U.S. citizens. President Joe Biden and the Democrats, they went even further. Apparently they weren't liberal enough in doing that. Joe Biden created multiple illegal parole programs when he was president. It was a blatant attempt at amnesty by the sleight of hand. Parole is supposed to be rare, it's supposed to be temporary, and it's supposed to be case by case. And Mr. President, I'm talking about the flood of illegal immigrants that have come into this country across our southern border. People saw them on television. Joe Biden abused presidential parole authority and turned our law on its head. Democrats made non-citizens who were paroled eligible for free health care. Look no further than the illegal immigrant who murdered 22-year-old nursing student Laken Riley in Georgia. He crossed the border illegally in 2022. The Biden administration released him into our country instead of removing him. The Biden administration paroled him for what they claimed were, quote, urgent humanitarian reasons of significant public benefit. And then he murdered a nursing student. Joe Biden made Laken Riley's killer eligible for taxpayer-funded health care. Democrats even promised free health care as an enticement to attract illegal immigrants to our southern border. It was a magnet. Well, Democrats have now shut down the government. Why? To defend a system where Laken Riley's killer can get taxpayer-funded free health care. That's who they are. That's their beliefs. That's their commitment, not to the American people, but to the illegal immigrants. Well, Republicans closed the loophole, Mr. President. Our working families' tax cuts put in place strong eligibility verification requirements. So that person can't qualify anymore, or anyone like them. It also ended the gimmicks that allowed California to fund health care for illegal immigrants through higher federal Medicaid payments, the way they siphon money from the federal government into California to pay for illegal immigrants. Meanwhile, what we've seen is President Trump and Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem rightfully terminated all of these Joe Biden categorical parole programs. He should have never let him in the first place. Now we have terminated him. And the Supreme Court was called into play in an action here. The Supreme Court upheld this decision by the Trump administration after several rounds of left-wing lawfare. President Trump is securing our border. He's putting American citizens first, not illegal immigrants. That's the difference between our parties. Democrats want to undo all of that. That's why they're holding the nation hostage by shutting down the government. That's what this fight is all about. Let's be clear. By shutting down the government, Democrats are putting illegal immigrants ahead of American citizens, ahead of our veterans, ahead of our military, ahead of our seniors, ahead of our children. It is reckless, it's radical, and it is wrong. It's time for it to end. So today, Mr. President, the Senate's going to vote for a fifth time on our bipartisan continuing resolution, and we want to reopen government. It passed the House with bipartisan support. The Senate this evening will have a simple choice once again. Vote to reopen the government and put America first and Americans first, or vote with Senator Schumer to put illegal immigrants ahead of the American people. Voting with Chuck Schumer tonight will keep the government closed. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsop-Brooks.
Trump revealed his priorities. It isn't to protect the health care, the health insurance of millions of Americans who are about to lose their insurance or see premiums skyrocket. Nope, that's not it. The president's priority: to deploy militarized immigration agents and National Guard troops to more American cities. Why? Purely for political theater and to advance his extreme agenda. In the early morning hours of Tuesday last week, while this government barreled toward a shutdown, President Donald Trump launched a military law enforcement assault on the city of Chicago. In the city's South Side neighborhood, hundreds of federal agents, many hiding their faces with masks, repelled from Black Hawk helicopters, darted out of disguised moving trucks, armed with military-grade weapons, to descend on a targeted apartment building in the city of Chicago. They swarmed through the building, knocking down doors, tearing up homes. And it appears that these agents knew nothing in advance about the residents whose homes they were destroying. In fact, in the dead of night, federal agents reportedly started checking on the residents as they brought them out of the building. Residents that included American citizens and children. They checked on them to see if maybe they had an outstanding warrant for their arrest or were undocumented. Picture this, if you will. You're with your family in an apartment building, a helicopter lands on the roof, federal agents with masks on batter down your doors, drag you and your children out of their beds into the street, and start an interrogation as to whether there's any undocumented person present. America. Many were yanked from their homes and their beds and detained shirtless and without clothing. Some were detained using zip ties, including children. Here's what one witness to the event said. Kids were crying, people were screaming, they looked very distraught. I was out there crying when I saw the little girl come around the corner because they were bringing the kids down too. They had them zip tied together. In the middle of the night in the city of Chicago, an assault on an apartment building in America. The witness continued, one of the agents laughed out loud. He said, F them kids. 4 U.S. citizen kids with undocumented parents were separated from their parents who were taken into custody. Secretary Kristi Noem's Department of Homeland Security posted to social media a highly produced video of the raid, her version of the story, because that's all this is to them, a promotional video, political theater. The human toll must be immense. What if it was your child, yanked out of his bed in the middle of the night, hands zip-tied behind him, brought down with few, if any, clothes on, standing in the street while all this is happening, watching his parents be arrested in America. In another case, ICE agents fired a pepper ball into CBS Chicago reporter Azo Rezi's car. What was her crime? Driving by the Broadview ICE facility to report on the protests there. It's known in the Constitution as freedom of the press. Doesn't seem to impress Kristi Noem. I've long fought for humane reforms to our immigration system on a bipartisan basis and evidence-based ways to reduce crime in our cities. If the president is serious about fixing our immigration system or lowering crime in our communities, I'm all in. But sending in militarized federal immigration agents and National Guard troops to terrorize Chicago or any American community in any state is not the American way. Excuse me. These actions have accomplished what I believe is the president's true intention here: spreading fear in America, especially among immigrant communities. And he's been very successful. I go to these communities virtually every weekend when I return back to Illinois. I meet with the people who live there. They are scared to death. People who have been here for years, no criminal record, no reason to be removed, working and paying taxes, are afraid to shop and afraid to go to church. Last week on the floor, I warned about this, and I have for some time now. The president's decision to unleash military personnel against the city of Chicago and American communities is another pillar in his master plan to weaponize the federal government against those he views as the enemy within. Where did that phrase come from? From the mouth of the President of the United States speaking to the military leaders of the United States. He told them to be fearful of the enemy within and to use American cities as their training ground. Think of that. White House Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller ranted to law enforcement agents on the eve of their Memphis deployment that they were, quote, being unleashed. Stephen Miller's word, unleashed. Does that sound like law and order? Does that sound like the rule of law? Unleashed. In addition to Memphis and Chicago, this president has targeted cities like Los Angeles and Portland. Reckless immigration raids, unnecessary deployment of military power over the objection of state and local officials. I fear these disturbing developments are the latest indicators that we are on a slippery slope into control by the Trump regime. The president is attempting to overturn the Department of Justice, the FBI, ICE, and the military into his own personal police force. This not only erodes trust between communities and the people tasked with protecting them, it is an existential threat to civil liberty, the rule of law, and the core values of who we are as Americans. This is what's at stake, and this is a defining moment we're in. In times like these, you have a choice. You can stand up and speak out, or you can be silent, or maybe you could cheer. It's your choice as Americans. But think about it if it was your family, in the middle of the night, people crashing through the doors, yanking you and your children out of bed into the street, arresting people. Remember what the goal was when we got started with this? The president made it very clear. We were after undocumented people, illegal people in the United States who were rapists, murderers, terrorists, criminally insane, and child predators. The president was very explicit. These are the people we're going after. We'll tell you their names as we arrest them. So what percentage of those that's been arrested with this mass deportation, detained by ICE, what percentage of them have a criminal record? Fewer than 30%. By a 2-to-1 margin, innocent people are being dragged into this. In the middle of the night in the city of Chicago in an apartment building. Children are being treated like pawns in the Trump political game. Today, Illinois Attorney General Kwame Raoul filed a lawsuit to block the administration's unconstitutional attempt to deploy troops in Illinois. I joined with all my Democratic colleagues in the Illinois delegation, calling on the president to immediately rescind this unnecessary and dangerous deployment of the military to Illinois. I've spoken personally to the governor of our state, J.B. Pritzker, several times this weekend as the story developed. He did not ask for the National Guard troops to be sent in from Texas or any place. There is no need for it, to either protect federal facilities or to protect the people living in the city of Chicago. I'm going to continue as ranking member of the Senate Judiciary Committee speaking out. And I appeal to my Republican colleagues who are watching this in silence. It could be you. You could have an opportunity soon for the president to send in troops It's not likely as much from the Republican side. Very few of their communities have been targeted. But if you happen to live in a state that didn't vote for Donald Trump, buckle up. He's coming down on you, whether it's California, Oregon, or Illinois. I'll close with this. At that Tuesday morning raid, videos taking at the scenes showed detained immigrants being held in an adjacent parking lot. Across the street, a woman is seen heard calling out in broken Spanish, "I'll always love you." Where is the humanity in tearing families apart? If there is a dangerous person, for God's sake, put them in a separate category. But families that are doing their best to get by and struggle, work and pay taxes, and have children who are citizens of the United States should never be treated like this in America. In an interview recently, Secretary Thune was quoted as saying, "This country is a country of laws. If you don't like the laws, go change them. We are enforcing them." She said that is sending a message to the whole world. The Secretary is right. The administration certainly sent a message in Chicago on Tuesday night, a shameful message, one that shouldn't be part of American history. Terrorizing families with midnight raids and troops in our streets is writing a shameful chapter in our nation's history. This is going to make America great again. President Trump is not intent on fighting crime. He is intent on spreading fear, and in doing so, he is destroying the values which define us as Americans. I yield the floor.
On the American people. There's a new Harvard-Harris poll that had just come out, and it makes it loud and clear. And what's loud and clear is that 7 in 10 voters in America oppose the government shutdown. Americans overwhelmingly say Democrats should accept a continuing resolution at the current levels of funding until the actual spending bills are passed. And it's interesting, Mr. President, because 13 times in the Biden administration, the Democrats did exactly that. And it's the thing they're refusing to do right now. Americans don't want their government closed. They want it open. They want it to work for them. They want a nation that is safe and secure and prosperous. And they're sick and tired of Democrats holding them hostage with partisan and unreasonable demands. What did the Democrats want? What did their demand letter say? It said they want free health care for illegal immigrants. This is opposed by an overwhelmingly large number of Americans. The Democrats shut down the government, and they think they're hurting President Trump. In fact, the Schumer shutdown is hurting people all across America. Across this country, Americans are feeling the pain. There's headlines that tell the story, and I have a few here, Mr. President. One in New York says, quote, "Government shutdowns threatens food access for Long Island's most vulnerable." Another in Nevada says, quote, "Government shutdown threatens food stamps, jobs, national security." In New Jersey, one reads, "Hospital at home, telehealth programs are on hold amid government shutdown." And in New Hampshire, quote, "At least 1,800 New Hampshire federal workers to be furloughed or fired during shutdown." They're not statistics. These are families, these are our troops, these are seniors, these are veterans, these are mothers with young children, working families, patients, all across the country. And the stresses upon American families are mounting during the end result of the Schumer shutdown. Paychecks for our service members, well, they run out in days. Reports already show there are signs of financial distress. Every day this shutdown continues, the damage drags on. Financial stress will lead to financial crises for many families. Temporary hardships will lead to lasting harm. The American people don't want it, they can't afford it, they want it to end. Democrats have now voted 5 specific times to keep the government closed. And all you need to do is read their ransom note. Democrats demanding taxpayer-funded health care for illegal immigrants. And who do they want to hurt in the process? They want to cut the funding for rural hospitals in my state and yours. That's how they want to pay for the health care for illegal immigrants. That's their price to reopen the government, to get back to the normal workings of Washington and our government. And as a result, the Democrats are holding the American people hostage. There's a simple solution to the shutdown. The House passed a clean continuing resolution, current spending levels, bipartisan support, to fund the government through November 21st. Why November 21st? Well, I just heard the minority leader say that there's been no discussions between Republicans or Democrats on the continuing resolutions. Well, in fact, there has been, and it's the deadline date of November 21st. Because the chair and the ranking member of the Senate Appropriations Committee and the House Appropriations Committee all said they needed 7 weeks to finish the bipartisan work on the appropriations bills. So yes, Senator Collins, Senator Murray, they worked together on the clean continuing resolution. It's interesting because what we see are the Democrats fearing the wrath of their far left wing of their party. That's why they're not voting to open the government. The clock continues to tick. Every day Democrats hold out is another day wasted. Another day we ought to be making sure that the government is open. I hear that the Democrats say they want to negotiate. Well, open the government, we're ready to negotiate. Every day Democrats choose to keep the government closed is another day spent ignoring and rejecting the priorities of the American people. If Democrats actually want to negotiate, they would reopen the government today. It is that simple. So today, Mr. President, we're going to vote for the 6th time on a clean continuing resolution, something Democrats approved 13 times when Joe Biden was president. Senate Democrats have a choice. Vote yes to end the Schumer shutdown, or vote no and tell the American people why their pain and their opinion just doesn't matter to the Democrats. Let me end where I begin. 7 in 10 Americans oppose this shutdown. Americans overwhelmingly say Democrats should accept the clean continuing resolution that we are voting on here today. American people have spoken. They want their government open, and they want it open now. It's time that the Democrats listened to them. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor. Suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Brooks.
Premiums are doubling. Others will get priced out of their plans completely, leaving them with no coverage at all. And here's what that means. Thanks to Republicans in Congress, a 60-year-old couple making $85,000 a year will have to pay more than $22,000 every year to keep their coverage. $22,000. For families already hanging on by their fingernails, that could be a matter of keeping health care coverage or just giving up. And that could be a matter of life and death. I know what it's like. Growing up, there was never a time when my family didn't worry about money. My daddy ended up as a janitor. When I was 12, my daddy had a heart attack. He lost his job, the family station wagon was repossessed, and we were about to lose our home. My mother had never worked outside the home, but that is when she put on her best dress, got herself a minimum wage job answering phones at Sears, and saved our home and saved our family. Our healthcare system was already broken with high premiums, insurance denials, and huge co-pays. And that was before Donald Trump and the Republicans decided to make the healthcare crisis so much worse. Democrats are fighting to reverse Republicans' giant health care cuts and lower costs for Americans. Right now, it is only the Republicans in Congress that stand in the way. Affordable Care Act tax credits help people afford their health care, and they are set to expire at the end of the year, and insurance companies are resetting their rates right now. We are barreling toward a tipping point for American families. If Congress does not act, nearly 22 million Americans will see their health insurance premiums more than double on average. Democrats want to lower those costs right now. Republicans are shutting down the entire government instead of coming to the table to help American families. An overwhelming majority of Americans want us to extend these tax credits so that insurance premiums don't go through the roof. Even most Trump supporters agree with us on this. Donald Trump himself just said he wants to make it better, and it is only Senate Republicans who are standing in the way. Senate Republicans have refused to even sit down and negotiate over health care cuts, even though thousands of their constituents will see their costs go way up. For example, in Alabama, about 447,000 Americans will see their insurance premiums skyrocket. In Alaska, about 24,000 Americans will see their insurance premiums skyrocket. In Arkansas, it's about 144,000 Americans. In Florida, it's 4.4 million Americans. In Idaho, it's 101,000 Americans. In Indiana, it's 290,000 Americans. In Iowa, it's 118,000 Americans. In Kansas, it's 182,000 Americans. In Kentucky, it's 77,000 Americans. In Louisiana, it's 276,000 Americans. In Maine, it's 54,000 Americans. In Mississippi, it's 320,000 Americans. In Missouri, it's 383,000 Americans. In Montana, it's 67,000 Americans. In North Carolina, it's 888,000 Americans. In North Dakota, it's 38,000 Americans. In Ohio, it's 514,000 Americans. In Oklahoma, it's 290,000 Americans. In Pennsylvania, it's 422,000 Americans. In South Carolina, it's 588,000 Americans. In South Dakota, it's 50,000 Americans. In Tennessee, it's 593,000 Americans. In Texas, it is 3.7 million Americans. Nearly 4 million Americans will see their insurance premiums skyrocket. In Utah, it's 395,000 Americans. In West Virginia, it's 63,000 Americans. In Wisconsin, it's 272,000 Americans. In Wyoming, it is 43,000 Americans. Look, Democrats are fighting to lower costs for every single one of those Americans. Where are their Republican senators? Those were the insurance premiums, which will cause about 5 million people to lose their coverage because they just can't afford those higher costs. But Republicans are also cutting health care for another 10 million Americans. That's seniors in nursing homes, mamas with newborn babies, and it's your neighbor who needs a wheelchair or a home health aide to be able to live independently. Democrats have said time and time again, if Congress is going to pass a budget for the U.S. government, then saving health care for those millions of Americans has to be part of the deal. We will not stop fighting for Americans' access to their doctors and to their hospitals. And what has been the response of Donald Trump? He don't want to talk about health care. Nope. Instead, his plan is to inflict maximum pain on Americans during this Republican shutdown. His right-hand man, Russ Vought, is shutting down important infrastructure projects as political punishment. They're threatening to fire many more federal workers. And get this, the White House is furloughing hundreds of staffers because of the Republican shutdown, but they are keeping every single DOGE staffer on. In total, the Trump administration is furloughing over 500,000 workers who work every day to keep our country running. But at least Elon Musk's pals at DOGE are safe. And that tells you everything you need to know about the Republican plans. Look, this may feel like a surprise to millions of Americans, but the Republican attack on Americans' health care has been long in the making. It's exactly the shutdown playbook Donald Trump and his lackeys laid out in their Project 2025. Since day one, Trump has tried again and again and again to shut down the parts of government he just doesn't like. He has tried to illegally wipe away millions of dollars for programs that Congress had already agreed to fund. He has illegally fired tens of thousands of federal workers. He has illegally sent our troops to invade American cities. And the response of Republicans in the Senate has been to bow down and let Donald Trump do all of that and more. And now, during a government shutdown, the President of the United States is saying, quote, a lot of good can come from a shutdown, and quote, we can get rid of a lot of things we didn't want. And while all of that is going on, why would Democrats sign off on a Republican budget without ironclad guarantees to make sure that Trump won't just turn around and go back on the deal and not lower costs for families? The answer is we won't. While Senate Republicans keep taking orders from their wannabe king and drag out their government shutdown, Senate Democrats will not stop fighting to save health care and to lower costs for families. We want rollbacks of the Republican cuts that will take away health care coverage from 15 million people and drive up insurance premiums for everyone else. This is not a partisan issue. This is not a partisan fight. Democrats are in this fight for all Americans. And we urge Senate Republicans to join us to protect health care coverage for millions of Americans and end this painful government shutdown. Madam President, I yield the floor.
The senator from Maine.
Madam President, as if in legislative session and notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs be discharged from further consideration of S1377 and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration, that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Is there objection?
Madam President,
The senator from Kentucky.
I object.
Objection is heard.
Madam President, I want to express some thoughts on this motion that was just objected to. We are in an ongoing, serious, and debilitating conflict in the world of cyber. It is one of the most serious threats this country faces. In fact, right at this moment, it is probably the most serious threat this country faces from nations.
The American people deserve affordable health care, and they deserve a government that works for them, not a government of threats, not a government of bullies. They deserve a government that comes together in a bipartisan way to find solutions to the problems and challenges they face. Sadly, right now, we are on day 18, where the Republicans in the House of Representatives have not reported to work. Day 18. I went over there this morning, and there are literally more statues of former Republican leaders than there are actual Republican House members in the entire House. I walked down the hallways. I went to the door. I went to see if anyone was there. There's no one there. There's just a bunch of statues of former leaders. We need real leaders right now over in the House that are willing to sit down and negotiate with members of the Senate and, yes, with the president. Not to be rubber stamps of the president, but to actually come back and say, this is what I'm hearing from my constituents, because we know what they're hearing. We have seen the numbers. And some of them have been willing to say it. Some of the House members on the Republican side, some of the senators. 3/4 of the people on the Affordable Care Act plans, according to a study from the Kaiser Family Foundation, 3/4 of them are in states won by President Trump. The vast majority of them are in red congressional districts. So we know what they're hearing because it's what I've been hearing. Some of the people are already getting notices in some states, like in Senator Warnock, Senator Ossoff's state of Georgia, that they're seeing a doubling of their premiums or a tripling of their premiums. And I have heard the proposed numbers in the state of Minnesota. It is not pretty. A few weeks ago, I went on a 13-county rural tour in my state. I visit all 87 counties every year. And I met with soybean farmers, and one of them told me that what he was seeing between the tariffs drying up his market, 60% of the soybeans in Minnesota are exported around the world. We're proud of that. We feed the world. Those markets have dried up. They can't sell their soybeans. They can't get a good price for their soybeans. Heard the same thing from our corn growers. So when you look at what's happening with their markets, and then you look at what's happening with their input costs for things like fertilizer because of the tariffs, of the Trump tariffs, and you look at the increases for them in their daily living expenses like electricity bills, like grocery bills, because these tariffs, and yes, these healthcare premiums. You look at this, and one soybean farmer told me this is a perfect storm of ugly. So what should our answer be? To stay away, like these Republican House members have done, because they're afraid of having a vote about the release of the Epstein files? That soybean farmer is like, what? Go take care of your business, but your job is to come here and help me. Families' budgets are being squeezed. The president promised he would bring down prices on day one, but instead it is day 261, and the opposite is happening, especially with health care. And this isn't a December problem or a January problem. This is a now problem, because November 1st is the date. November 1st is the date where these plans that are called different things in different states, in my state it's called MNsure, when these plans, which over 25% of our farmers are on, for one thing, and a whole bunch of small business owners, they're not working at some big corporation in a small business. They do not have the option of getting their plans that way. Instead, they rely on these types of plans from the state. Ours existed even before the Affordable Care Act, but is one of those Affordable Care Act plans. And so November 1st is when that marketplace opens up. And then they got to decide. They can't afford doubling the premiums. And that's what this fight is about. A poll published last week found that 78% of Americans think we should extend the ACA tax credits, including significant majorities of Democrats, Independents, and Republicans. Why don't my colleagues on the other side of the aisle and my colleagues that aren't here over in the House, Republicans, why don't they see this as an opportunity to do something good, to come to the table and do something good? That's what this is about to me. I thought that's what we were elected to do. But instead, what do we see? According to Minnesota's health insurance marketplace, a 30-year-old in Mower County, that's one of our rural counties kind of near the Iowa border, earning $39,000 per year would see their premium increase from $77 per month this year to $225 a month for the same plan. Not extra bells and whistles, the same plan. A family of 3 in Roseau County, that's way up north, with an annual income of $106,000, this is a family of 3, would see their premium jump from $675 a month to $1,100 a month, an annual increase of more than $5,000. A 60-year-old married couple in Bemidji, earning $85,000 per year. This is the middle of our state, beautiful lakes area, home of Paul Bunyan and Babe the Blue Ox, just dealt with a horrible, horrible storm, and their town showed this incredible resiliency. A 60-year-old married couple in Bemidji earning $85,000 per year will see their premium climb from less than $500 per month to $1,700 per month. That means an additional $15,000 next year for the same coverage. These increases are going to force people to make a decision. As my rural hospitals told me, behind closed doors, some of it, they said, so we've got a whole bunch of people that are going to be hurt by these Medicaid cuts that were in the bill, the budget bill this summer. And we've got a whole bunch of problems because $500 billion in Medicare cuts was automatically triggered by that big, beautiful bill, as it's called, or big, beautiful betrayal of a bill. $500 billion in Medicare cuts was triggered. Why? Because the debt went up so high because of all the tax cuts for the wealthiest. And that's just in law. If you put up the debt that much, you're going to get Medicare cuts that aren't going to hit individuals. They will eventually, but they're going to hit these hospitals. I say eventually because there's not going to be any place to go to get your health care if you're in a rural area and these hospitals and clinics start closing down. So on top of all that, Medicaid, the Medicare, then you layer on these Affordable Care Act issues. And what the people, the doctors and nurses told me was that because that's how so many of their patients get their health care, if they don't get their insurance, which some of them just won't be able to afford unless we do something about it, which is fully within our power to do. Like literally, you could take that money that was going to go to Argentina and screw over our soybean farmers in Minnesota, that $20 billion, I have no idea why that was a good idea. You can take that money and that's going to pay for a big chunk of just the first year of these tax credits for regular Americans and not screw over our soybean farmers. So anyway, they told me that if you make sure these people still have insurance, that's a huge deal to these rural hospitals. It means that they can maybe just barely eke by and make it, because otherwise people are going to get rid of their insurance, then they're going to show up in the emergency rooms because they're not going to be getting not just primary care, but elective surgeries, regular things they should be getting because they don't have the insurance, and they're going to show up in the emergency rooms, and then the hospitals are going to be paying for that care. That's what we're dealing with here. And these increases are going to force people across the country to make these impossible decisions. Constituent was caught off guard of mine by a $2,000 premium increase. A family of four considering downgrading their insurance plan. And a father who expects that his family will owe $16,000 more next year. One woman currently saves more than $450 per month because of the ACA tax credit. She's retired, she's single, so she does not have any additional income coming in. And that gives her the $5,400 extra per year. And that is before you factor in, and this is important for people to know, because everyone's having trouble with what's going on in the insurance market right now. That's before you factor in what is expected to be a 21% increase in the premium. Another constituent who shared that her biggest fear is affording health care for her family. She said, please keep up the fight for the ACA subsidies. Every day the cost for just living goes up. I'm worried for my family. We know our healthcare system is far from perfect. There are many steps we should take to improve it. I could spend the whole day giving you some ideas that would be constructive. One of the things that I finally got passed into law that I spent years working on and leading the bill, a negotiation of prices under Medicare. Congress, before I got here, somehow locked itself in to what the prices should be under Medicare, and you could see people and our worthy veterans under the VA getting much better deals on their drugs than all of the seniors in America. Why? Because the VA was negotiating for prices and Medicare was banned from negotiating. So we opened that up for at least 10 drugs in the first year, drugs like Xarelto and Eliquis and Januvia and Jardiance, big drugs with big populations of people that use them. And we got that negotiation started during the last administration, and we're able to get some remarkable savings, but there should be many more savings. And these are supposed to be negotiated 15 more drugs and 15 more drugs and 15 more drugs. And I can tell you right now, I'm watching to make sure that happens. But there could be a lot more we could do on the front of pharmaceuticals and many other areas of healthcare. But instead, the least we can do right now is make sure that people are going to end up bankrupt when small farm bankruptcy is at a 5-year high right now, who live in rural areas. We're asking our colleagues to come to the table. We're asking the Republicans in the House of Representatives to return to work so that they aren't outnumbered by a bunch of statues that have been sitting there for 100 years in the rotunda. We'd like the real representatives to come back and join us in negotiating to end the shutdown, which is what we want, but also to do something to help Americans with their health care. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Our fight to make health care more accessible for all Americans. For the first time in 6 years, the government is shut down. And certainly nobody wanted to get to this point, including me. But we're here for one reason, because the MAGA Republicans shut down the government because they refused to address the health care crisis that they've created. Earlier this summer, the administration passed their, what we call the Big Bad Betrayal Act, as we call it, at a time when Americans are begging for financial relief. They were stripped of health care, faced with the loss of health care for 15 million people. That's right. The MAGA Republicans have gutted more than $1 trillion over the next 10 years from Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act, health care that literally millions of Americans rely on. And we're not just talking years in the future, it starts this month. At the end of this year, the Affordable Care Act's tax credits will expire unless Republicans act now to extend them. If they don't, and they are clearly divided on this issue, premiums across the country, on average, are going to double starting next year. As a little perspective, that means many Coloradans will pay over $1,000 more for health care in 2026 than they did in 2025. Now, insurance companies are just starting to notify Americans about these massive cost increases. And you talk about a kick in the gut. When I was governor, we expanded health care to 400,000 Coloradans with help from the ACA tax credits. We got to 96% coverage for Coloradans to have health care. MAGA Republicans want to undo that progress, and we shouldn't let that happen. It doesn't end there. The budget bill is the centerpiece of a much broader campaign to strip health care coverage away from millions and millions of Americans. The moment the president took office, MAGA Republicans essentially handed him and Secretary Kennedy a free pass to attempt to dismantle our public health care system and to destroy much of the science-backed public health policy. Now, what exactly did they do? Well, the president and RFK Jr. fired every single member of the CDC's independent panel on vaccines and replaced them with vaccine skeptics, people that really didn't believe too much in the value of vaccines. Then when the president's own CDC director voiced her opposition, they fired her too. Now that puppet panel completely changed the COVID vaccine recommendations for Americans. Now folks across the country are struggling to figure out whether they can get a vaccine at the pharmacy and what it's going to cost. The president's first administration oversaw Operation Warp Speed, which developed the first COVID vaccines in what was almost a miraculously rapid time frame. But now he's actively undermining that same science. It's astounding. Reproductive health care, they're gutting that too. Again, back when I was governor in Colorado, we made free and low-cost birth control accessible to every Coloradan. We reduced unwanted pregnancies by almost 60%. Now this administration is doing everything they can to eliminate the last remaining abortion protections. They're threatening access to mifepristone, a medication that's been proven safe and effective for nearly 30 years. On top of that, they've completely given up on things like fighting cancer, slashing hundreds of millions of dollars in cancer-related research grants. That's right, you heard me clearly, cancer. Now we can't even agree that cancer is worth beating. If that wasn't enough, the White House actually reached out, publicized, the president talked to pregnant women, told pregnant women not to trust their doctors, but that they could feel assured that taking Tylenol while you're pregnant would cause autism. They did this without any scientific proof. It's hard to believe that they were telling pregnant women that Tylenol was going to cause autism. It's, in many ways, one large diabolical fear tactic. And it puts the health of so many Americans at risk. And we can't let it continue, which really brings us to this showdown. We're asking for this administration to negotiate and to take basic action to restore health care to Americans. MAGA Republicans I think they should be thanking us for giving them an off-ramp to undo the horrendous cuts that are going to ruin people's lives, real lives. It will cost people their lives. So far, no one seems to be listening, but here's what's at stake if we don't hold our ground. I recently, a couple weeks ago, visited a nursing home in Lakewood, Colorado. Now, many Americans don't know this, but Medicaid covers the cost of roughly 60% of residents in nursing homes across the country. At the facility I visited in Lakewood, over 90% of the residents are there because of Medicaid. I sat in a circle surrounded by residents, some with disabilities, and their caregivers, all trying to understand what these cuts meant for their health, for their lives. One resident told me point blank that Medicaid saved his life. He said he would still be living on the streets without it because the cost of his epilepsy medication was far too high. His health care, his medication, the roof over his head is now under threat with these cuts coming to Medicaid. This is a very sobering truth. If you're a single adult in Colorado, you don't even qualify for Medicaid. You'll be making too much to qualify for Medicaid if you earn more than $1,735 a month. That is $10 an hour. If you make more than $10 an hour, you don't qualify for Medicaid. So you've got to be working, and you've got to make less than $10 an hour. Pretty easy to verify, and creating the red tape and bureaucracy to get at these mythical cases of abuse, it defies rational thought. The president's big ugly bill doesn't just put a $1 trillion hole in health care, but it creates mountains of paperwork and endless reams of red tape. It creates challenges for people with disabilities, and people making $10 an hour are going to have a real hard time navigating. And if they fill out a form incorrectly or they don't turn it in on time, they get something wrong, they'll get kicked right off of health care. It's immoral. It's inhumane. This is what Medicaid is for, to make sure Americans get the care they need to stay alive, to keep shelter over their heads when they need around-the-clock care. All of it's under threat. Take one look on social media and you'll see why the White House and MAGA are trying to make this into one big joke. It's a carnival of jokes. But they can't avoid the suffering and the fear that their actions are causing. Americans elected a president because he promised to fight for the people who slipped through the cracks. But he's turning the very ground they stand on into quicksand. MAGA Republicans have passed a bill to take health care from 15 million Americans. Americans with cancer, sick kids, people living in nursing homes. With the money they saved, they gave trillion-dollar tax breaks, in many cases to the wealthiest of Americans and to the largest of corporations. Now, hundreds of rural hospitals and clinics are at risk of closure. Millions of Americans are going to be uninsured. Many of them have pre-existing conditions, which will make them getting insurance again nearly impossible. And they're going to be faced with health care premiums that will be doubling. And that's for literally millions of Coloradans, or millions of Americans. And we're not talking decades in the future. We're talking about next month when these premiums go up. By November 1st, Coloradans on the marketplace plans that they get from the healthcare exchange, they'll be getting the terrifying news, the alert from the insurance company that their premiums are about to increase. What we're being told is that some Colorado families are going to see price tags $1,000 a month higher than what their normal payments were. Democrats are fighting for one thing, to protect the essential care that millions of Americans rely on every single day. It's about making sure that moms and dads, little kids, grandparents, newborn babies don't fall through the trillion-dollar hole that MAGA has created in our healthcare system. Let's work together, let's reopen the government and protect the healthcare for the people of this country. We'll be waiting and ready at the negotiating table. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield back the floor.
Monday of this week, I invited 8 of my colleagues to be briefed on an issue that we just found out about it from Deputy Director Dan Bongino. What we learned is very disturbing and outrageous. Political conduct by the Biden FBI. As most of you know, this year Senator Johnson and I made records public relating to our investigation of Arctic frost. Arctic frost was the FBI investigation that became Jack Smith's electoral case against then-citizen Trump. We've shown that partisan FBI agents and the Department of Justice prosecutors created and advanced that matter. And they did so in violation of FBI rules. We've shown the FBI expanded the investigation to almost 100 Republican groups and individuals, even including Charlie Kirk's Turning Point USA. And we've learned that Arctic frost included the targeting of at least 8 Republican senators, the same ones that I invited to that briefing. In 2023,
Biden FBI sought and obtained cell phone tolling data about my colleagues' personal phones. We've been told the date range for that data was January 4th through January 7th, 2021. This is obviously an outrage, obviously an unconstitutional breach, and Attorney General Bondi and Director Patel need to hold accountable those that are involved in that serious breach and wrongdoing. And I am confident that those two officials will do just that. Now, based on the evidence to date, Arctic frost and related weaponizations by the federal law enforcement under Biden was arguably worse than the Nixon-Watergate scandal. I've also been informed that Arctic frost documents, like the ones targeting Republican, have been hidden in a prohibited access file. Now, let me tell you what I think prohibited access file is. It might be legitimate for national security. It might be legitimate for intellectual property. It may be legitimate for personal privacy of American citizens, but it should never be used what it was used for, to hide things from the public that would embarrass bureaucrats and government officials and maybe even political officials. So, as I've made public through my oversight, when files are in a prohibited access file, they receive what the FBI calls a false negative search result on their database. So that means that if you ask for emails or some records of the FBI and they type it in, it doesn't show up, so then it doesn't exist. Clearly, this impedes responses to congressional oversight and court cases. It allows for misconduct. Because of whistleblowers informing me of this serious problem, the FBI is now reviewing these file types. And only because of that review, the document about targeting 8 Republican senators was located. Lastly, I started Arctic frost investigation July 2022. Now, it has taken years to get records and to advance the investigation. Sometimes my oversight work's done quietly outside the public eye. But what the public is now seeing is the importance of congressional oversight, the importance of whistleblowers exposing government misconduct. My whistleblowers deserve great thanks for what they've helped to expose. We were all shocked and outraged by the unjustified fishing expedition Deputy Director Bongino informed us about. The FBI told us in our briefing that not a single one of my colleagues on the list was under investigation. So, the FBI did its dirty digging without legitimate predication. We expect Patel and Bongino shut this abuse down and do it immediately. And I want my colleagues and Iowans to know that I won't give up until I've followed all the facts and accountability is delivered for the American people. I yield the floor and suggest the absence of a quarrel.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alston-Brooks.
Full week, a whole week of Donald Trump's government shutdown, and the country is feeling the sting of Republican intransigence. Over 700,000 federal employees have been furloughed. Services are being disrupted. The Wall Street Journal reported this morning that businesses nationwide with government contracts are in peril. The Republican manufactured disaster did not need to happen. The government is shut down for one reason, and one reason only. Donald Trump and the Republicans would rather kick 15 million people off health insurance, would rather raise premiums by thousands and thousands of dollars a year on over tens of millions of Americans, rather than sit down and work with Democrats on fixing health care. That's the reason. They'd rather kick tens of millions off health care than sit down with us and work with us on addressing this so important issue, so important to the American people. Now, Americans are frustrated. The cost of living continues to go up. Donald Trump's tariffs have sent grocery prices spiking. It's even more expensive now to buy a cup of coffee. First things many people drink in the morning, they're going to see Trump's tariffs hurting them. People are worried about paying more on their electricity bill. 41 states have seen increased prices. Why? Because in their mania of hating clean energy, they cut out so much of wind and solar, solar being the cheapest form of new energy to go on the grid. Americans are pessimistic that any of this is going to get any better, and they blame President Trump and the Republicans. A CBS poll from a few days ago found that 75% of Americans don't think the administration, the Trump administration, is focusing enough on lowering costs. Fixing health care would be at the top of the list for lowering costs for people. Now, Democrats want to reopen the government right away. We want to have a serious negotiation to fix health care so that people can see their costs go down. And we can do both. Fix health care and reopen the government. This is not an either-or thing, which Republicans are making it. And the American people don't like it. Democrats have been consistent. Our position remains the same. We've been saying it for months. Republicans are shutting down the government because they refuse to address the crisis in American health care. One sentence sums it all up. Republicans are shutting down the government because they refuse to fix and address the crisis in American health care. Now, our Republican colleagues, being against public sentiment, are flailing. On the one hand, it's starting to sink in for Republicans that their position of not fixing health care is untenable in the eyes of the American people. As President Lincoln said, public sentiment is everything. Well, public sentiment is building on fixing health care. It's high already. It's getting higher every day. And it's not going to recede. It's getting even stronger. Republicans refuse to acknowledge that public sentiment is not on the side of Trump and Johnson. And Johnson has become the #1 roadblock to ending a shutdown. He sent everyone home for 3 weeks now. If you care about fixing the crisis, if you care about reopening the government, how the hell do you keep your House not in session for 3 weeks? And now but even so, Johnson himself is feeling the heat. At first, he and his caucus were telling Republicans in the House, don't talk about health care. They knew the American people were against what they thought. Johnson's leadership team explicitly told members in a memo not to mention health care when talking about the shutdown. Of course, that didn't work, because the public knows overwhelmingly that We need lower health care premiums, and that's what Democrats are fighting for, and that's what's preventing the Republicans from coming to the table. They don't want to fix it. That's why they're causing the shutdown. So, feeling the heat, Speaker Johnson held a press conference yesterday and said perhaps one of the most ridiculous things I've heard from Republicans in a long time. He said, "Look me right under the camera," said Johnson, I'll tell you very clearly, Republicans are the ones concerned about health care. As he did it, he couldn't look right into the camera. Deep in his subconscious, he knew he wasn't telling the truth. What he said was nonsense. He couldn't even look in the camera when he said this because he knows the American people don't buy what he's saying. Republicans are the ones who cut $1 trillion from Medicaid, who tried to repeal the ACA. 3 times we asked them to vote to sustain it after the new year. 3 times they voted it down. So that's first. And second, Donald Trump is making all these terrible threats led by the evil Mr. Vote. Trump is saying he's going to fire people en masse, saying that federal workers don't even deserve back pay, even though he signed the law guaranteeing back pay in 2019. Again, they're threatening, they're bludgeoning, they're using the American people, government workers, as pawns. But these kind of tactics from the administration are backfiring. Americans don't like being used as pawns, even if they're not one subject to being held hostage. They don't like watching it happen. And the American people know clearly that it's Republicans who are in charge. Republicans have the White House. They control the House and the Senate. So when people are laid off, when people are not paid, when people are not getting back pay, they know it's the Republicans trying to do it, even though they're using it to try and bully us. It's not Democrats who are threatening to fire people or threatening to withhold back pay. It's the Republican side, Donald Trump, saying all of this, and the American people know it and will blame them for these mass firings and chaos. The data is very clear that trying to use the public as political pawns will backfire for Republicans. And plenty of Republicans in Congress know this. That's why behind closed doors, some Republicans are praying the administration tones down its threats, because these mean-spirited tactics by Russell Vote aren't going to win in the court of public opinion or in the hearts and minds of Americans. Look, Republicans are tripping over themselves because they're divided on the core issue, fixing people's health care. When someone on the hard right, the hard right, Marjorie Taylor Greene openly says Republican leaders are wrong and that we need to fix the premiums, that's how you know how deeply Republicans are split. Let me read what she said. Quote, this is Marjorie Taylor Greene, not Chuck Schumer. "I'm going to go against everyone on this issue," health care that is, "because when tax credits expire this year, my own adult children's insurance premiums for 2026 are going to double, along with all the wonderful families and hardworking people in my district. More Republicans should listen to her, because on this issue, she's right on the money." Meanwhile, Democrats' position hasn't changed. We urge our Republican colleagues to join us in a serious negotiation to reopen the government and extend ACA premiums. It's the right thing to do for the American people, and by doing it, we'll be able to quickly reopen the government before any more serious damage is done by the Republicans to our country. And finally, on nominations, Mr. President, today the Senate will vote to advance the nomination of Jennifer Mascott of Maryland to be a circuit court judge for the Third Circuit. I'll oppose Mascott's nomination because she does not seem to have any other qualification for the job other than this. She's a career loyalist, a sycophant to Donald Trump. She has no connections to the Third Circuit. She's never lived in Delaware. She's not even licensed to practice law in Delaware. In fact, her only link to the state is a beachside summer home. If you look at Mascott's resume, the only time she's ever really practiced law is the 2 years she worked in the Trump's Department of Justice. That's it. And you're putting her on the circuit court, one of the most important courts in the country? Well, the only reason Donald Trump's putting Mascott on the bench is because he thinks she will do whatever he wants from the bench. She'll be a total Trump sycophant. Not look at the law, not look at the facts, just look at Donald Trump and see which way he's nodding and follow it. This nominee is another Trump example. It's another troubling example of the Trumpification of the federal bench, where loyalists replace jurists and obeisance to Trump matters more than adherence to the law or precedent or even the Constitution. It's just like what we saw yesterday in the Judiciary Committee. Pam Bondi exposed herself as woefully unqualified to be Attorney General, but a supremely obeisant Trump deputy is what she is instead. She spent her time dodging questions, hurling insults, and, most importantly for Donald Trump, defending the president's interests more than anything else, even if the law or the facts or the truth pointed strongly in the other direction. This troubling pattern of obeisance, above all, in our judiciary system is dangerous, troubling. So I will oppose today's nominee and urge my colleagues to do the same. Yield the floor. Note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk, call the roll.
We're now in day 8 of a government shutdown, and which is truly unfortunate and unnecessary, and totally at the behest of left-wing Democrat special interest groups who have pressured the Democrat leadership into a position that makes absolutely no sense to any thinking person. I want you to think about where we are. Think about this scenario. You have a bill passed by the House of Representatives over here in the Senate, 24 pages long, clean, short-term, nonpartisan, no policy writers, no Republican priorities, a clean resolution to fund the government, which there are 55 senators, 55 out of 100 senators are voting for the clean, short-term funding resolution that would open up the government. The President of the United States has said that as soon as it is passed in the Senate, he will sign it into law. So what you have is complete, unified support for a short-term funding resolution to keep the government open and make sure that all the government employees who are currently being impacted and their families can get back to work and get paid again. And so it's always interesting when the Democrat leader comes down here and describes this fantasy world where the bill that they proposed, which would only get 47 votes here in the United States Senate, not even 50, not 51, not a majority, and certainly not the 60 that are necessary to pass consequential legislation in the Senate, it wouldn't get a single vote in the House of Representatives. So they've got a bill, a proposal that they say keeps the government open, that can't pass the Senate, wouldn't pass the House, and wouldn't be signed into law by the President. You tell me who is responsible for the government shutdown. Republicans passed a bill in the House, over here in the Senate, 24 pages long, sitting right at the desk. We can pick it up and pass it today, send it to the President, who will sign it into law, the government opens up again. Or you can take this proposal the Democrats have, which has a $1.5 trillion in new spending, allows for free health care coverage for non-citizens, completely obliterates the $50 billion rural hospital fund that we put in place to support rural hospitals in this country who are struggling. And they think that would pass, doesn't pass here, doesn't pass the House, wouldn't get signed into law of the President. So just a logical person, think about this. Think about the juxtaposition of those two positions, and you tell me who is shutting the government down. We have a straightforward, simple proposition. A 24-page funding resolution to keep the government open with no partisan policy riders, no gimmicks, short-term, funds the government through November the 21st to give us an opportunity to continue to do the government funding the way we should do it through the appropriations process, where we have the committees meeting and Republicans and Democrats contributing, and then bring it to the floor and have an open amendment process here. That's the way the government should normally be funded. And so what this does provides a short-term extension in order for all that to happen. That's all that we're talking about. Now, they have other issues they want to bring up, which I've said before, we're happy to discuss. And yes, there are some things that I think there is interest on both sides in trying to address when it comes to health care in this country. But you can't take the federal government hostage and expect to have a reasonable conversation on those issues. The government needs to be funded. Federal employees need to go back to work. Federal agencies and departments need to be open in providing the services that the American people expect. It's that simple. And that's really what this is all about. Again, nothing more, nothing less, nothing else. It's whether or not they want to support a 24-page funding resolution that keeps the government open or continue to vote for $1.5 trillion in new spending, free health care for non-citizens, and completely wiping out a $50 billion rural hospital fund that's designed to support rural hospitals in this country. Something that would get 47 votes here in the Senate and not a majority in the House of Representatives, wouldn't get a single vote, honestly, among Republicans in the House of Representatives, and would not be signed into law by the President, versus something, again, passed by the House, here at the Senate. All we need is 5 more votes. There are a majority of United States senators today who support the short-term funding resolution. 55 out of 100. We need 5 Democrats. You tell me who's shutting the government down. And Mr. President, I think that the public is, coming wise to this debate and this argument and these fallacious arguments that are being made by the Democrats. In fact, there's a new Harvard-Harris poll that came out Monday that found that 70% of voters oppose the government shutdown. 70%. And of interest to my Democrat colleagues, 65% of voters, including 63% of independents, think Democrats should end the shutdown by accepting a continuing resolution like the clean funding resolution I just described that's in front of us. So what are my Democrat colleagues doing? Well, after their resounding defeat in the presidential election last November, you'd think they might be paying attention to the strong majority of voters who would like the shutdown to end as well. Now, you'd think they might notice that 63% of independents, voters I'm sure Democrats would like to capture in the next election, want Democrats to accept a resolution like the clean CR in front of us. But you'd be wrong. Because, Mr. President, Democrats are still deeply enthralled to the far left. And they're taking their marching orders for this shutdown from far-left interest groups. And I mean that literally. A recent Axios article reported, and I quote, "Progressive grassroots groups are blasting congressional Democrats on speed dial to hold the line in any negotiations to reopen the government," end quote. Now that followed an Axios report that found, and I quote again, Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer and his staff are closely coordinating their government shutdown strategy with outside liberal groups. Backing down and helping fund the government like Schumer did in March is unacceptable, the groups have told his team, end quote. Backing down and helping fund the government like Schumer did in March is unacceptable, the groups have told his team, end quote. And so the liberal groups say, jump, and Democrat leaders say, how high? Forget the robust majority of independents who want Democrats to end this shutdown. You know, Mr. President, back in the day, and by back in the day, I mean as recently as 6 months ago, the Democrat leader was a pretty passionate opponent of government shutdowns. Yeah, he was an opponent. So much so that even though he didn't like the continuing resolution we passed in the spring, he voted for it anyway because in his words, and again I quote, a government shutdown would be far worse, end quote. But then progressive groups got big time mad. And now the Democrat leader is leading the charge to keep the government shut down indefinitely, apparently. And all those federal workers and hardworking Americans he was so worried about before seem to have just slipped his mind. In fact, Democrats have barely reacted to the fact that federal workers are going to start missing pay. Mr. President, when we realized that we were going to need a continuing resolution to allow us more time to complete the fiscal year 2026 appropriations bills, Republicans wanted to do everything we could to ensure that there was no government shutdown, which is why we put forward a clean, continuing resolution with no Republican policies or partisan policy riders. We knew a shutdown would be costly and disruptive for hardworking Americans, and we were determined to ensure the Democrats had no reason to oppose our CR. The Democrats weren't deterred by the fact that there was nothing for them to object to in our bill, and they decided to oppose it anyway. Now, Mr. President, Democrats will get another chance this week to vote to keep the government open. And I hope that the Democrat leader and Democrat senators can summon up some of that concern they used to have about shutdowns and vote to reopen the government. At the very least, if the Democrat leader is too worried about his polling to vote to reopen himself, he could allow Democrat senators who do care about the functioning of our government to join Republicans to reopen. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
The clerk will read the title of the bill for the second time.
S-2983, a bill to reauthorize the Cybersecurity Information Sharing Act of 2015.
Mr. President, in order to place the bill on the calendar under the provisions of Rule 14, I would object to further proceeding.
Objections heard. The bill will be placed on the calendar.
Mr. President.
Majority Whip.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, following up with what the majority leader just said, I have here the Washington Post from this morning, and they have an editorial. And what they have in bold print, it says, Democratic leaders play a dangerous game. That's what the Democrats are doing. We just heard the majority leader talk about what we're trying to do, what we're facing, how Chuck Schumer is being held hostage by the liberal groups who set up the war room with him. And what we see is a dangerous game being played and threats to the American people. This goes on to say there is a clean funding bill on the table. This is the Washington Post, Mr. President, this morning. There is a clean funding bill on the table. Only a handful of Senate Democrats need to vote for it. Instead, the majority leader is leading the minority leader is leading the Democrat Party into a box canyon. Can't get out. And it's a dangerous game, and it's not just dangerous for them, it's dangerous for the American people. That's where the danger lies. So I come to the floor, Mr. President, because the American people are facing an immediate crisis. And they know why. Anybody watching knows why. It's because Senate Democrats have now voted 5 times against a clean, bipartisan, continuing resolution that would open the government today. This is day 8 of the Schumer shutdown. Day 8. Country is held hostage by the Democrats, and they're playing a dangerous game. This isn't a game, Mr. President, but that's what the Democrats have turned it into. So the question before us is simple. What have the Democrats accomplished during this dangerous game that they're playing? October 10th, on Friday, in 2 days, Border Patrol agents and other federal workers will receive only half a paycheck. That's the result of the Democrats' dangerous game. It'll be their last paycheck until and at least the Schumer shutdown ends. Democrats vote to reopen the government. They could do it today. House of Representatives passed a clean continuing resolution, current funding levels. Democrats voted 13 times under Joe Biden for a continuous resolution to keep the government funded. Continuing resolution funds our military, pays for law enforcement, continues food assistance for moms and young children, keeps small business loans flowing. 13 times they voted for this. Now they reject it because they want to please their radical extreme base, the base that has put up a war room that Chuck Schumer has bowed down to. That's what we've just heard from the majority leader, that they're the ones calling the shots. And that's why we find ourselves in this situation. Democrats are demanding radical new policies before they allow the government to reopen. I've seen their demand letter, $1.5 trillion in new expenses, as the majority leader just outlined here on the floor. Their ransom note is filled with liberal policies. I look at it, it is stitched together like Frankenstein's monster. $1.5 trillion in reckless new spending. Free health care for non-citizens. Free Medicaid for working-aged, able-bodied adults who refuse to work. There are over 5 million of these individuals in the United States. and yet they refuse to work. And the Democrats want them to all get free Medicaid. $50 billion the Democrats want to cut from vulnerable rural hospitals, hospitals in rural communities. Do the Democrats not care at all about those communities? Even though there are rural communities in their states, they are beholden to the big cities and the mayors, the sanctuary cities that control the Democrat Party. That's what we're dealing with here. That's why the Washington Post calls what the Democrats are doing, as I pick it up again, Mr. President, a dangerous game. They're holding the American people hostage to extract far left-wing concessions. They're telling our service members their paychecks are negotiable. They're telling small businesses their dreams are collateral damage in a partisan fight. They're telling mothers and young children that WIC benefits are leverage for the far left demands of health care for non-citizens. Republicans remain committed to ensuring families receive the support they deserve. The Democrats have chosen repeatedly to keep the government closed for political purposes only. American families are feeling the pain nationwide. In Georgia, more than 100,000 federal employees are wondering where they will find the money to pay their bills and buy their groceries. In Arizona, 344,000 children enrolled in SNAP face uncertainty. The benefits are running out. Time is of the essence. Shutdown Democrats are telling these families problems aren't urgent. Well, they're urgent to those families, and the Democrats don't seem to care. In New York, almost 500,000 individuals who rely on WIC will lose access at the end of this week. It's already Wednesday. We're talking about pregnant women. We're talking about new mothers. We're talking about young children. They depend on this program. In Illinois, every week the shutdown continues. It costs the state's economy over $500 million. That's jobs lost, paychecks missed, opportunities evaporated. In Michigan, small businesses face delays of $92 million in loans because the Small Business Administration is frozen due to the shutdown. These businesses are the backbones of our communities and our economy. They should be able to make payroll, keep their doors open, not as the Democrats continue to play what has been termed a dangerous game. In Nevada, for each month the shutdown continues, consumer spending from lost wages will fall by over $200 million. It's money that won't flow into local businesses, won't pay rent, won't put food on the table. In New Jersey, telehealth programs are on hold. I'm a doctor. Without these programs, patients could be put at greater risk. In New Hampshire, workers maintaining our nuclear attack submarines, they face furloughs and unpaid work. But this goes beyond missing a paycheck. This is about national security. The Schumer shutdown, the dangerous game that he is playing, puts America's safety at risk. At airports nationwide, we are already seeing the direct effects of the shutdown. Flights are being delayed, security lines are growing longer. Even the head of the Teamsters Union, Sean O'Brien, says that Democrats' political theater is something he can see right through. He says a shutdown will hurt working people, period. American workers are not a bargaining chip. That's the leader of the Teamsters Union, Mr. President. He goes on to say, senators should stop screwing around and pass the House-passed clean short-term funding bill. That's where we are today. He's right. But regrettably, Senate Democrats are treating the American people as bargaining chips, as hostages, and that's why they sent the list of demands as ransom. Democrats have now voted 5 times against opening the government, 5 times against supporting our military, 5 times against paying law enforcement officers, 5 times against food assistance for women and infants and children, 5 times against the small business loans that help Main Street. 5 times Democrats have looked at the mounting damage of the Schumer shutdown and shrugged their shoulders. That's the situation we have today. The American people overwhelmingly say Democrats should pass a clean continuing resolution and end the shutdown immediately. There is a clean bipartisan resolution before the Senate, ready for a vote right now. It reopens the government today. It would protect the paychecks and the programs the American people depend upon. It would end the uncertainty that is gripping millions of American families. The question is not whether the Democrats can end the shutdown. It's will they have the integrity to do it, or will they continue to play this dangerous game with our nation and with our families. And, Mr. President, on a separate matter, before Senate Democrats shut down the federal government, they shut down the very Senate floor on which I stand. And they did it by freezing the confirmation process. For months, their blockade created a growing backlog of qualified nominees, so many of which have come out of committees with bipartisan votes. Nominees for positions that during prior administration sailed through the Senate by unanimous consent or by voice vote. But not with this Democrat minority. Oh, no. So in September, Senate Republicans broke the blockade. And now the blockade is being cleared. At the peak of the Democrat obstruction, more than 150 well-qualified nominees approved by Senate committees were waiting for a vote on the Senate floor. Yesterday, Mr. President, we confirmed 107 of those nominees, and we did it in a group. This is one of the largest confirmations in the history of the United States. Now there are only 26 nominees on the executive calendar. Our committees are hard at work to approve more nominees, and we're going to confirm them in short order. As of this morning, President Trump has had 298 nominees confirmed in his second term. By comparison, at this point, Joe Biden had confirmed only 201 in his first and only term. President Trump had confirmed only 183 nominees at the same time in his first term. So the Senate's constitutional duty of advise and consent is now back. President Trump now has his team confirmed and ready to be sworn in. From assistant secretaries to ambassadors, United States attorneys, the federal government is better positioned today to keep our nation safe and secure and prosperous. Senate Republicans are going to continue to work to get America back on track, no matter what obstacles the Democrats continue to throw in our path. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Republican leader spoke, and I missed part of his statement, but I think I heard most of it. I listened carefully to the statement by the senator from Wyoming. And let me say at the outset that I consider them both to be friends. We disagree on many things politically, but over the years I've come to work with both of them and look forward to doing that again someday. I was disappointed in both of their statements because of what was not said. How can you talk about the government shutdown without ever mentioning health care costs to American families? How can you do that? I mean, it's a situation where we understand, I hope, that the Democrats are not in this position for any reason other than to stop the dramatic increase in health care premiums that American families will face unless we do something and do it now. State after state, the notices are going out that the cost of health insurance for working families in America is going to go up dramatically, in some cases more than 100%. And that is going to be hurtful to many. They'll have to look for different health insurance plans that they can afford, which means more money out of pocket, or they're going to drop their health insurance coverage altogether. How can the Republican leaders stand before us and even refuse to acknowledge that that is the issue that drives this government shutdown? The Republicans are insisting on their approach to the budget because they don't want to see American families protected when it comes to these health insurance increases. And the increases are already being announced. 10 states so far have announced them. October 27th is the magic date, if you will, for the announcement in my state of Illinois. I know what's going to happen. I'm going to hear from hundreds, if not thousands, of families across my state that increasing the cost for families is creating a hardship they never anticipated. We believe on the Democratic side, this is the time to act now. to move together to stop these increases from taking place, because these increases were part of the big, beautiful Republican budget. The Trump budget, voted for by every Republican senator and no Democratic senators. The Trump budget, which of course he signed into law, that's what's leading to these increases, because the plans, the Affordable Care Act insurance plans, are no longer going to enjoy a subsidy, a tax credit, to help families pay the premiums, and that's why the cost is going to go up so dramatically. We can change it. We can do it, but we have to do it quickly. We ought to move on it this week. I wish the House of Representatives were in session. They haven't shown up for 2 weeks. Speaker Johnson happens to believe that being AWOL is the right thing for his Republican members. I don't think it's the right thing for America. Democrats and Republicans should be in this Capitol negotiating, sitting at a table together. And the first item on the agenda has to be health care costs for American families. All this talk about dangerous game and radical left policies and managements, it is not a radical left idea that a working family ought to have affordable health insurance. It is basic in America. As flawed as our health system is in this country, and as great as it is in many respects, if people cannot afford to have their coverage for their family, then hardship, it follows. That's the real reason. You say, well, what about the cost? Remember, this is an administration that wants to give $20 billion to Argentina. $20 billion this president's planning on giving. I'm worried more about 20 million Americans who will lose their health insurance if we don't do something and do it quickly. The American people get it. This issue has gone from the Beltway to the backyards of America. People know that this is coming, and they're worried about it, and they should be. They want us to do something, and they want it done now. And we are making the fight on this continuing resolution because it is timely, and we need bipartisan support to pass it. So let's do something positive in a bipartisan way. And dealing with the cost of health insurance is my approach that I would suggest. Let me take this to another issue that is near and dear to my heart, and that's what's happening in my home state of Illinois. We all know the popular quote, when someone shows you who they are, believe them the first time. Or in President Trump's case, if a person shows you who they are 1,000,000 times over, believe them. President Trump has shown us his unlawful and inhumane priorities over and over again, city after city. He continues to deploy militarized immigration agents and National Guard troops to more American cities purely for political theater. He wants America to talk about the Texas National Guard in Illinois, not about health care costs facing American families. But it's not going to work. Unfortunately, the men and women of the Texas National Guard who are in the state of Illinois as of yesterday have been sent off on a political assignment, political theater. Instead of working to find a bipartisan way to reopen the government, lower the cost of health care, President Trump is focused on scoring points against his perceived enemies. Just yesterday, 200 or 300 members of the Texas National Guard joined federal law enforcement officers in Chicago, along with President Trump's loyal FBI Director, Kash Patel. The truth is that the arrival of the Texas National Guard and the FBI Director will not make Chicago safer. It will only escalate the unnecessary and dangerous situation this president himself has created. I still can't get the image out of my mind from 2 weeks ago when the ICE officials in full combat gear carrying long rifles were marching down Michigan Avenue. It was a hateful effort that is used to provoke people into strong emotional feelings. This administration's unlawful use of military resources to police American cities makes our country less safe, and it's a mistake that will be remembered in the history books. I pray that the court system will respond accordingly, as they did in the case of Oregon in Illinois when the hearing tomorrow is brought before the federal judge. Deploying the Texas National Guard without the consent of Illinois elected officials is, in my estimation, unnecessary and unlawful. The Posse Comitatus Act expressly forbids the use of our nation's military for civilian law enforcement unless expressly authorized by statute or the Constitution. National Guard personnel do not deserve to be used by the president's political pawns. And let me say and make it clear, as much as I regret the decision by the Texas governor to send his National Guard troops into Illinois, and as much as I want them to leave immediately, I do not make those statements at the expense of the individuals who are in the Guard and volunteered to serve their state and nation. The same thing is true with the federalized Illinois National Guard. They are doing what they are ordered to do, as according to the military standards. But the bottom line is, we all know they are not fighting crime. If the Trump administration truly wants to help Chicago, and I don't believe they do, and Illinois, it won't defy our elected leaders. It will work with us. It would restore millions of dollars it suspended, the Trump administration suspended, in crime prevention and public safety grants. Instead, this administration has chosen to use America's military to create chaos and sow fear in our cities. We all agree on the importance of reducing crime and making our communities safer. The president claims his aggressive immigration raids and threats to deploy troops are to help get violent criminals off the streets. I come to the floor 2 straight days, and this is the third, to condemn what happened last week in the city of Chicago on Tuesday. A South Shore apartment building was raided in the middle of the night. Doors were crashed down. Families were rousted out of their bedrooms. Many of them brought out to the street and questioned as to whether they were in America legally. Some were American citizens, we don't know how many, and we certainly don't know if there were any criminals found as a result of that. No report. But we do know this: what happened on that street on that night was not the way America does business, and shouldn't be. It was to terrorize these families with no warrant for their arrest and no suspicion that they had committed crimes, simply because they looked Hispanic and maybe looked like foreigners, I'm not sure. This action was taken against them. These attacks are part of Stephen Miller's personal agenda for mass deportation at any cost. They've pulled FBI, DEA, and ATF agents from their assignments, important assignments to stop narcotics and other things, to carry out the president's immigration agenda. They've stopped working on fighting crimes like terrorism, gun violence, human trafficking, and drug smuggling, to land a helicopter near a building in Chicago and to bring 30 families out into the street in the middle of the night. I have fought for humane reforms to our immigration system and evidence-based ways to reduce crime in our cities. If the president is serious about fixing our immigration system or lowering crime in our communities, I'll join in on that effort. But sending in militarized federal immigration agents and National Guard troops to our communities is not the way to do it. These actions have accomplished what I believe is the president's true intention: sowing fear in the hearts of our communities, especially our immigrant communities, and consolidating the president's power in Washington. The actions taken by this administration undermine the very fabric of America, a nation that was founded on the belief that all people should be free from tyranny. I remember a time when every member of Congress would have risen in outrage if the administration attempted to use the military unlawfully against the cities and communities and states that they represent. Unfortunately, this time has passed. There's nothing but silence from the other side of the aisle. Congressional Republicans are content to stand aside in abject servility to this president as he tramples the Constitution. But Americans should not stay silent. People across Illinois are peacefully making their voices heard and letting this administration know the attacks on our city will not go unchallenged. As a senator from Illinois, I'll do everything in my power to hold this administration accountable for their unlawful actions. They may think this is a diversion of attention from the basic issue of controlling health care costs and helping working American families afford their health insurance. I think it's much more. It is a threat to our republic and our Constitution, and I hope that others will join me in condemning this activity. I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
Senator from Hawaii.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that I be permitted to speak for 5 minutes, Senator Heinrich be permitted to speak for up to 10 minutes, and Senator Daines be permitted to speak for 5 minutes prior to the scheduled votes.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that I be given permission to use a prop.
Without objection.
Mr. President, it is day 8 of the government shutdown, but it is day 19 of the House being on vacation. How is it possible that the party in charge of the government is sitting at home while the government is shut down? Well, let's take a look. So this is the House schedule. These yellow blocks are work days. It's already a pretty nice schedule. Most people, if they are fortunate, get either 7 days or 10 days of vacation. Some people get less, some people get more, but nobody gets this amount of time off. Now, we call that a district work period or a home work period, and that's true. We need to be home to interact with our constituents, but that's what August is for. So here's what happened. They left early on the 25th, specifically to avoid a vote on the Epstein files. Then they had this week off, 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 this day off, come back. 1, 2, 3, long weekend. 1, 2, 3, 4, long weekend. 1, 2, 3, 4, long weekend, another break, another break, another break, and now they're saying another break. Get back to work. Get back to work. We are facing a healthcare crisis, and we didn't pull this out of some Democratic strategist lab. And the presiding officer knows this in his home state. Prices are about to spike disproportionately among people who voted for Donald Trump, disproportionately in rural communities, disproportionately among farmers. And they're not going to spike a little. This is not like normally 4% increase is now 7%. For 22 million Americans, the price of health care is about to go up 114%. 114%. So you can find some people who are only paying like a 40 or 50% increase, and you still can't afford that. Most people can't afford a 40 or 50% increase in the cost of almost anything. But health care is a big chunk of the cost of living. And so here we are, as Democrats, saying, help us help you. Republicans, you created this mess that is causing your signature legislative achievement to be a drag on your electoral chances. And if we were a little bit more cynical, we would just let you stew in it. But we want those 24 million people, 22 million people to have relief. And so we're simply saying, we can open the government tomorrow morning if Donald John Trump realizes that he's hurting his own people. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the following remarks be recorded in a different part of the journal.
Without objection.
I want to follow up on what the Democratic whip is talking about in the city of Chicago and the state of Illinois. We all swore an oath to the Constitution, and I am honestly scared. I used to do this sort of shtick on Twitter where I would say, the thing about what Donald Trump said on Twitter is that and then I would just say, he's trying to take your health care away. And my point was, that's a distraction from the main issue, which was that he was going to try to take your health care away. That's not true anymore. He's going through with these authoritarian actions. The last time he posted that one of his political enemies should be jailed, it was James Comey, and then James Comey was indicted. This morning he pled not guilty. His trial is in January. And so this morning, Donald John Trump, with the assistance of the Texas governor, who is endlessly servile to him, is mobilizing, over the objection of the Illinois governor, 200 or 300 troops to go into Chicago to do nobody knows really what other than to terrorize people. They're belaying off a helicopter into an apartment building in urban Chicago. Give me a break. And lest you think this is theater, this morning, Donald Trump is in one of his moods and he says, Governor Pritzker should go to jail. Are we to assume he's kidding this time? Are you sure he's kidding this time? Oh, he's just trolling. Last time, 3 weeks ago, he clearly wasn't trolling. The Attorney General went through with what he asked. And so I'm asking my Republican colleagues who swore an oath to the Constitution and love this country just like I do, to say publicly or privately, I don't care, enough is enough. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from New Mexico.
Thank you, Mr. President. There is a national monument in New Mexico that is extremely important to me and our community. It's called the Organ Mountains Desert Peaks National Monument. And it has rocky spires that jut into the sky and preside over bustling communities in southern New Mexico. It's also home to nearly 250 archaeological sites, including some of the earliest Native American heritage sites in North America, and places like Shelter Cave, Conklin Cavern, and the Aden Lava Flow Wilderness. This January, the Bureau of Land Management issued its most recent monument management plan for Organ Mountains Desert Peaks. It sets out in this plan how the land will be used over the coming decades. And it came after years of engagement with public land users. From comment periods to public meetings to feedback sessions, input from public land users is the heart of how we administer our public lands across the country. In the end, land use plans like this one take time and are the result of hundreds, even thousands of people's work that deserves respect. And that's why I'm here. Beginning this week, the Senate is voting on 3 resolutions of disapproval on resource management plans prepared by the Bureau of Land Management. Now, resource management plans are a pretty simple idea. Every decade or two, public land managers look at a region as a whole and figure out how to balance all the competing different uses of public land across that landscape. They figure out where recreation should be prioritized and where prime game habitat should be protected. They figure out what land should be available for uses like grazing or oil and gas production. They identify important cultural sites and historic resources that deserve our protection. And they also determine which land use requirements can be eased for things like pipelines or transmission lines. They do all of this with the input of local communities, recreation businesses, public land users, tribal governments, energy developers, and more. But I'm here now because Republicans want to rescind these land use plans through the Congressional Review Act. And by doing that, they brush away all of the local voices and community input that went into making these plans. Imagine telling tribal communities that their opinion no longer matters on their ancestral lands. Telling hunters that their opinion no longer matters on the lands they used to fill their families' freezers. Telling hikers that their opinion no longer matters on the routes that they know like the back of their hand. Telling local communities that the way their land is used is no longer of importance. Telling all of us that our voices do not matter when it comes to the very lands that are our American birthright. And here's the thing, they're doing it across the board on every resource management plan since 1996 without even admitting it. So let me walk you through what they're hoping that you won't notice. First, it's important to understand that resource management plans affect nearly every use on public land, from bird watching to coal mining. These plans get a whole rewrite every few decades, but in between, smaller amendments are made to address specific places and specific uses that need to be updated. These amendments are the normal way for new administrations to change plans that they disagree with. Until today. Now, instead of using the usual amendment process, which involves all of those same stakeholders, Congress is voting to outright overturn and repeal these plans. Until today, Congress had never, ever used a congressional resolution of disapproval to change or overturn a land use plan. That's because no administration has ever considered these land use plans to be quote-unquote rules under federal statute. So let me say that again. No administration, none, since the Congressional Review Act was passed in 1996, has ever treated land use plans as rules. So here's what that means legally. No land use plan has been submitted to Congress, a legal requirement for rules. It's never happened. And because the Congressional Review Act prohibits rules from going into effect until 60 days after they are submitted to Congress, and no administration has ever submitted one, then every land use plan after 1996 never legally went into effect. And if they never went into effect, then all of the leases and permits and rights of way that flow from those plans may not be legally valid. That means that every grazing permit, every energy right of way, recreation permit, outfitter guide permit, timber sale, even oil and gas lease issued under a plan finalized after 1996 could be litigated. Every single one. That's bad. And it's not just because it's unprecedented, but because the actual impacts on real Americans could be devastating. For the country, it means potential chaos and uncertainty about what areas are protected on public lands. One of the resolutions under consideration this week is for a land use plan in Alaska. And a vote for that resolution would mean that the Ambler Industrial Corridor will be built. This is a 211-mile private access road that would destroy some of Alaska's wildest habitat and waterways to produce minerals, all for a foreign company. As someone from American Hunters and Anglers said, using slightly more colorful language that I'll leave out, this move obliterates years of public input from hunters and anglers and uses taxpayer dollars to prop up, I'll say it again, a foreign-owned mining company. The headline describing this road in Outdoor Life magazine reads, "The Ambler Road project would jeopardize one of the last great wilderness hunts in America." Now, Mr. President, I've been fortunate enough to hunt caribou in Alaska, and I have to say I doubt that my grandchildren will ever have that opportunity. And what's even more concerning to me is the impact that the Ambler Industrial Corridor will have on subsistence hunting and fishing. This private industrial mining corridor will carve its way, in addition, through gates of the Arctic National Park. You heard me right. We are sacrificing one of our most spectacular national parks to enrich a foreign mining company. I have to think that Teddy Roosevelt is rolling over in his grave. The damage will be irreparable to the landscape, to our American birthright in these public lands, and to one of the largest caribou herds in Alaska and the communities that depend on that herd. Imagine sweeping away years and years of input, conversations, not just about the public lands on one landscape, but to public lands across this country. All because you what? Found a quicker, easier way? One where you didn't have to listen to anyone? One where some senators in Washington, D.C. get to override and replace the opinions of every single American who contributed to those plans. That's nuts. Even if you don't care about how land is used by hunters or hikers or tribes or cattle growers or energy producers, if all you care about is how our lands are used to produce fossil fuels, then look no further than my state. Look at the Bureau of Land Management leases that have been issued in the Permian Basin And know that when you vote for these resolutions, when you turn these resource management plans into so-called rules, you call into question those leases, all of them. Know that you are choosing, what you are choosing may be easier, but it is wrong and it is destabilizing. I would urge my colleagues to vote no on all these resolutions of disapproval. Thank you, Mr. President.
Impacts on Montana's economy. This happened after the election. Biden's BLM issued an amendment to the Miles City Resource Management Plan that prohibited all new coal development in eastern Montana. Shuts it down. This means that the BLM prohibited all new coal leasing in the Powder River Basin. By the way, that is the home of the largest coal reserves in the United States. And they did this despite strong opposition from local counties in Montana, local elected officials. In fact, the entire Montana congressional delegation and the governor of Montana himself, Greg Gianforte. In fact, Governor Gianforte specifically requested that the BLM director withdraw that proposed amendment during the BLM's official, quote, governor's consistency review, and Biden's BLM ignored him. And when the governor submitted an official appeal to Biden's BLM director, our governor was rebuffed. This lack of respect for Montana's local and statewide elected officials cannot be ignored. It will not be ignored, and it's going to get changed and reversed today with the passage of the CRA. Let's be clear what this Resource Management Plan amendment is and what we're doing today with this Congressional Review Act. The RMPA is an attack on Montana jobs. It's an attack on Montana communities. It's an attack on Montana's energy production. It's an attack on Montana's economy. What today's resolution does is it rolls back officially Biden's war on Montana coal, and it does not affect the underlying resource management plan. What we're doing today is we are disapproving of Biden's ill-conceived amendment and nothing else. This CRA does not prohibit the BLM from issuing a new amendment. The CRA simply prohibits the new administration from issuing a substantially similar coal amendment, and in this case, that means they can't permanently prohibit any new coal development. Today, you may hear from the other side of the aisle that the sky is falling. That is absolutely not true. What we're doing today is righting a wrong. Something the Biden administration slipped in after the election, and we're grateful that we were paying attention. We're going to right this wrong. A midnight Biden rule that was issued without the support from the state of Montana. Talk about federal bureaucratic overreach. Taking this action this day, today, will lead to more Montana jobs, more Montana energy, by the way, more Montana tax revenue to support K through 12 education and stronger communities in eastern Montana. I urge my colleagues to again, like we did last night with the procedural vote, to support with this final vote Montana jobs, Montana communities, and to vote yes on its passage.
Under the previous order, the clerk will read the title of the joint resolution a third time.
HJ Res 104, joint resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code and so forth.
The question occurs on passage of the joint resolution. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher,
Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Lotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Bennett, Blunt Rochester, Coons, Fetterman, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Kim, Klobuchar, Markey, Murray, Padilla, Peters, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Slotkin, Van Hollen, Warner, Warren, Welch, and Wyden. Mr. Reed, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Blackburn, Bozeman, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Hoeven, Johnson, Kennedy, Langford, Lee, Lummis, McConnell, Marino, Mullen, Murkowski, Paul, Ricketts, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Sullivan, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker, and Young. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye.